X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me right now. Punch your face now. Show you how.
You know, chat, I'm always really glad to see people talking about how they haven't heard my theme song before. They're like, what song is that? What is this? Zan, what song is that? That goes hard. What is this? Where can I listen to this? What is this? And it's always like, the new people are watching the streams. That's what that tells me. A new person is watching the stream for the first time, or at the very least, has come to the very beginning of a stream for the first time. And you know what that tells me? Well, definitely means good things. Definitely means good things. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? Xanderhall, Merrick, and Shark are having a fake debate, shooting the shit on Merrick's stream. And she was half joking about bringing you and Vosh in. You should get in there. I might be down to join in on that later, yeah. In the later half of my stream, when we're doing video reactions and stuff, video responses to conservative stuff, that might be a good time to hop on there. That could be fun. If they'll have me, of course. Zan rocking the Florida aesthetic today. Oh, yeah, guys. For those of you guys who don't know, Wrath of the Lich King Classic, World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic came out. How many days ago now? I genuinely couldn't tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago. 6 days ago, Wrath of the Lich King Classic came out. And I must tell you, it is a dangerous thing. This game existing is a dangerous thing for all of humanity. It really, really is. Whew. It is very good. I understand now why people say it is the best WoW expansion. Yeah, the dopamine drip. WoW Wrath of the Lich King has maximized the dopamine drip, okay? It withholds me, it edges me for discipline from the dopamine for just long enough, and then you turn in a big batch of quests, and it gives you, it just gives you a it gives you like a whole nub of experience on your bar or whatever, and you feel happy. You just feel happy. I never have played World of Warcraft. You should try it. You definitely should, especially if you want to play World of Warcraft with me, because of course I invite any of you who would like to play with me to get World of Warcraft Classic, Wrath of the Lich King Classic to be specific, and I want to try to get as many of my fans, as many friends as possible, as many people as possible playing WoW with me and to max level and everything. I don't know how many people are going to be able to reach max level. That's the thing. I don't believe that many people have what it takes in my community to reach max level in Classic WoW. That's the only thing I worry about insofar as getting more people to hop on and join my soon-to-be guild. But if you would like to play World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic with me, make sure you make an alliance character on the server Pagel for US. Alliance, Pagel. Server is Pagel, and I am on Alliance. So yeah, that's the Pognus. Back in the day, my guild cleared Syndragosa first in our server. Server first Syndragosa. Nice. I'm aware of that, Bill. I'm aware of that, Firesparks24. I'm actually going to cover it today. Thank you for telling me, but you know, you do your research. I was going to cover that. Yeah, that build did a lot of really cool stuff. It's pretty based. Pretty based build coming out of Cuba, I must say. Very, very based. Cataclysm wrecked WoW. I will admit, I'm not too interested in any possibility of a Cataclysm Classic. I would very much not like to see anything like that. But, you know. V-Raptor, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Said, if you keep the beard growing up, maybe one day you could rival the legendary Engels and become a true communist. Well, this is just from me not shaving for like a few days, so, yeah, I mean, I could probably do it at some point. Listen, the problem is that this area, like here and here, like this doesn't want to do anything pretty much. Frankly, I could work with it if it just wanted to fill in a bit more here and here. Like, I could work with this just fine. But, like, there needs to be a connection here, okay? Because right now, I'm, like, feeling the spot, and it's like I have a burn mark here. Like, unironically, I'm feeling it. And it's just, like, pretty damn smooth in this one little spot right here. It's like I got a scar there or something on both sides. Oh yes, I saw the donos. Don't worry, guys. I'm reading them. Don't you worry. Sorry, I get distracted, okay? I get distracted. I'm very bad at staying focused, but I'm working on it, all right? I'm working on it for you, for my lovely chatters, my lovely viewers. V-Raptor, thank you so much for the 3-month tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. That is absurdly, absurdly, absurdly based. Hold on, I think I can actually... Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the $12. I really appreciate that, V-Raptor. It's a fantastic way to start off the stream. Very based and kind of you, my friend. Louis Vuitton, thank you for the $5. Very based and kind of you as well. Says payday dropped. Good for you, my friend. Make sure you save most of your money, though. Listen, as much as I appreciate the donos, and of course I do need donos in order to, you know, save up for Seattle and everything like that, as much as I really appreciate all of the support, and I really, you know, it helps a lot, make sure that you are set first before you donate to me, or frankly, any streamer, okay? Never should donating to a streamer that you like, even if you love their content and want to support it, never should they go before you. Any money you donate to any content creator online should be money that you are basically fine being completely without. You should never be, you know, cutting into if you're even unsure about whether or not you're okay financially, you should not be donating to streamers. That's my advice. Based Xander Hall financial advice. Xander Hall here to Xander Hall here is a State Farm ad. It looks like Matt Walsh is in it, or at least someone who looks like them. I frankly could not care less about a State Farm ad that looks like it has Matt Walsh in it. Hey, Balth, how you doing? Came to say hi and tell you I DM'd you a funny meme to open on stream with. We'll be popping out again to get back to the contemplation. Okay, Balth, have you been leveling in WoW? I made it to level 74 and roughly 1/4 so far, maybe even 1/3. Level 74 and 1/3. And I haven't even been grinding as much as I would like to because I've been helping Ethan level. So I've been letting him tag mobs, then finishing them off for him so that he can level faster and I don't take any of his XP. And so even with all of that, in the time that I'm questing solo, I've managed to make it to level 74 and 1/3. So I'm grinding. Are you going to play WoW Classic on stream? Later in the stream, I probably will, but it will be background noise or like background visuals for the videos, the conservative chud videos I'll be responding to. So I won't be featuring the gameplay very much. It'll just be sort of like the video, like on screen in front of everything. And then in the background, you'll be able to see WoW. Which I think will offer a little bit of a nice little bit of visual eye candy for people to look at, you know? Everyone loves that, don't they? I mean, I figure just kind of, maybe spruce up the content a little bit. Something a little new, right? But yeah, thank you for the $5, Louis Vuitton. I appreciate that. And One Piece 34, the One Piece is real! One Piece 34, thank you for the $8. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based, very pog even. Says, I found a song to fit for spooky season. Link. Also, it's fan-made. What is this? Izzy Rain, this is Halloween. I do not want to get copyrighted. I do not want to get copyrighted for showing music that could get me yoinked. They have a little official artist channel symbol next to their name, and that scares me. I'm gonna be honest, okay? That is a level. YouTube has acknowledged this person's content, okay? YouTube has basically done the bare minimum as far as acknowledging the existence of my channel and my content, okay? Like, I've got the partnership. I'm a YouTube partner, which means I get paid by them and stuff like that. But outside of that, I am, I've never spoken to, like, a YouTube representative in any, like, real capacity. I think the closest thing I ever got was, I think I talked to, like, in a live chat to somebody who knew somebody at YouTube. I can't remember who, though. Somebody who had, like, a lot of pull. But never actually ended up helping me. Or not somebody who had a lot of pull. Somebody who knew somebody who had a lot of pull. And it wasn't, like, a matter of, like, they were talking shit or something. Like, they weren't... Like, they didn't actually know anybody. They did, and it just didn't really turn out anything. Because YouTube is a very bureaucratic and just not perfectly well-moderated platform. YouTube's kind of had an issue, in my opinion, lately with, like, they aren't moderating the platform very well. Like, tons of TOS shit is getting under their radar, particularly, like, hate speech stuff. Like, they're really letting the right on, like, slide right now. But it feels like the people getting the brunt of the, like, punishment, the DMC, or sorry, not the DMCA, the TOS strikes, community guideline strikes. It feels like the brunt of the people getting those strikes are the people in the YouTube community trying to self-police the community. Like, some giant YouTuber with millions of subs does anti-vax propaganda and doesn't get, like, any reprimandation, is that a real word? Any type of, punishment from YouTube, any type of, way of, like, they don't get fairly treated by YouTube. And on the other hand, if, like, a smaller YouTuber calls that creator out, there's a decent chance that the creator who called out the anti-vaxxer actually gets the strike on their channel for medical misinformation. Most recent example of this being Conyer. I know Dylan Burns has been hit with strikes over this. Demon Mama has been hit with numerous strikes over this. I've been hit with strikes over this. Vosh has been hit with strikes over this. Most of the time, they are not resolved by YouTube. In my experience, I have had maybe 2 of like the 8 false strikes I've had in the time I've done YouTube solved. Usually, I'm pretty much stuck doing nothing but waiting for the strikes to go away. And that's how most people have to deal with it, you know? It's a rough scene out there, you know? I understand, Bal. Penguin, thank you for the 5 Australian dollars in the form of the 5 Australian dollar super chat. I really appreciate that over there on YouTube. Says, I'm going to go play League of Legends. Oof. You guys smell that, chat? That's a stinky League of Legends player in the chat. That's what I smell. This dono offsets my moral failings. Love you, Zan. Heart your blessings to this platform. Hey, I really appreciate that, Penguin. And yes, that is true. If you have ever done anything morally wrong in your life, donating to me will completely repair your moral compass. It's kind of like in Red Dead Redemption 2, when you go into a town and you murder like 50 people and you lose a bunch of honor, but then you go into the next town over and you just walk down the street a few times and say hello to everybody and then catch a few fish and let them go and then, you know, pet a horse a few times. And then you're back. You basically you've completely made up for all of the murders you committed in the town over as far as your honor scale is concerned. Haha, playing RDR2 right now. Oh, well, that means you're just the center of the simulation, I guess. Congratulations, you're the main character. Xanderhall offers absolution. I do indeed. Donate to me, and you'll be forgiven for your sins of being white. I don't know. Oh yeah, you can kill KKK members in Red Dead Redemption 2 to gain honor. It doesn't matter how you do it. It's no matter how you do it, whether they defend themselves or not, or whether or not you're provoked, you do gain honor for doing that, and that's pretty funny. Dendrago, thank you for the $5 not super chat, what am I talking about? The $5 donation over on YouTube. Thank you so much. So kind of you, so based of you, so pog of you even. Says, I doubt Classic will get Cataclysm. The whole point was bringing back pre-Cata areas and quests, but I could see a situation like RuneScape where the old version makes its own storylines separately. That would definitely be very interesting if they just expanded all the way to like a WoW 2. That is more or less what it would be. Or like WoW 1.5. You know, like the alternate timeline. I feel like they could explain it story-wise by saying that Classic is the timeline that Warlords of Draenor's Draenor takes place in. And everything ended up going about the same in the end anyway for Outland. And it ended up becoming Outland, and then Burning Crusade still gets to happen. That's the best way I think they could try to, like, make a Classic plus second WoW timeline make sense. But very interesting theory, Dendrago. Thank you for the $5, and thank you for the very interesting idea to roll around in my noggin. I certainly will. Thank you. Oh, Shannon Williams, thank you for the $5 super chat. You guys are being so generous tonight. Thank you. Says, I literally play the nun in a haunted house. I literally play the nun in a haunted house. It's true. Donate. It will make you clean. I literally play the nun in a haunted house. It's true. Donate. It will make you clean. Well, I have no idea what that means, but perhaps I'm just too sleep deprived and high. But thank you for the $5. Very kind of you, my friend. And very, very appreciated. That's for damn sure. I'm actually not high right now. I'm just kind of sleep deprived a little bit. Boy Leo 19, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's very kind and based of you, my friend. Said, been watching for almost 2 years. That is a lot of time to be watching me. Thank you. We got an OG Zan fan. Okay, I'm banning this person who just spams random shit in the other chat. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We got an oldie, an OG Zan fan. Somebody here from arguably, not the beginning, but for quite a while now. quite a while. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. It's very kind. It says, thanks for all you do, Zan. Well, thank you for the dono, and I hope you enjoy my content. Listen, guys, one of my favorite things about doing content, like, getting donos is great, obviously. I like having money, obviously. I like being able to afford things. Obviously, I like being able to buy things that I like. There's a variety of reasons that, you know, I might like getting a dono or whatever. But one of the things I like most about getting a dono is usually when people include a message that's like, I like to watch your content when I do this. Or even if just people say it in chat, obviously. Just people telling me, DMing me, donate messages, just ats in the chat, whatever it may be. Just telling me what they do when they watch my content. And the more stories about that I hear, the more real the number next to the viewer count feels, you know? Because when I look at, you know, right now 158 viewers, which, by the way, right at the beginning of the stream, very pog, thank you, everybody. Having, like, 158 people is very hard to visualize. That's 158 individual people, all real people with their own lives and experiences and memories and desires and plans and goals and failures and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Go down the line or whatever. Watching my content instead of doing whatever else they could be doing with their time, and perhaps even watching it, you know, while doing something very cozy and fun. So yeah, it's fun. I really like hearing messages like that. When I hear someone like, yeah, I'm sitting in my chair right now, I'm playing video games, I'm playing The Witcher 3, and I'm listening to Xander Hall's stream, I'm always like, yeah, that sounds cozy as hell. That's real nice. But yeah. Shannon Williams, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. It says, confess your sins via super chat. Oh, wait, you play the nun in a haunted house. Play the nun in a haunted... I'm trying to put together what that means. Like, are you saying that you play a nun in a haunted house, as in, like, there's a haunted house where, like, you can go through it, and it's like a Halloween thing, and you dress up as a nun? Okay, that's what I thought. I was about to say, I was like, because the only other thing I can think of is maybe there's a horror movie called The Haunted House, and there's a nun in it, and you play, and it's a horror movie, and you played that nun. I was about to be like, we got an actor in the chat? I didn't even know. Did you hear about the controversy about Lizzo, a black singer, playing a crystal flute that used to belong to a former president? Republicans went live-action Little Mermaid-style apeshit over it. Yeah, I did hear about it. I saw it, and I am very aware of the hatred that people on the right and in, like, the gamer boy chud circles have had for Lizzo for a very long time. And I'm going to get, like, very, very, possibly the most SJW you guys have ever seen me get in my segment talking about the Lizzo controversy. Probably without a doubt the most SJW you'll ever see me. Thoughts on the new Rings of Power ep? I thought 4 and 5 were boring, but 6 was a return to form and had some great scenes and lore. I didn't think 4 and 5 were boring at all. My mindset going into Rings of Power was like, okay, this is going to be like a really long show that has a lot of land, like a lot of ground to cover. So I guess in season 1, I'm hoping that we get like some cool like character stories, some good setup, and maybe a few cool battles and stuff. And those were my thoughts going into episode 1. I had not hyped myself up, didn't really watch much in the way of like promotional material or anything like that. I didn't want to give myself expectations. So I basically just went in and played, like just watched it, and I was very surprised that within the first like 2-3 minutes of the show, we get like one of the coolest battles I've seen on screen in one of these, like in a movie or screen adaptation of Tolkien's universe, and that was dope as fuck. And then obviously last night we had the big, I won't spoil it, but what happened in not last night's episode, in Friday's episode, I don't know. So far, I'm just constantly blown away at how much has already happened. People keep saying it's boring, but I'm like I try not to, but I'm kind of comparing this to like Game of Thrones, both the original Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, and I'm like, so much is happening here. Like, what are you talking about? I think things might be going too fast right now. I'm pretty sure in the next episode, the Balrog's gonna wake up. Like, it really looks like we're getting the Balrog way too soon. For my liking, I think we might actually get the Balrog, and, like, just way too fucking soon in the next episode. Hey, mods, do you mind, banning the, Nazi? We've been having this Nazi, who lives in Australia, just constantly making accounts in the site and spamming, so, I'm gonna need you mods to be on top of banning them constantly. I thought episodes 1 and 3 were good. I was just kind of meh by 4 and 5. It felt like it dragged. I just don't know what people mean by that. I've been watching a lot of, like, takedowns of the show, and it just feels like the people, yeah, the mods just aren't doing it. Holy shit. It's like we're gonna have to mod more people. Yeah, we got, hold on, let me mod more people, because we just don't have enough mods online right now. Alright, Avalon of Babylon. You are getting modded. Ripstream's pet Nazi? No pet Nazis. They get banned instantly. Hold on, there we go. Admin. There we go. Who else? Who else? Razatriton. Oh, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. What? Oh my god. How am I misspelling? Is it because I literally dyslexia Razatriton's Raztriton? There we go. Yep, I literally I see an I where there isn't one every time. I'm sorry, Raztriton. I literally, every time I read your name, I literally see an I there that does not exist. I glance at your name, I read it, there is an I between the Z and the T. I swear to fucking God. There is an I there when I look at it at a glance, okay? It's so frustrating, because then it's not there when I look at it for a few seconds longer. It's weird. The ghost eye. The eye that trolls me. I'm going to give Raztriton the administrator role for silencing chuds. Who else? I feel like I need to give a third person admin tonight. Who shall be gifted the power? Sure, Shenanigans. Yeah, we'll give you the power. You're in all my stream, Shenanigans, so I'll drop you the admin role as well. There we go. Let's go! Alright. 3 new admins in the chat. Now allow me to tell you what power this has unlocked for you all. To ban people, you need only do as simple as this. You put in a command, without the period that I'm doing. /ban, then the person's name exactly. You can usually just type the first couple letters, then press tab to autofill the whole name for you. So you don't even have to type the whole thing out, but it does have to be completely accurate. /ban, name, and the amount of time. I like to put permanent. Though they can always make new accounts until the IP banning is 100% working. And then I usually just put the reason as Nazi or spamming or just whatever's faster to type. So that's usually the format that I use. If you get rid of the period and just replace the name with whoever you want to ban, that will do it if you are an admin. There you go, guys. Yeah, so keep an eye on anybody who makes a new account. In fact, well, yeah, you should just be able to keep an eye on anybody who's got a new account. That's the advice I give to my lovely, lovely mods. May you be ever graceful in your annihilation of all of the chat's enemies. All enemies of the free chatters of Middle-earth. All right. Comrade Muffins, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. It says, so nice to catch a stream for the first time in ages. Well, I'm glad to see that you finally caught one. Yeah, I love having new people here, even just people that are returning after a very long time of not being here. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that, Comrade Muffins. It's very kind of you. Tier 2 sub is pog as fuck. Thank you. Enjoy your purple name, my friend. Hopefully it Hopefully the purple name and all of the emotes you've just unlocked serve you well. Dendrago, thank you for the $5 donation. Yet another $5 Adino says, also working my way up on Pagel, doing a dwarf warrior. Hell yeah. A gnome mage. You're running 2 characters and a night elf rogue. You're running 3 characters? You're going to burn yourself out, my friend. You might want to focus on just leveling 1 to 80. Because, you know, the raids open up in 4 days now. I'm pushing to... I must hit max level and get my pre-raid bis from heroics and PvP before raids open up. I want to go into raids and Waddle K, and I want to walk in wearing my pre-raid bis. That's what I want to do. Sell me on WoW? Okay, I will sell you guys on WoW. I'll sell you guys on WoW in just a moment. I'll show you what managed to get some of the friends that I have off stream to get interested and to consider playing WoW. I'll show you guys what I showed them. Thank you so much for the $5 though, Dendrago. All with separate professions to pass the mats and gear between each other. Plans for a shaman, paladin, and warlock later. Holy shit, Dendrago, what is your in-game name? Blame FF14, it made me a mandatory Omnicrafter. I'm mostly doing the multi-character for the professions. I get that. Yeah, I can see that. It does kind of suck that you can't get all of the professions in WoW. That is something that I know why you can't do that and why they don't, but still. What do you think about private servers? I think they're pretty based, but I don't think they've got... I think modded private servers are the future of WoW private servers. Ones that actively, like, change aspects of the game to offer a new experience from what vanilla servers would. Obviously, there's also, like... I played with Balth a little bit. A really, really good... Balth, please stop raging every time I don't, like, immediately read a message from you in chat. Anyway, so... yeah, like, Here, I'll show you guys the video that I used to convince my friends, okay? Yeah, I play Turtle WoW, it's modded. Yeah, me and Balth played Turtle WoW, which was I think it was Turtle WoW, right? Tori WoW? It was something like that. It was literally a modded Mist of Pandaria server, was the one that me and Balth played together. Pretty damn fun. Pretty damn fun shit. Didn't get very far, because at the time, Wrath was coming out, and I was getting hyped for it, so there's that. Xanderhall, you are gay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. Thank you, my editor. What kind words? Thank you for the $5, though, Dendrago. You are based! Alright, let me update that dono goal really fast. Oh, not 46, 45. Game means happy? Of course it does. Anyway, chat. My lovely people, guess what I watched shortly before I went live today? I binge-watched with my friends in Discord all 10 episodes of Cyberpunk Edgerunners. And, it was pretty good. I liked it a lot. I can't say pretty much anything about how much I liked it, because if I say why I liked it so much, then I'll ruin it for many of you. What did you watch, Xanderhall? Cyberpunk Edgerunners, and no, it has nothing to do with edging. That's what I hoped it was about when I first heard the title. My friends were like, hey, Zan, you want to watch Cyberpunk Edgerunners? And I was going to be like, yo, is this about, like, cyberpunk characters edging for discipline or something? I'm sorry. I never played Cyberpunk. Okay, I never did. I was never particularly interested in the game. But I will say, after watching the show, after watching the anime, I'm actually pretty excited for the, I'm pretty excited to play the game. I'm pretty excited to play the game. If you, like, have thought about getting in, like, playing Cyberpunk, but you haven't yet, watch Edgerunners first. Trust me. It's a prequel, and, let's just say it sets things up well. It sets a particular thing up very, 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 very well. If you know, you know. No spoilers in chat, but if you know, you know. What the fuck is Cyberpunk Edgerunners? It is the CD Projekt Red and Studio Trigger crossover anime prequel to Cyberpunk 2077. And it's on Netflix. It's pretty damn good. Good one, Derek. Studio Trigger? I believe so, yeah. If I remember what the studio was in the intro right, I believe so, yeah. Pretty certain. Go look it up. Go look up Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Cute girl who Twitter thought was pedo bait because of brain rot, because Twitter has brain rot. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so there is a character in Cyberpunk Edgerunners that Twitter thought was like pedo bait lolicon shit, and I was warned about this character and the drama around it, and I was warned the drama is really fucking stupid. It's really dumb. You know, and I'll know why it's stupid immediately. And I was like, okay, all right, I'll see. Okay. And so we meet this character. The character's name is Rebecca. We meet her in a bar, drinking, swearing like a sailor, clearly an adult woman who's just short, and she's got dick tattooed on her leg. So, yeah, I think maybe the drama was a little bit overstated, to say the least. I think maybe people were a little bit off on that. Us short people are treated like we are kids. I know, T. You should be treated properly, like hobbits. Yeah. I'm sorry, Certainty. I'm sorry. I love Lord of the Rings, okay? I want to make all short people be hobbits, okay? That's what I want. I want there to be a law that designates if you are under 5'2", then you are legally a hobbit, okay? Or like maybe 5'4". Actually, 5'4" is like, how tall are the hobbits? It's hard to say. And you have to have curly hair, because hobbits have curly hair. It doesn't really work if you don't have curly hair. Xanderhall gets elected. This will happen. If I ever get elected president, I would push for America to be renamed to Gondor, okay? I'm not kidding here. I would do everything within my power to rename the United States of America to simply the Realm of Gondor. All right? And everything, like all of like the capital, okay, all of Washington D.C. would basically be like retrofit, like all of the buildings and everything, to instead of looking like sort of like Roman architecture or whatever, to instead look more like the architecture of Gondor in the Peter Jackson films, you know, looking a little bit like Minas Tirith or Osgiliath. Or Minas Ithil? I don't know. I think that would be really cool. That's what we need, alright? Oh yeah, Larry Banks. It went hard. You know what, though? I will say, I'm going to give you guys my first real complaint about Rings of Power. Okay? I think we saw Mordor happen too fast. I really, really liked Shadow of Mordor's depiction of how Mordor ends up becoming like a kind of like a barren wasteland, where it's more so the fact that Sauron and his orcs have arrived and started destroying the land with their growing like establishment of their forces in Mordor. And then eventually, like once the land is all scarred and fucked up, that's when Mount Doom goes off and, you know, shrouds the sky in ash. but I guess I'm fine with how they did it. I'm more or less fine with how they did it. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more of the orcs turning the Southlands into Mordor. A little bit more slowly and deliberately, like what we were seeing with the, like obviously what we saw happen with Saruman, with Isengard. Obviously Saruman used to have these beautiful gardens within the walls of Isengard, trees, and he loved nature and everything, but obviously it all got torn down and destroyed by the fires of industry. I love Lord of the Rings. I remember this game where you go into the spooky ghost royalty place from my childhood? What? I have no idea what you're talking about, but interesting. Okay. My lovely, lovely people vibing with me here in chat. Today, we got some fun stuff to cover, and some serious stuff to cover. In fact, we have, well, let me think about it. Actually, I'd say we've got some serious stuff to cover and some fun stuff to cover. But for the most part, I'll admit it's a fair amount of serious stuff. Okay, a little bit of, we're gonna front load the serious stuff on the beginning of the stream, so the rest of the stream can be the fun stuff. Does that sound fun? I want to hear what you guys think. Front load the heavy topics of the stream, like the heavy political topics on the front, and then we kind of we kind of palate cleanse with the more lighthearted stuff for the rest of the stream, or do we finish it off? Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I was feeling as well, All right. Let me bring up some stuff for the first segment we're doing on the in the Iran protests. Okay. Alrighty, Chatterinos. I love you guys so fucking much. Okay. Listen, guys. Every time I talk about foreign policy, I have base takes that get me canceled initially, but then I'm proven right in the end, okay? Now, as much as it is funny for that to happen over and over again, if I remember correctly, didn't Bad Apanato full-on delete his video he made calling me out on the Afghanistan thing? Recently, I tried to find that video on stream to make fun of it, and we couldn't find it. Like, we legitimately couldn't find it we tried to find it on stream and couldn't find it. I think he took it down. So as funny as it would be for something like that to happen again, I do love being vindicated. I also am not a very big fan of having to deal with all the bullshit of people saying, how dare you have this take, okay, maybe that take wasn't as bad as I thought. Okay, wait, he was right. Anyway, let's hope that doesn't happen again. Let's hope we don't get hit with the big cancel hammer. I don't really have much in the way of, like, any take that I think could be seen controversial from this, so let's hope not. But, yeah, let's... people who love talking about foreign policy can be a little bit, they have, like, this burning desire to prove they know more about world politics than everybody else, but it oftentimes leads them to kind of overreaching, and they end up looking stupid. Because when you're constantly on aggro attacking other people, eventually you're going to trip and it's going to make you look really, really bad. Anyway. Alright. Lovely people. My beautiful people. My sexy chatters, perhaps, even. Maybe. I would go as far as to say. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, welcome back to yet another Real Politics Xanderhall video. That's right, we're doing real politics in this video. So buckle up. It's going to be dry, and it's going to be serious. It is going to be quite serious. In fact, we're going to start off with a little bit of a history lesson about the lovely nation of Iran. Now, there is a lot of fucking history that goes into this. So much history that at a certain point I was like, wow, I need to lay back and like close my eyes and realize that there's no chance that I'm going to be able to learn enough about this to give a wholly encompassing explanation of all of the factors that go into this story. But I do feel like I gave myself enough of a history kind of course, a little mini history course on this topic to give enough of an insight into why this particular topic is so sensitive and why it has caused so much unrest in the nation of Iran. So, let's start with the Iranian Revolution. Okay? So, back in the, it was also called the Islamic Revolution. You may have heard of it. Back in school, we grew up in Florida, grew up in American, South, in the South, in American school. You don't really learn a lot about the history of other countries. So the Islamic Revolution was pretty much the only word in most of this stuff that, like, besides obviously the very surface level stuff, that I was like, okay, I remember learning about that in middle school, very briefly. Okay, I know generally what's being discussed here. Besides that, it was a whole historical deep dive, a lot of new information for me, and I must say, I was actually pretty interested in a lot of cool stuff I learned. And I don't want to say that in like so cool, but there was some interesting shit I learned on this little history adventure. Anyway, so back in the late 1970s, early 1980s, for a while, for I think it was 35 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Iran was ruled by the, please don't say, please tell me my pronunciation is right, Pahlavi dynasty, okay? Now this dynasty was run by, it was a government that was very, very much sympathetic to Western ideals. And through this, they basically instilled what we would nowadays consider to be reactionary, anti-religious freedom policy onto much of the Muslim population of Iran. And this led to things such as banning the wearing of veils. It led to things such as banning the public praying, just very shitty, cracking down on people's religious freedom kind of stuff, and obviously there was not a very positive response from the Muslim population that was now being literally oppressed for their religious beliefs at this point, and there was a revolution. And I'm not going to go into all the details, because if I did, I would, one, probably risk getting details wrong and looking like an idiot, because I'm going off the top of my memory here. And two, I honestly don't know enough about it to I don't know enough about it to go super deep into it. And three, it's not 100% necessary. Regardless, though, the guy who took power after the fall of the Pahlavi dynasty was this guy named Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Now, Khomeini. There we go. Khomeini. Am I pronouncing it right? Tell me in chat. Regardless, though, now the revolution was heavily supported by people on the left, leftists, progressives, people that were, sympathetic to the plight of those having their religious freedom taken away. However, one thing that I noticed in my journey researching this topic was that I don't think liberals were a very big fan of the Islamic Revolution. Maybe not in hindsight, because I was doing research on all of this, and I ended up talking to my mom. This, obviously Saturday Night Live watching liberal, right? And I tell her about some of the stuff that I've been researching. And she goes on this very bizarre rant about how, well, it was very Islamophobic. I feel it would be very bad for me to even try to paraphrase some of the things that she said. Felt a little Islamophobic, to say the least, which is exactly where this leads. Islamophobia. That is the sort of lumbering kind of worry, the thing that a lot of particularly liberals are kind of too afraid to talk about and condemn the laws in Iran over. You see, what's happening right now in Iran, in modern day, is actually very similar, ironically enough, to the regime that came before it, in that people are having their religious freedom and their freedoms of expression, their freedom to live their lives and to express their belief systems, to, adhere to their faith as they choose to. They are having that taken away from them. It is being cracked down upon. And the people are not happy. One of the most notable examples of this is that in Iran, there is a very, very strict code of modesty law. And they even have their own entire police force called the moral police. I believe that's the term. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it moral police? Or is it the modesty police? I know it's an M word. Morality police, thank you. Yes, the morality police, something that literally sounds like something out of a fucking satire novel about like a dystopian future. Anyway, this specific like unit is tasked with enforcing a dress code for women in the country. You see, not everybody who practices Islam necessarily believes in the idea that a woman's beauty is to be hidden from all but her husband, with the exception of some family members. Some people have their own faith in their own way. Some people, just generally don't think that that is something that they want to. It doesn't matter why they don't want to follow that particular tenet of Islam. And it doesn't matter whether or not you agree with that tenet. It should not be a law that is enforced by, in the example of Iran, up to like 50 lashings. That's right. There have been women caught without wearing a veil that have been subjected to up to 50 lashings, if I recall correctly. Just ridiculously cruel punishments for this kind of thing. So naturally... Oh, and finally, I want to finish off the mini history lessons. We're dipping a little bit into what's happening now, but I want to finish off the history lesson with a final point of irony. Not only is the level of like crackdown and the taking away of religious freedom of the people of Iran right now arguably quite similar to what happened in the opposite, where they cracked down on Islam and essentially tried to ban it as much as they could. Before, under the Pahlavi dynasty. It's funny that now, what used to be seen as a form of protest against the previous dynasty, wearing like a veil in a form of protest, is now the opposite. Not wearing a veil, or wearing a veil while also kind of bending the rules of the dress code a little bit, is now seen as the new form of protest. It really is wild how times change, but it kind of, interesting little thing I noticed. Regardless, though, pointing out rhyming in the annals of history aside, I think it's time to get to the more modern, the more current stuff happening in Iran right now. This is from Reuters. I'm going to read it to you guys so you guys can get the knowledge absorbed into your beautiful, wrinkly brains. This is from Reuters. Protesters rally across Iran in third week of unrest over Amini's death. I should remind you guys here. Let me actually I gotta give you guys the full scoop. Okay. First, we start with this. We need more background details, okay, on the particular protests that are happening right now. Mahsa Amini, how one woman's death ignited protests in Iran. Mahsa Amini died in custody after being detained by Iran's morality police. In the 13 days since her death, thousands have taken to the streets to protest against the country's hijab laws. Mahsa Amini, 22, was younger than me, by the way. Mahsa Amini, 22, was with her brother at a train station in Tehran when she was stopped by the morality police. She was accused of not complying with the country's hijab rules. She was detained, and 3 days later, she was dead. While the government argues that she had underlying health conditions, learned something from American police now, have we? That she had underlying health conditions, her family and thousands of protesters believe she was killed. Journalist This journalist's name is very scary, guys. I'm just going to say the journalist's last name, okay? Journalist Mortazavi tells me, trust me, no, the first name is something that if I pronounce it in even the slightest, tiniest wrong way, Zan's gone, okay? I'll have to get a new new pronouns. I'll never be able to contact any of my mutuals ever again, okay? Yeah, let's just, yes it is. That is the name, Cobalt Swift Paul. That is the journalist's first name, yes. Journalist Mortazavi tells Michael Safi why Amini's death has sparked such grief and anger in Iran. Raha Bahraini, a human rights lawyer at Amnesty International, has been speaking to protesters who have been on the streets. And then, of course, we have like the whole audio clip of it, but we're not going to read all of that. That is the main background. This woman was taken by the morality police into custody and died. She was killed. Now, I believe that there has been more details about how exactly it happened already, but I don't think it's necessary to dig into that. What's more important, I think, is the fact that her death has inspired massive protests all across Iran. Now, I think it goes without saying that I support these protests, but I do want to acknowledge the sort of, as I mentioned before, the looming cloud of Islamophobia that scares what I think causes a lot of white liberals to be a little scared to talk about this particular topic. Because you see, hypers in chat, if you've seen some who you would end up finding out to be Islamophobic, arguably quite racist chud, start out their rhetoric with like atheism stuff, right? I think Sam Harris is a good example of this, where like you start out by saying, oh yeah, I think all religion is cringe. Islam, Christianity, it's all bad, all cringe. But then a couple years later, they're saying, well, you see, Christianity has had a reform, okay? Christianity has reformed for modern day sensibilities and modern day culture, so it does not cause any harm to the world as far as religions go. Islam, on the other hand, is a barbaric religion, and the people who worship it, they frankly should not be allowed into our country. And like, you literally go from like supposedly rational, like centrist atheist who like thinks all religion is stupid to, oh wait, now you think that America was built on hegemonic Christian values and that Islam and whatnot are bad. You've heard it. You've heard that shit. So I think it's safe to say there is reason to worry about how pointing out even objective examples of like something that is so strongly associated with Islam being bad and supporting people protesting against laws like enforcing it. I do understand how there can be concern, but I don't think that means we shouldn't call out the fact that this is unjust. These are unjust laws. I know that there are going to be conservatives, chuds, reactionaries, Islamophobes. I mean, we're literally coming off of a presidency where Donald Trump literally passed a bill that specifically temporarily banned immigration from Muslim majority countries, despite there being no evidence whatsoever that there was any quote-unquote terroristic threat, as he said, to come from those countries at any point anytime soon. It was done for no other reason than to raise paranoia and to raise support within the more racist side of his voter base. I completely forgot about that. That was insane. That's the thing. I don't forget about these things. I remember them, okay? I remember these things, and I start to see patterns, okay? So, to be clear, chuds are going to try to use this stuff as like in an Islamophobic way. They're going to try to take videos of like of women in Iran at these protests, like burning their veils that they themselves, in their personal beliefs, don't want to wear. And they're going to say, look at these women breaking free of the tyranny of the scary brown people religion. Because I'm going to be very honest with you guys. A lot of Americans see Islam as the scary brown people religion. It's true. America is very racist. And ever since 9/11 in particular, there has been a massive, it's like a disease, like a rot of Islamophobia kind of spreading, right? And it's sad because obviously if you guys know my positions on religion, you guys can guess what I think of Islam conceptually. I think that the vast majority of maybe not the vast majority. I'll say I don't know enough to say the vast majority, but the vast majority of what I have seen of Islamic principles, I do think are either like, yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, sure, I don't need anything to tell me this, or like, I don't know about this one right here. I don't know about that particular tenet, but I don't think that should in any way impart a moral judgment on everybody who celebrates that religion. And the same way that I make a distinction between, say, those that are Christians in order to like feel morally superior to everybody else, and they like preach to everybody, and they do the whole fire and brimstone, you're gonna go to hell, or I'm praying for you passive aggressively type shit, and the people who are Christians that genuinely just want to feel some sort of security, some sort of faith that there is somewhere after death, that their loved ones who have passed away have gone somewhere. I think I literally distinguish between those types of Christians. I think it is important to distinguish between those types of people in any religion, the fundamentalists who stick to the more harmful and problematic aspects of literally thousands of year old, arguably cults, just institutionalized cults. So now we call them religions. Like obviously, yeah, there's problems there, but I think that it's important that you want to have a free society. You never want to have a country that determines how you can worship, who you can worship, and what you can worship, and especially not whether or not you can worship at all. I think that's usually that's not a recipe for anything good. Anyway. All right. Protesters rally across Iran in the third week of unrest over Amini's death. Dubai, October 1st, Reuters. Protesters rallied across Iran, and strikes were reported throughout the country's Kurdish region on Saturday as demonstrations ignited by the death of a woman in police custody entered their third week. The protests sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old from Iranian Kurdistan, have spiraled into the biggest show of opposition to Iran's clerical authorities since 2019, with dozens killed in unrest across the country. People also demonstrated in London, Rome, Madrid, and other Western cities in solidarity with Iranian protesters, holding pictures of Amini, who died 3 days after being arrested by the Islamic Republic's morality police for unsuitable attire. In Iran, social media posts showed rallies in large cities including Tehran, Isfahan, as I'm going to assume it would be pronounced. My bad if I mispronounced it. Rast and Shiraz. Can I just say, by the way, I really wish places in America sounded like this. I'm going to be real. Any location and in a language that isn't English typically sounds cooler just to hear. Like, if you hear that someone is going to Shiraz, you're like, oh, cool. Oh, fuck, that sounds awesome. Like, all right, cool. But then you hear someone says, yeah, I'm gonna go to fucking Old West bumfuck down the lane. It's like, okay, go enjoy your trip or whatever. I don't know. Just sounds cooler. We need to get on top of naming things better. In Tehran's traditional business district of Bazaar, anti-government protesters chanted, "We will be killed one by one if we don't unite." While elsewhere, they blocked a main road with a fence torn from the central reservation. Videos shared by the widely followed Tavsir 1500 Twitter account showed. Thank God, just like what we've seen with Ukraine and the war happening with Russia, and the invasion of Russia, sorry, I'm so glad that everybody has a cell phone with some kind of an internet connection now, and some type of social media that could make shit go viral. Because how many times have you guys seen like literal war crimes that Russia has committed caught on video simply because somebody had their phone and filmed it for TikTok? I literally am subscribed to the R Combat footage subreddit, so I've seen quite a few examples of that. That's why I think it is so goddamn important that so much of Russia's crimes get shown to the entire world as possible. I think the worst thing that can come out of all of this, maybe not the worst thing, one of the worst things that could come out of all of this is that Russia could successfully bury it all and make everyone forget that this would fade into the annals of history, and it'll just be like, remember when Russia invaded Ukraine again? And it's just like, I know that's what's going to happen, but I hope that it's not. I hope that, like, 20 years from now, 50, 100, 300 years from now, kids are learning about the fact that Russia committed war crimes against Ukraine in 2022. Sorry to get drawn away from the topic at hand, by the way. Let's get back to it. Reuters cannot verify the social media reports. The protests began at Amini's funeral on September 17th and spread to Iran's 31 provinces, with all layers of society, including ethnic and religious minorities, taking part, and many demanding Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's downfall. I will say that it really is a fun name to say. So, like, saying long names and getting it down or feeling like you got it down gives you like a little, I feel like gives me a drop of dopamine, you know? Something about it. Hundreds injured. Amnesty International has said a government crackdown on demonstrations has thus far led to the death of at least 52 people, with hundreds injured. Rights groups say dozens of activists, students, and artists have been detained. In London, about 2,500 people, many of them Iranians, staged a noisy protest. A noisy protest. Dude, okay, listen. Have you guys noticed the framing of this? Like, how hardcore the desire to remain as, like, centrist as possible on this is? It's weird. It feels like liberal organizations are so scared to call this out. I don't know. It really feels like a lot of the coverage of this stuff from, like, you know, your mainstream media, like liberal establishment organizations. Like, I will say, I have not been as disappointed in the establishment media as I have been with the coverage of this protest in Iran, the protests in Iran, and the election of that fascist bat lady in Italy. I really don't know why they call her a bat. All I know is I just keep on seeing posts in Italian calling her a bat and posting images of her flipped upside down on Twitter. And so I'm just, I guess they're just calling her a bat now. I mean, okay, sure, fine, all right. I think she's more of a bird, but, you know, works for me. But you know, sure. Uh, I've been very disappointed in the way that the establishment sort of media has been covering these things. In Paris, a crowd of several dozen people held Iranian flags and pictures of victims who have died in the protests. In Madrid, an Iranian woman cut her hair during a protest attended by dozens of people, echoing demonstrations in Iran where women have also been waving and burning their veils during demonstrations. Iran's currency neared historic lows reached in June as desperate Iranians bought dollars to protect their savings. Amid little hope, Tehran's nuclear deal with world powers would be revived, and concerns over the economic consequences of the unrest. Oh god, I forgot about the fucking Iran nuclear deal. Chat, I think I need to do a research stream one of these days about the Iran nuclear deal, because that all went through when I was like 15 or 16 years old, like not really into politics yet. So that's like I gotta go and like catch up on that lore. I gotta go back and I gotta catch up on the Iran nuclear deal lore. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, maybe later. Maybe later in the stream. That could be educational. The rial fell to 331,200 rial? Is it pronounced real? I'm pretty sure it's pronounced real. Pronounce it. Pronounce it. Pronounce it. Come on, Google.
Real.
Yep, it's real. Cool. The real fell to 331,200 per US dollar, compared to its 321,200 on Friday, according to the foreign exchange site Bombas.com. The currency had plummeted to an all-time low of 332,000 per dollar on June 12th. That's a little rough. Iranian authorities say many members of the security forces have been killed, accusing the United States of exploiting the unrest to try to destabilize Iran. That is hilarious. That is actually fucking hilarious. Because, if anything, I feel like establishment organizations have done nothing but, like, cover this in the most inoffensive way possible. Even if you're, like, one of those, like, even if you're like a liberal who's like pretty Islamophobic and like fuck Islam, I don't like the fact that they make women wear veils, and so I think it should be banned or whatever. Like if you're one of those types of liberals, and liberals like that do exist, believe it or not. Like there are people that think that way, that think Islam is this like uniquely what's the word for it? Not evil. No. It's not necessarily bad. It's a word for something old. Something not barbaric, no. Something old. Something that's like outdated. Archaic, maybe. Yeah, archaic. Like that there's some uniqueness to the archaicness of Islam or something, that it needs to be like eradicated as far as like the or like heavily antiquated is good too, or like reformed or whatever. It really does feel like dog whistles and cover-ups for people that want to engage in racism towards people from like Muslim majority countries without outright doing it, right? And trust me, we all know that most bigots are not brave enough to outright say what they believe. They have to appropriate narratives and twist the truth to make it seem like they're speaking some extremely popular but silenced reality that everyone's just too afraid to say except for them. Anyway, the Revolutionary Guards said 4 members of its forces and the volunteer Basij militia were killed on Friday in attacks in Zahedan, I'm guessing, capital of the southeastern Sistan Baluchistan province. You know, every time I read the name of a place that I've never heard of before, it just kind of like, it makes my mental map of how big I feel like the world is get bigger. You know how like when you're a kid and you've never even left the state you grew up in, You think the world, you just kind of feel like the world, you have a very like warped perception of how big the world really is. Then you travel out of state for the first time and you're like, oh my God, it takes hours to get out of a state to the next one. And then like you cross country for the first time, then you get out of the country. Like I've never left the country for ever in my life, but regardless, you start to realize how big the world really is. That happens to me as well with learning of like the names of cities, particular cities that I've never heard of that are really big, like, or like well known outside of like America. One day, chat, the Xander Hall World Tour will happen. All right, here's where things get a bit heavier. The Zahedan shootout. State television said on Friday that 19 people, including members of the security forces, had been killed in Zahedan after unidentified individuals opened fire on a police station, prompting security forces to return fire. Authorities blamed the separatist group from the Baluchi minority for starting the shootout in Zahedan. State media said 2 prominent militants linked to that group had been killed. IRNA posted a video showing destroyed cars, an overturned and burning trailer or bus, and fires in burnt-out buildings and shops, describing it as footage of what the terrorists did to the people's shops last night in Zahedan. Listen, is there any reason to suspect that that is not a very honest recollection of what really occurred? Is it perhaps more likely that that's not exactly what happened? Because that sounds very propagandistic, you know? I feel like there's a very big difference between, like, this tragedy, there was an attack here, it was a tragedy, and, like, we believe that the attack was motivated by this or whatever, like, and saying what terrorists did to the people's shops last night in a very propagandistic seeming way in a time when you are literally seemingly trying to demonize and kind of throw in everybody protesting with said supposedly violent, like, rebel group. I don't know. You know, it just kind of reminds me of the type of propaganda that we see here in America where, like, anytime, like, left-wing protesters do anything, they're called Antifa. Or even better, like, whenever Republican protesters do something crazy, they're called Antifa because the right has to, like, save face. Many miles may separate us, but most people and most countries are actually a lot more alike than you'd ever think. Protests have been particularly intense in Iran's Kurdistan region, where authorities have previously put down unrest by the Kurdish minority numbering up to 10 million. What a way to word that. Protests have been particularly intense in Iran's Kurdistan region, where authorities have previously put down unrest by the Kurdish minority, numbering up to 10 million. That sounds a little bit... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Most contexts that I hear about the Kurds in, they're being genocided. Maybe I'm wrong, but every time I hear about the Kurds, someone is genociding them. Somebody. The group that you could call Kurds is actually so fucking massive that it's kind of hard to say who, like, it's such a massive fucking group that refers to, but regardless, like, I'm a little bit, judging off of what Iran is currently in the news for, and how propagandistic that sounds, I feel like this may be perhaps a misrepresentation, a softening, maybe, of what actually happened. These are just my instincts. I'm literally just voicing my inner monologue, my instincts to you guys. Yep, Kurds are so badass, lovely people. That's what I've heard. I've heard all sorts of great things about the Kurds, and I'm not talking about the cheese kind. So, you know what kind of really... Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, here's a perfect example. Hold on. Let's find an article where conservatives call the BLM protests riots. So here we've got a Fox News article called "Defund the Police." Push God damn it, Fox News. Liberal policies driving Chicago business exodus, hurting poor the most, experts say. And it's basically a Fox News tier truthfulness article talking about how the protests in like the BLM protests are all being done by white wealthy liberals that are destroying black communities, and actually protesting against police brutality means that you're actually the real racist, because all the protests from their perspective are just burning down entire cities, entire black communities from their perspective. And so in fact those that are protesting against the injustice are the bad guys. Does that not sound familiar, or perhaps a little bit similar to the quote, "This is what these terrorists did to Iranian businesses last night," after, like, the protest? Does that not feel like there's a bit of a connection there? I'm telling you guys, it doesn't matter what country you're from. It doesn't matter what your skin color is, what your gender is, who you are, what language you speak, okay? I feel like conservative propaganda, like the propaganda that this kind of stuff, or sorry, the idea, the feeling that this kind of propaganda thrives off of is universal. It really, really is. Everyone everywhere feels the vibes that conservative propaganda bases itself on. And conservative propaganda, it entirely bases itself off of vibes. When was the last time you heard an argument from a conservative that wasn't basically entirely vibe-based? I'm listening. When was the last time we responded to an argument from a conservative that wasn't pretty much just vibes? Like, isn't it crazy how woke Hollywood's been lately, guys? Like, okay. Vibes, I guess? Is that what this is? We're just supposed to agree that things have felt wrong recently, and so you're right? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I want to be clear here. There are absolutely people that are going to weaponize this shit to push racist, xenophobic, and especially Islamophobic propaganda, which is bad. Call it out. Call it out. You should. But I think right now it is very important that the American left stands with the protesters in Iran right now. I think it's very, very important. Because the protesters in Iran right now, I believe, personally, I think they're on the right side of history. Not that's a very controversial take on the left or anything, but I think it's an important thing to talk about. And I don't think that white liberals, if they are, should be afraid of talking about this and spreading awareness about the protests because they're too afraid that they'll come off as seeming Islamophobic or racist. I think that's super duper cringe. I think it's really fucking cringe to be so hyper obsessed as a white person with sounding racist because you like came off the wrong way that you keep yourself from stating like outright true facts about how bad racism is. Like if you've gotten to the point where you're too scared to talk about how bad racism is because you're worried that it could be misinterpreted and you're like so caught up as like a white, I don't know, it just seems super duper cringe. And like a weird mindset that a lot of white liberals get. Just say it. Just say it, all right? Call the conservatives racist and say exactly what they think, okay? Say it. Say the conservatives think that brown people are fucking degenerates that just do drugs and commit crime all day. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that's what conservatives believe. You are not going to look racist for outright stating what these people think. It's true. That's what they think. Call that shit out. Call it out. Absolutely. Be full on Giga Chad, stone faced, straight up say that was racist. And then refuse to elaborate and then leave the call. All right. Listen. I hope that this segment educated you all. Now, I want to be very clear. I did not cover anywhere near everything that I'd like to talk about. As a matter of fact, I'm literally right now remembering like a dozen things that I wish I'd brought up because they were cool little details. Like, for example, I did not know this. Thank you, American education. I did not know this until my big research spree the other day on the history of Iran. But I don't know why. But I just kind of always assumed that, like, I did not know that Persia and Iran were the same country, but Persia had been renamed to Iran. And then I read the story behind it, and I'm actually curious. Is it sus shit? Is it sus? I'm really, really curious. Because Iran translates to, like, the land of Aryans. And I read that, and I was like, the what? Huh? From what little I've heard, it's pretty sus. I think it has to do with Nazis. Yeah. I read that, and I was like, I leaned in for a moment. I was like, That I did not expect to dip in. I did not expect to hear that word be brought up, but okay. Yeah, I read it and I was like, Anyway, so yeah, I did not know that there was a rebrand. Sorry to dead name Iran, by the way. I don't mean to be rude. Anyway, listen, guys. If you felt that you were educated by this topic, if you are, hopefully what this did was sparked an interest for you guys to do more research on your own, because God knows, in the format that I do this type of content, there's just too much to discuss, too much nuance, too much history, too many details, too many different people, too many names, too many dates, and all of that for me to, off the top of my head, and with nothing but a few notes that I wrote down, to discuss this entirety and within all of its, like, fleshed out detail. I really do hope that this video inspires people to do their own research about this, though, because the grind of research that I went on these last few days about this has been definitely pretty interesting. This is just an entire part of the world's history that American school kids just don't learn, and you just don't really learn this shit unless you go to college and, like, you know, take classes in history that end up going a little bit more into detail, or if you, like, do what I did and go look it up yourself or watch documentaries or something along those lines. Just not, you don't really learn about the history of other countries, and certainly not in anywhere near enough detail in American schooling. We're very much taught an American-centric history. History began 350 years ago as far as the American school system is concerned. You spend about 20% of history learning about everything before 350 years ago, roughly, and then 80% of history is learning about the last 350 years of America. Hey, Xander Corvus, what's up? I see you over there in YouTube chat. What's going on, my man? My fellow Xander, my fellow person with the name Xander. You should come to the website. It's pog as fuck. This is where all the poggers people hang out, at the xanderhall.com website. Anyway, listen. Please, I recommend you guys learn more about this in your own time, but if you enjoyed what you did learn, if I piqued your interest a little bit, then please consider leaving a like, both whether or not you're watching live right now, if you're watching the stream, like, as you're, right now while you're watching, or if you're watching after the fact, then please consider dropping a like. It really does help. It just significantly boosts the channel and the algorithm. And if you're watching this video, and you want to see more from me, and you want to see more content on YouTube when I go live, when I upload shorts, anything like that, consider subscribing and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or when I upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me online in general, you can follow my social media. All of it, of course, is linked down below in the description. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Fan Discord, all of that. Go follow it, especially my Twitter. That's where all the spiciest memes happen, and that's where you can really stay caught up with the Xander Hall lore. Finally, if you want to support me financially, though, directly, and you've got the money for it, and you really want to help out my content, just, really really help the channel, really keep the channel going, then consider dropping a subscription or gifting a sub or even donating on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Every donation, every subscription, every gifted sub, of course, is very appreciated. The same goes for any support you guys lend on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon as well. As always, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. That was a good segment, guys. I'm proud of myself for that one. Nice, we got Xander Corvus on the website. Here, let me make sure you're legit really quick, because before I give you give you the Moderino. Poggers! Alright, let me give you the notable role. Let's go! You now have a green name, so you'll stick out in chat. Message me on Twitter? Hell yeah, okay. Do you want to play WoW? Do you play World of Warcraft? I've been playing classic World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King a lot. I'm trying to bring as many people in as possible. I will build an army in WoW. I meant to confirm. Oh no, I'm able to see just because like your when I click on your account, like on the site, it shows that your Twitch is attached on there. I can see it's your Twitch, so it's real. It's your username. I can see it. I played old school WoW long ago. If you're ever feeling like a nice shot of nostalgia, classic WoW calls you. I quit when the pandas arrived. A lot of people did. A lot of people quit before the pandas arrived. Actually, a lot of people quit in Cataclysm. But Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich King's amazing. It's so fucking good. What's wrong with the pandas? Nothing. Pandaren were literally established in like Warcraft 2 or 3 in the lore. I'm not even kidding. It was actually wild. I was so surprised to find out that Pandaren were established like pretty firmly as existing in the lore, like prior to World of Warcraft like vanilla releasing. That surprised me. And I'm gonna be real, guys. Listen, I'm gonna be real. Mists of Pandaria was beautiful. Possibly one of the most beautiful expansions we've gotten. As much as I love Grizzly Hills, as much as I adore Grizzly Hills, and I've been questing in Grizzly Hills, and I've been loving it, you can't tell me it's better than this. Give me Wrath gameplay, Wrath balance, Wrath skills and talents with zones that look like this. Mists of Pandaria was beautiful, okay? And this is like an overcast day, too. It's usually like bright and sunny in this zone. Yeah, Jade Forest is literally one of my favorite zones in Mists of Pandaria. It's really good. Oh, God. You know what would happen if they re-released Mists of Pandaria today? Like, Mists of Pandaria Classic, back when that dropped initially, the narrative was, like, people were shit-talking it and would say, Blizzard is only making this to get more Chinese people to play the game. And that was back in, like, 2010? 2012, maybe? 2012, right? It would have been 2012, I think. Can you imagine how racist the narrative would be today? I can already see it. I can already see it. They would call it like Mists of Pandaria or something. That the Quartering would make a video called "Woke Blizzard releases re-releases a hated expansion Mists of Pandaria to please China" or something like that. Tell me that's not what would happen. You say with a straight fucking face that's not what would happen. You know it would. You know it fucking would. I'm 100% right. It's absolutely what would happen. I know these people. As I've said, I can literally run emulations of their entire brains in my own. God. I waited 5 years of gaming news articles for WoW to come out, all while waiting 6 years for Warcraft 3 to come out, lol. Oh my god, Shakespeare, you are literally like a million years old. I'm just kidding. No, that's actually fucking awesome. Holy shit. Do you play WoW? Do you play WoW Classic? Do you want to join the server I'm on? Hold on, chat, listen. Pago Alliance, okay? Pago Alliance. If you want to play WoW Classic with me, Pago Alliance. In fact, later in the stream, I will be hopping on WoW and streaming it while I respond to Chud videos. So if you guys want to make new characters on Alliance and start leveling, I'll stand outside Stormwind and wait for you guys to come meet me with your level 1s. I want to add you guys as friends. And I want to see you guys standing in front of me. I want to see how many people I can get in front of me. Chud the streamer or Chud people? Chud people. I 99.9% repeating percent of the time, I'm going to be talking about the people. Never played WoW? Doesn't matter. Did you reach out to Lonerbox? Fuck, I forgot to reach out to Lonerbox. Lonerbox plays WoW, don't they? Fuck, okay. Yeah, I need to reach out to Lonerbox. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, the more people, the merrier. In fact, I should probably put out like a tweet like, yo, anybody play WoW Classic? I'm playing Alliance on Pagel. Hit me up. What I'm worried about is that people already leveled characters on other servers and they don't want to like... I imagine most WoW players that classic WoW players in my community already have characters they've invested in on other servers and maybe don't want to invest in like a character server, like a server switch, and leave their guild or the community they've like leveled their character in just to play with the streamer they like, you know? Let me show you guys the video that I used to convince my friends to play WoW. So, this was Asmongold, one of the largest World of Warcraft streamers, live streaming his experience during basically the live event in which the boats arrived to take the first batch of players to Northrend, the setting of the new WoW expansion. This happened, and I was a part of this, not on the same server, but I was a part of this fast rush on the first boat to Northrend on the 26th, just 6 days ago, I think. So, this is what I showed my friends to get them to play it.
Oh, shit!
These are all players.
Shit! Oh, fucking shit. Here we go, boys. Let's go. I don't know if this boat's gonna crash or not, but we're gonna find out. We're getting on first fucking boat. Let's do it. Holy shit.
The bitrate can't handle it. The bitrate just can't handle it.
Alright, it's time. Let's do it. What could go wrong, guys?
I don't think any compression could handle that much movement. I'm sorry. That's gonna turn any encoder into
holy
confetti.
Shit, we're here! Bro, that was seamless as fuck!
Just wait a second. Just watch.
There's the penguins!
Here it comes. This is the part. This is where you really get to see how many people it is. Look at that. That is fucking insane.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so, as you can see, when a new expansion launches, or when you get a whole bunch of players together in one place at once, it's pretty cool. WoW servers are pretty big. They can fit an unbelievable amount of players in one server. It's actually fucking crazy. The genuine excitement there was very fun. I was so hyped. Like, I was literally just a ear-to-ear smile the entire time I was questing day 1 in Northrend. From the moment I got on the boat to the time I like logged off 2 days later, I I was very much just ear to ear smiling. So happy to be leveling. Hey, Heavy Gretel, what's up? Good to see you in chat. How you doing? All right. Time to get to donos. Reza Sutra, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Breadwave. I really appreciate that. Hopefully they appreciate their new blue name. And I certainly appreciate that gifted sub, that $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. 3-monther as well. You sweeten the deal for me. You just sweeten it up for me. $24 Redinos right there. Good God. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you, my friend. Very based, very pog. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I love when people go full speed on their motorcycles down the street. That's always good and fun and safe. I'm gonna hear somebody like crash one day on their motorcycle and just be like, oh, well, someone died. Red Scare, thank you for the $6.90. Nice! I'm only going to add 6, though, because adding send amount starts to make things very, very cringe. Thank you. That actually rounds it up to 80. Thank you so much, Red Scare. I really appreciate that. You didn't say anything, but that's a very, very kind super chat. Or, sorry, not super chat. Streamlabs dono you send my way. I really do appreciate it. Very, very pog. Very, very based. Very kind. All right. 3-month, can't wait to wake up and watch stream and missed vids while grinding up XP and Crystal. Grinding up XP and Crystal. What's Crystal? Are you talking about WoW? I don't know what you're referring to by Crystal, but hopefully it's WoW. Anyway, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that, Midnight Kitty Boy. Thank you so much for the $24. Very kind, very pog. Dendrago, thank you for the $5. That's very based and pog of you as well. Says, I will say, one thing WoW does better than Final Fantasy XIV is large-scale world events. Final Fantasy has, like, hunt trains and some world bosses, but otherwise nada. Meanwhile, WoW is doing the Scourge invasions right now. To be fair, the Scourge invasion thing, they had to stop because people complained, but yeah, WoW does definitely do their live event thing, I would say, quite a bit better. In my humble opinion, my humbly opinion. Well, thank you for the $5, Dendrago. It's very kind. Did I get another dono? Oh, my lord. Oh, my God. Another dono through Streamlabs. $40. Oh, my God. $40 fucking dollars from Nightjar Art. Thank you. Says, hello, Zan, and hello, chat. I'm brand new here, but I've been a lurker for a very long time, lol. Thought a dono was long overdue. Sorry it took so long. Join the crew. Love your streams, and you seem like a solid dude. I really appreciate that, Nightjar Art. I'm really glad you like my content, and I really appreciate the immense donation, the immense support there. Thank you for stepping out of the lurker hole and coming into the light and joining the Xander Hall community in full, you know? I highly recommend, whether you can afford to donate or sub or anything like that or not, you should definitely make an account and come to my website and, you know, chat and talk and stuff like that. It's just fun. You know, we have a good time here. We have a good, fun, wholesome time here, I would say. Maybe not wholesome. I'd actually take back the wholesome part. But, chat, I have to pee and I have to get some water. So I will be right back, my lovely people. Walta, we need a druid. I'm gonna need you to level as a druid. Alright, be right back. The cat is fast as fuck. I was closing the door. Oh, she's a ninja. The cat is a ninja. She is literally a ninja. He is now making cookies, if you can't tell. Oh, yep. Yeah, there she goes. She's making those cookies. She's making cookies. She's just going, just grabbing it, just grabbing it and pulling it a little bit. She loves, and I mean loves doing that. Here, wait, I totally forgot to grab a water. I only went and peed, so I gotta go grab a water first. I'll be right back. Make sure the cat doesn't do anything TOS while I'm gone, please. The cat said several slurs. Well, I would expect no less from her, frankly. That is why I muted, of course. I know what my cat likes to say. That is the most vile thing I've ever read, Aliameth. Please don't ever say that again in reference to my cat. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Vile. Okay. We got a big old dono right before I left. I really appreciate that, Nightjar. You are based as fuck, and that is goddamn amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys have been dropping the support like crazy tonight. I really appreciate it, especially because my editor, my lovely, amazing, hardworking, high-octane editor has, just been absolutely working their ass off and gets paid a percentage of every stream's income, or every stream's, dono revenue. So, yeah, I do appreciate it, because not only are you guys donating to me, but you guys are also donating so that I can afford to pay my editor a living wage, which, let's just say is a lot to ask out of streamers these days for some fucking reason. Anyway, thank you to all of those who go as far as to donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, and even to those that just, like the stream, because regardless of how you support me, it really does help, and I appreciate all of it. I really do. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. By the way, we've got nearly 200 people watching right now and only 150 likes over on YouTube. I feel like we could fix that. I feel like we can maybe do something about that. What do you guys think? Can we get that up to 200 likes? Can we get a little less than 50? Can we get 45 likes now? We're at 155. We're 45 away. 45 away. Ugh. My eyes are all crusty. I have this thing where, as I get more tired, later in the evening, my eyes get, crusty and kind of start to burn, so I just gotta go, ugh. And then I'm good for a while longer. It's bizarre. I don't know why it happens, but if there are any doctors, particularly eye doctors in the chat that have any clue, then I won't believe you if you say you are a doctor and you know what it is in the chat, but you should tell me anyway. I'll do my own research on it if you can give me a good start on what to look up. If that's some sort of condition or something. It's cancer of the eyes? Let's hope not. Life? Let's also hope not, because I really hope that not everybody has to deal with, their eyes crusting up constantly, nonstop, 24/7, because that would be a nightmarish reality to exist in. Wow, we got 170 likes. Come on, guys, 30 more. I believe in you. I know you can do it. It's not a if you can do it. It's a when you'll do it. 171. That is the most obvious Ligma joke I've ever seen. Certified eye roller. Blephardus. Jesus. Blepharditis? Is that what you said? Wait, what was it? Yeah, Blephardus or whatever. Yeah. I'm serious. I can't. Anything that sounds like a Ligma joke now, I can't take seriously. And I'm just too cautious. I've literally refused to believe that people's names were actually what they were because they sounded too similar to Ligma jokes. Like, I'd have a friend who'd say, hey, I want to introduce you to my friend, insert name. And I'd be like, is that a Ligma joke? And they'd be like, no. That sounds like a Ligma joke. It sounds like you're going to say blank my balls. And he's like, no, it's not a Ligma joke. And this has happened multiple times, and none of them were Ligma jokes. And yet I still never trust when I think... I never do. I never trust that. I will never get Ligma'd. No one will Ligma me. Not once. I Ligma you. Blepharitis. Blepharitis. Ah, okay. Is inflammation of the eyelids. Blepharitis usually affects both eyes along with the edges of the eyelids. Blepharitis commonly occurs when tiny oil glands near the base of the eyelashes become clogged, causing irritation and redness. Several diseases and conditions can cause blepharitis. Well, that's actually plausible. Like, enough so that I might have that checked out. Thank you very much for telling me about that, Geeky Lesbian. You are very fucking based. You lick your balls? I do not, but apparently someone in chat does. Who doesn't lick their balls, you know? Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Nightjar Art. I really appreciate that. Turning them into a blue name. Very based, very kind. Says, here, Nightjar Art, have a sub. I hope they appreciate it. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Sets us to $130 out of 300. Thank you so goddamn much. You can't lick your balls. Fact checked. You can if your balls are as massive as mine. Huge and pendulous. You just kind of have to like do like a handstand and just make your pelvis hang over your face. Or I just have to make my pelvis hang over my face, and my cock and balls will just... I don't know. I'm going into too much detail for this bit. I'm very high right now. Time to get higher. For every dono, I take another hit. All right? That's... Actually, I'm not going to do that. That will kill me. For every $100... From 100... From 100. So we're $30 down to the next 100. From 100, every $100, I will take a blinker of this. I'll do it. That'll make things real interesting. I'm streaming on a challenge mode. Anyway, I really appreciate that, Heavy Griddle. Very based, very pog, and very kind of you. Very, very kind. Really appreciate it. All right. Let me drink some water, because I'm going to be real with you guys. I haven't drank any water since like an hour before I went live, and I'm starting to feel a little bit delirious and dizzy. I don't know why I whispered that. I think I just did it for dramatic effect. But, yeah. I do love water. One thing I wish they'd bring to Classic from Retail WoW is account-wide achievements. Agreed. I think account-wide, a lot of stuff should probably be brought to Classic WoW if we're trying to create a Classic Plus that's just, let's take the concept of Classic WoW everyone loves and just add more content and whatnot, and like popular changes to it. Like, because Modern WoW and Classic WoW are functionally different games. They just are. And if and I think they should move in a direction of having them be different games and just appease two different audiences with two different games, essentially. Because you just can't please both, I feel like. There's just, I don't feel like you can. Like, the people who like retail right now, I don't think they would be happy with the game that the people that want to see WoW look more like classic would make if they had their way. I like stoner streamers, as I assume most of us who can are hitting our bulls and pens when streamer hits. Wait, have I ever, like, pulled you guys into the danger zone because you tried to match me hit for hit before? Because I've had at least one person be like, Jesus, Zan, I'm matching you hit for hit. Can you please stop? I've had one person say that before in my chat. I outsmoke you every stream. That is not a good thing. I adhere pretty strictly to the no smoking weed, no getting high, before it has been the equivalent of 4:20 p.m. So, like, if I went live at, like, or sorry, if I woke up at noon, I usually won't smoke weed until, like, 2 a.m. if I stay up that late, like right before bed or around that time, because I'm usually trying to do productive stuff, and it can be hard to be productive while you're stoned. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just that a lot of stoners have a tendency to underestimate the degree to which weed can inhibit your ability to get shit done. Because let me tell you, you take a nice fat hit of an indica when you've got stuff you need to get done, and you are way more likely to just go, I'll do it later, and just get stoned and watch TV and eat fucking chips. Trust me. Trust me, okay? Stoners, stop pretending like weed addiction isn't real, okay? It's real. Both mental dependency on it, as well as, I won't say physical dependency in the sense that, like, you have, like, crazy withdrawal symptoms, but, like, quitting cold turkey after regularly smoking or vaping weed is rough. Not rough in, like, it's rough in the same way that, like, a full social media detox is. Not in the same way that, say, detoxing nicotine is. I've gone days without nicotine before, and it is literally, like, physical pain. You can't breathe fully. You're, like, on the edge of exploding constantly. You have a headache, your head's spinning, you're, like, you know, dizzy and all that. With weed, it's more like, man, God, I wish I was high right now. What I would do to kill for the sweet aroma of weed to be passing through my lungs right now. God, I would kill for that. The feeling of, like, the stonedness just setting over in my eyes and in my forehead, you know? Because you got, any stoner here knows, it really sets, like, you know, like, as soon as you take your first hit and your eyes start to get that feeling and your head starts, like, your forehead right here starts to get that feeling, and you're just like, yeah, that's the first hit. That's the first hit. Yeah, like, you just crave it so much, and you just think that anything, everything would be better if you were stoned right now. That is what weed withdrawals are like. Any stoner who has tried to go on a tolerance break should be able to reasonably admit this is a real thing. Yeah, that's it. How well do you think I described it? Hypers in chat if you think I described it well. How refreshing to see a stoner admit weed addiction is real, TBH. It really, really is. I think it's really important to have a responsible relationship with weed. Otherwise, you'll waste a lot of money. And you'll just end up wasting a lot of, like, weed, you know? Like, think about it. If I was hitting this nonstop 24/7, I would probably go through it in less than 2 days. And I would be, at most, a little buzzed at all those points. Trust me, you will get so much more out of your stoner experience if you just, like, what I do is, let's say I wake up at 8 a.m. I don't smoke weed until 4:20 p.m. Towards the end of the day, after I've gotten my shit done, I'll smoke weed on stream because it's for content. But outside of that, I try not to smoke weed too early because it spends a lot of money, makes your tolerance really high, and, you know, it's just the combination of those two things means you don't end up having as much of a good high. You end up not really enjoying your getting stoned as much. So holding off and having self-control, not wake and baking, chat, wake and baking will give you such a tolerance. Wake and baking is the fastest way to make your tolerance strong as a fucking iron cage. I don't know. I'm having a hard time thinking of analogies. Strong as a fucking brick wall, faster than anything. Wake and baking will do it. If you're trying to save money on weed, if you do not want to get your tolerance too high and you want to enjoy smoking weed, do not fucking wake and bake. Please. I get it if you wake up and you have a headache. And it's like, oh, my head is splitting, migraine. Oh, I need some weed. That's one thing. But if it's like you wake up and the first thing you do is take a sip of water and then grab like your pipe and just start going ksh, ksh, ksh. If that's how you start every day when you get out of bed, you have a problem. You just do. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have a problem with marijuana. Have you talked about Twitch's reduction in streamer pay? If not, what are your thoughts? It's cringe. No, I haven't talked about it much, though. I mean, I've generally touched on the fact that I want Twitch to kind of crash and burn and for YouTube to do everything Twitch should have done right, and for YouTube to be the new streaming platform that takes over Twitch's name as the #1 streaming platform. That is what I dream of. Maybe one day. Nightjar, thank you for the additional $7 donation. That's based and kind of you. Really appreciate it. Says, please don't get uncomfy high, but do indeed get high forehead. Indeed, I will get quite high indeed. Thank you very, very much for the $7 donation. It's very kind and based of you. Let me just meme. There we go. Nice, good meme. Nice, good meme. There we go. I'm gonna slaughter stuff in Elwyn Forest for skinning until you get on. Hell yeah, then Drago. You guys get on Pagel. Make sure to make your alliance characters. And I want to meet outside of Stormwind. So if you're playing Night Elves, you need to start making the Wetlands run. And if you're playing Gnomes or if you're playing Dwarves, you need to start taking the Deep Run Tram to Stormwind after getting a couple levels and doing a few quests. You've got a little while, but if you're going to play with me in WoW, I'd really appreciate if we could meet up in the game. No Wetlands run needed. Wait, the Wetlands run isn't needed anymore? Excuse me? There's a boat from Darkshore to Stormwind. Bro, I feel like I'm already getting behind on the times. The Wetlands run was never a thing. That boat was always there. Are you fucking serious? Do you know how far the mobs in the Wetlands aggro on you when you're level 1 in Classic World of Warcraft? It's like they have elf eyes and see you from 500 miles away. They're gaslighting you. Thank God, because I was about to... If all that was for nothing, I was actually going to cry on stream. Grown man cries on stream over World of Warcraft grind that he didn't have to do years ago. Oh, God. I would have been so upset. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Is the boat in the game now, though? I assume it's in the game now. Been there as long as I can remember, so at least BC. Maybe they added it in BC? That would make sense. I imagine there was probably a lot of complaining about the Wetlands run when Classic first launched, because, like, it is pretty absurd that it's more or less like a gauntlet for night elves to level with gnomes, dwarves, and humans. Like, it really is a little weird that you have to go through that much shit. They should just add a portal in Darnassus. Well, I'm going to use this Oragel really fast. I bit my lip in my sleep last night. WoW Classic dropped before Christ. What do you think Jesus was doing in the cave? Do you really think it took days for God to resurrect Jesus? No. No. No, no, no. He was in that cave playing WoW. He was raiding. He was doing the launch of Classic, and he needed a few days of people thinking he was dead so no one would bother him. Think about it. You want to just go degen mode playing Classic WoW, and you don't want anyone to bother you for a few days, so you let a bunch of, traitorous dumbasses nail you to a piece of wood in the middle of the fucking desert, I would presume. I would guess it would be the desert. And, you die, and then you get a battle res. You get a B res from your dad/you, and you just hang out in that cave for a few days until Sunday raiding. All of the raids locked out for Jesus on Sunday, and so that was the day that he decided to reveal himself and rise up to heaven to vibe it out until the next raid lockout. Half my chatters, actually no, 95 or more % of my chatters have no idea what these words mean. And I love that. So true, King. Many are saying this. Biceps and Bikinis, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Shakespeare. Says, hey Zan, have you ever seen Mike... I would love to see your cunt up close. Nah, I'm just kidding. I would just thank you for trying to get me with the Ligma joke, but I've heard every single one, okay? You think you can get me with a Mike Hunt joke? You think you can get me with Mike Hunt? Come on. Come on. Not even close. Not even close. I heard Mike and I was like, yep. Know where that's going. You might have gotten me if you'd asked, do you know who Mike Locke is? And I might have read it fast enough that it would have sounded like my cock. But you couldn't do it. You have to have creativity. You have to make something completely new. That's the only way. All the Ligma jokes that I got Vosh with, I don't know if you guys are aware, but like when Vosh would do his like 100,000, 300, 200, whatever thousand subscriber celebration streams, I drop in for literally no other reason than just to get him with a Ligma joke. And I would make them up while I waited in the queue. The first one was penny trading. I was like, oh yeah, I've really gotten into penny trading lately. Have you like ever heard of it? And he's like, no. I was like, oh yeah, it's like like penny trading. He's like, what's penny trading? I said, penny trading your ass. And I just left. And the chat heck W'd. I've done it to him like twice. Maybe 3 times now. I think at least twice. So yeah, that was pretty funny. I'm pretty proud. Pretty proud of those. Making the chat Keck V is always a good moment. It's always a good moment. You're such a little shit. Indeed I am. Then Drago, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind, very pog. Really appreciate that. Says, I made the mistake of starting off my mage as arcane before realizing archmage is fucking garbage for leveling. Yeah, you always want to go frost. So now I have to save up for a respec. Meanwhile, warrior is arms and rogue is combat. Yeah, I'm leveling an arms warrior, my friend. I'm at level 74 on my beautiful double two-handed axe wielding arms warrior. I will be switching to fury when I hit level 80 and get the heroic dungeon gear. Thank you, though. I appreciate the $5. Very based in pog. Biceps and Bikinis, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Shakespeare. Says, hey, Zan, have you ever seen You almost got me again with it because I reread it. Thank you for the dono, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal. Everyone's trying to get me today. Trying to get me twice. Chat, you have to understand, weed destroys your short-term memory, okay? It really, really does. Isn't Prot Warrior really OP in Wrath? I haven't heard anything about Prot being particularly OP. The general thing to do in Wrath is to level arms and then play Fury when you reach max level and go full DPS. Pretty sure Fury Warrior is like one of the best DPSs in the game in Wrath, right? My short-term memory is already fucked. I wonder what weed would do. Nothing good. It would not help. I can promise you that. Ellen Degenerate, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Very kind, very base. Thank you. Says, do you have opinions on Rydonist economic... Ride on this dick! That is a good one. I will give you... I will give you that. That is actually a good one. Rydonism. I can get behind Rydonism, my friend. I can get behind Rydonism. That's a good one. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Creativity. Stuff people haven't heard before. How long did the techno is dead joke go on for? Jesus, don't call it that. The I don't know techno is dead joke went on for like 4 days. And people actually believed that I had no clue. It was wild. Anyway, I appreciate the $5, Ellen Degenerate. Very based, very kind, very pog. Very epic, even. Perhaps, as many would say, an epic gamer moment. But I wouldn't go that far. Alright. Oh. Whew. When your neck cracks the exact correct way that you want it to. This is Woke Scold, the Frost Mage, by the way. Did you ever end up running Nexus? Oh, no, I haven't run Nexus yet, Ellen Degenerate. Yeah, I'm glad to know that you're Woke Scold in game, because I've been talking to you a little bit, and I should friend you, probably. I should friend everybody. I'm going to go ahead and friend everybody that joins. But first, I'm going to go into my Blizzard settings, my Battle.net settings, make sure nothing like... I don't know if Battle.net makes, like, any details I wouldn't want public to friends. Like, I don't know if they make, like, my phone number public or some shit like that. That would be bizarre, but I know Blizzard has gotten into shit for, like, doxing their viewer base before, or their fan base before, like, their player base, and the users of their platform have been doxed by them. Like, way back in 2007, they did this thing that caused tons of controversy where they were like, for the sake of security of the forums, we are going to publish the first, last name, and phone number, I think it was, of all the users on the forum so they can't hide behind anonymity. It did not go well. It did not go well. That whole plan got canceled within days. Possibly shorter, if I remember correctly. Also, my left eye is, like, watering like crazy. Can I shut off this light? Can we go dark mode now? We're going Zan dark mode. I'm sorry, guys. I know the lighting. I know you guys like me being well lit, but we gotta go Zan dark mode. It's the only way. My eyes are just absolutely not enjoying the amount of light that is being just blasted directly into them. Let me, It's the Blephardus coming to boost. Coming to roost. Coming to juiced. Let me check this. Hold on. View profile. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything that, like, any personal information that they make public that would be an issue. All right, I'll add you all on Battle.net whenever we get to the WoW portion of the stream. Has Xanderhall ever heard of sticking my dick in the left testicle's mom's vagina? Because I have, because that's what I did last night. Got him. Got him. Or should I say, got them. Wait, when you say got him, that implies like got them too, right? Like saying got him doesn't necessarily mean you're referring to someone by he him pronouns, right? I'm curious. What do you guys interpret got him to mean? Does it mean got him or got them? I think it should mean got them short, like got him, like got them. Yeah, I think it should be, yeah, got them. Yeah, I think, yeah. Got him is gender neutral. M is gender neutral. Why can I not pronounce gender today? Is gender neutral? Yes. It seems that way. Could you hear my back cracking there, chat? Who else could hear that? Because that was one of the best back cracks I've ever experienced in my life. That was amazing. I'm going to do the other side now. Ah. Amazing. Amazing. The only thing I can hear is my AC. Well, I think that's more of a your background issue. You got like background noise in your room issue kind of thing going on. Look at this cat named Big Pooh. Oh no, it's so sad. It looks so sad. It's just the sad little cat. Listen, internet memes are so esoteric and bizarre. Really is weird. Alright. Listen up, guys. It is time to dip into the next topic on our list. But first, I'm booting up World of Warcraft. And I'm going to play WoW while we respond to Chud videos. In fact, I plan to stream WoW while responding to Chud videos for the next few hours and to grind out quite a few Chud video responses while playing WoW. I figure, you know what? This could actually work pretty well. I feel like this could be a pretty good combination. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Stormwind. I'm booting up the game right now. Just got to make sure my add-ons are updated, all that good stuff. I'm going to head to Stormwind. I'm going to wait at the gates. And I'm going to wait to see if anybody shows up. I had a debate with Rob Noor about boofing Molly the other night. That is absurd. That is actually absurd. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta boof it, you know? Like, sometimes not boofing it just doesn't get it done, and you gotta boof it. Hyper's in chat if you've ever had to boof it. I boofed many things. I boofed World of Warcraft. I boofed weed. I boofed happiness. I just boofing things is the best way to consume anything. If you're not picking up on it at this point, by the way, I call boofing basically anything is boofing. Okay, it just sounds funny. But if you're wondering what boofing actually means, I'm pretty sure it's when you, like, put drugs in your asshole and you consume it through, like, the like, your butthole blood vessels, I guess. Like a suppository. I'm pretty sure that's what boofing is. People also say boofing, though, to refer to taking a massive hit as well. Like when I say this, some people say this is boofing. People will boof liquor. which is really dangerous, by the way. Like, unironically, boofing liquor is super dangerous because you can very easily, like, get alcohol poisoning because it's so much, apparently, like, so much more concentrated you get or something. That might be a myth, though, to be fair. But it doesn't sound like it's a myth. I feel like putting alcohol in your asshole might kill you. It bypasses the liver. That's terrifying. Oh, wait, that's even more... Okay, I can see how that would be, I can see how that would be bad. Because then you're just sending... Because, like, normally when you drink alcohol, you're not actually, like, When you drink alcohol, you're not... like, most of the alcohol isn't getting into your blood. Your liver does a lot of work to, like, cleanse the alcohol out of it. The ethanol, I guess, specifically. But without any liver to do the work, you're just sending straight alcohol into your bloodstream that way, right? Oh, you can hear the music? Yeah, you can hear that fucking music. You can hear that fucking music. Who here's feeling nostalgic? Who here's feeling it, Mr. Krabs? This is it, chat. I think I'll put myself right here. I know I'm covering up some of like my fine minerals, my smelting, my fine herbs, my fishing, my cooking, my basic campfire, and my first aid, but I don't really think I'm really covering that much up besides... Actually, hold on. I think I can do this. Fucking... Transform... Center vertically. There we go. Now it's perfectly centered vertically speaking. Isn't that pretty? What server is Zan on? Pagel. I am on Pagel right now. Pagel Alliance. Pagel US Alliance. P-A-G-L-E. Pagel US Alliance on Classic WoW, Wrath of the Lich King. I'm right here in Stormwind. My username is Xanderhall. Come to me in Stormwind. I'm wearing the Argent Dawn tabard, and I'm riding a simple white swift steed. Simple white swift steed. Thank you. We'll get into the politics in just a moment. Don't you guys worry. I'm on a different shard. I'm gonna type in looking for group. Would looking for group be the right chat? What chat would allow you to see me pop up to, like, I guess I'll have to invite you to get like an invite to my lair. This is how we'll do it, okay? I'm gonna type something in the chat. Hi. What? Oh, I have to be in the looking for group chat. Oh, fuck. How do I get out of looking for group? Why? Trade. There we go. Hey, there we go. Wokescold invited us to a group. Okay. Message Wokescold for an invite to Xanderhall Lair. Oh, are you a fan? Wait, Neil, if you're a fan. Oh, shit. We got one. Denrogue here. Let me... Can I just add character friend? That's cool. I didn't even know that was a feature in this game. That's really cool. Alright, we're gonna get to the politics in just a minute. This is a really good game for, like, grinding in the background while responding to political videos and doing debates. Oh, we got 2 people. Make sure to kneel if you're a Zan fan, okay? Okay, I think Nova... Yeah, Nova Nocturne I know is a fan. We're gonna go ahead and add character friend as well. Oh, here's Wokescold. Obviously gotta add... battle... I already have. Yeah, so I'll add battle tag. Wait, I don't know if I want to click that, because I don't know if it brings my battle tag up on stream. I think we already have Wokescold added then. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to go ahead and invite Nova Nocturne to the guild. It is not my guild, and we will probably end up making our own guild if we end up having enough people consistently playing at max level. But for now, I'm just going to... There we go. Invited Nova Nocturne. Who else? Oh, we had one more person here who was a fan. I can't believe we already have 3 people I didn't even expect, like, I expected, like, one. Want to duel at the gates? What level are you? You're 71? Yeah, we can duel. Just give me a minute. I want to see how many people we can get here. Den Mage, is that you? Okay, cool. Okay. Let me, Oh, wait. Den Mage, kneel if you're a fan. Kneel if you're a Zan fan. Oh, wait, you are kneeling. Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah. Make sure to kneel in front of me if you are a Xander Hall fan. I feel like Asmongold right now. I'm actually... Yeah, make me the group leader so I can invite people. Yeah, we got Den Mage. Okay, cool. I'm probably going to make a raid group. Just so I can see how many people we can get together, and then I'll set you off on leveling. Let me get Den Mage in. Den Mage. Make sure to be well behaved. In this guild chat. It's not my guild or a political guild. They don't like talking about politics. It's just the guild that Surus was in back when they played WoW on this server. So, yeah. Okay, I want to swap? Okay, yeah. Bring your alts here, too. If you have alts and you need to have them added, bring them here. Actually, here's what we'll do. Let's find a spot that's a little more secluded so we know who is and isn't a Zan fan. I'm going to stand in this box. And I want you guys to, like, kneel in front of me if you're a Zan fan. I'm on the box right by Stormwind. Surus quit? Last I heard Surus wasn't really playing WoW, but maybe they're back into it. Yeah, vibe out in front of me and kneel if you're coming to the, if you're part of the Zan fan group. Because I want to see how many people we can get together. That would be Pog. Auditor Mike, thank you for the for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I believe that totals out to $10 total dollars. Very kind of you. Very based. How many months was that? I don't know, but I'm going to go with 1 for now, unless you say otherwise. Thank you so much for the $10. Very based. Very kind of you. Very poggers even. Said Azan, I really enjoy the late night streams. I have bad insomnia and nights get sad. It's comforting having a chill community to hang out with while up and smoking. I know that feel, bro. I know that feeling, Auditor Mike. I hope you enjoy your stay here. I'm really glad that you're able to gain some level of comfort from my content. I always love hearing comments like that. Not that, like, I like hearing that people are having a hard time, but I like hearing that my content has helped somebody with a hard time. Because I've used YouTube content as a way of getting out of hard times mentally and, sort of emotionally before as well. And I totally get that. And I appreciate that. I'm honored that you chose my content to be that content for you. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that, Auditor Mike. That's very, very kind. Very based, even. We update the dono, go really fast, and then I'm going to get to getting this set up. So, this is Classic Wrath of the Lich King. I am on US. The server is US Pagel. Not sure why we can't see each other. It's because you need an invite to Xander Hall Lair. So post in the chat, or actually DM me in game. You want to do /whisper, I think it is, or /MSG Xander Hall, and then like message me that way, I think, or /tell. Is it tell? I think it's /tell. Yeah. Denrogue. Yeah, there we go. See? Yeah. I think I already have you added. Yeah. Wait, Denrogue. Yeah. Sorry, you're the... Perfect. Okay. We got the ult added. You have my mage added. Perfect. I'll remove your mage for now from the group, just because I don't want to see. I don't want too many people to be crowded up in here. I could have sworn we had a third person, didn't we? I could have sworn we had like a third fan that was here. It's Tell. It is indeed Tell. I invited Shazbot. Can I get a guild invite really quick? I have another ult to hop onto. Yeah. Once we're done with this, I'll get into politics, guys. Nice. think I'll close this whisper window. Because I don't think... Yeah, that's good. Hey, okay. Close whisper window. I'm a fellow disciple. There we go. We got another one. Holy shit, we got some classic WoW players in here. Let's go. I'm surprised. I'm surprised we have so many people. Let me add Shazbot. Okay, invite.
Fools of Stormwind.
Okay, where? Oh wait, they're already invited. And then add friend, add character friend. There we go. Nice. And then I think I have to add G-invite.
For the Lich King's gaze is fixed upon you.
Does it just autofill? Yeah, it does. Cool. Okay, let's get rid of this one, just because I want to make sure that, like, I'm seeing everybody's messages requesting the invite to the lair. Yo, 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 invite. Okay, Pog. Convert it into a raid group. Okay, let me actually invite / G-invite shield. Believe that worked as well. No reason to suspect it didn't. Yeah, there we go. Make sure to accept the guild invite from Nox and Kuro. Make sure all these characters add character friend. Make sure to add me as a character friend as well. I'm adding all of you as character friends. So you just have to add me back as, like, add me as one, and it'll automatically add you. Isn't Vosh a recovered WoW addict? Recovered? Oh, we got another one. Zargos. Let's go! How many people are we gonna get? Wait, can I not invite you? Wait, what's going on? Wait, can level 1s not be invited to a raid group? It's possible that level 1s can't be invited to a raid group, only to a group. Are there level 1s? Yeah, there's no level 1s in here. Oh, wait, how are some of you already level 17? Man, some of you are really leveling. Do you have the... Okay. I can't wait to be the undisputed PvP champ of the Xanderhall Guild. Let's hope so. Here, I have more people I need to add, I think. Okay, so I'm going to close this one. Close Whisper Window. And number 3. Okay, and this is Dendrago, which is a new one. Invite to the group. So I can't invite them. Invite... Okay, I can't invite them. What about... Shieldorf? Is level 3. I can't invite Shieldorf either. Wait, Shieldorf's already in it. Wait, Zargos is already in it. Wait, okay, never mind. I couldn't invite Zargos because Zargos was already in the raid. Okay, I'll get Den Rogue out, so that's not as confusing. So we've got 6 people so far, including, or not including me. All right, including me, we've got 6 people. So 5 total disciples have arrived. Listen, chat. We need to cleanse this land of fucking infidels, all right? And that requires a massive fucking army, all right? We've got people who dare stand against our way of seeing the World of Warcraft world, the world of Warcraft. And I think we need to instill our World of Warcraft view onto these people and kill all who stand against us, frankly. We're going full Burning Crusade. No, we are going to instill our political values in World of Warcraft, though. That is what is going to happen. I can't believe we've already gotten, like, more people than needed to level efficiently in a group together. All ready together. And I just got another message. Hey, add me to the guild. Okay, here, let me invite you to the thing. Hell yeah, another person. Let's go. And I'll also invite to the guild. / G invite. And... R. It's another one. It's another one. So that's 7 people. God, this is surprising. So I will be making a World of Warcraft section in my Discord for you guys to join and talk to me in VC, particularly when it comes to later game content. I know a lot of you guys are going to need to run heroic dungeons to get your catch-up gear. A lot of you are going to want to PvP. Obviously, we're going to want to raid and get the guild to the enough members and enough people leveled up and geared up that we can actually raid, and it's like us doing the raid. It's the Zan Guild doing the raid. We're a little while off from that for now, so for now we're going to probably be raiding during Nox and Kuro's raid nights. There is a link to the Discord server for the guild you should be able to access through the guild chat. Comes up every once in a while. So, and Harzon, let's close that whisper window. Can I get a G invite? Yep, I can give you a G invite. /G invite. Zargos, absolutely. Give it to me. Absolutely. Get into this raid. Give me that extra member. I play on ATS, just wanted to say your Why I Left the Right video was mega influential on me. Keep up the good work. Neon Silver. Have you considered a character transfer from ATS to Pagel? I'm just saying, have you considered it? I'm guessing that you haven't. But yeah, I mean, here, I'll if you want to, are you actually going to be playing on the server, or is this just a meme invite? Message me again if you do plan to, or a meme message. Let me know if you want to be added to the thing. I still need the G invite for this one. Okay, thank you, I got you. G invite. They need a one-click G invite button, swear to God. That should have done it, right? Is that everyone? I think we've got everybody. There will no doubt be more people, but I will add them slowly over time as they join the WoW section of the Discord. So I think that shouldn't be too much of a problem. There's an NPC in the Elder Scrolls named Xander. Cool. And he's a pirate, too. Just like my D&D character I named myself after. Alright, so I am going to go ahead and head off to Northrend because I got some leveling stuff to do there. I'm just going to probably solo level in Grizzly Hills. But you guys, especially those of you who are lower level, if you can quest together, I highly recommend doing so because it makes the experience a lot easier. But, I mean, there's not much I can do right now as my level 74 to quest with you guys. I just take all your XP and not really level myself. But, yeah, once you get to Northrend, we will be running dungeons. We'll be doing all sorts of stuff. Send me your cloth and let me know if you need enchants. Hell yeah. So hit up Wokeskold if you need any of those things, because Wokeskold's running a shit ton of different professions, apparently. Have you ever used Delta 8 before, Zan? My parents constantly tell me it's not real weed, which kind of bully me for liking it. It's fine. It's just boomers seem a little mad about something they don't understand it. Because, to be clear, synthetic weed has historically always been pretty cringe, so it's understandable they'd be on edge about it, but Delta 8 is not like spice or most synthetic weed that has existed historically. It has just been god-awful, apparently. Is it a PvP or PvE server? The one Horde player that I ran into, I slaughtered on sight, and there was nothing stopping me from doing so. So I'm guessing a PvP server. There's just not a lot of Horde players. Are you going to react to Destiny's Keffel's manifesto? I'm going to give you guys a distilled version of my opinion on the Destiny, on every Destiny drama, okay? Actually, I think it shouldn't be an issue if I keep you all in the raid group, right? Like, if you're all in the raid group, is it a problem for your leveling? Would it, like, affect your individual XP gain, or would it not be an issue? Hell if I know. Does anybody know? I think you have to be nearby. So if you guys are just doing your own things, I think it does actually. You can't get much XP in a raid. I don't think it'll matter to me in particular. Yeah, you might want to leave the raid for XP gain, because you might be losing shit tons of XP if you're in the raid. So I'll disband the raid. However, I am very, 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 very excited to see if we can get enough people together, especially in the World of Warcraft section on Discord. The fan Discord has a World of Warcraft section. At me there if you need to be given the deets on WoW to join. And I will give them to you. There's already a chat for this and for communication about WoW and stuff. Though I do need to add a voice chat for it. You know what I think I'll do? Because I've already experienced the Borean Tundra leveling experience and arriving experience, I'm going to go to Menethil Harbor really quick. And I'm just going to take the boat to Northrend from there. But in the meantime, I'm going to get what we're covering up next right on screen. It's all right. Here, let me do something really quick just to the because I do not want. I put the game volume on 3 because I don't want the game volume causing any issues with the stream. All right, guys. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? Three, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I apologize for the lighting. I've got a headache right now, and to continue streaming, I've kind of got to do it in the darkest of rooms. So hopefully you guys don't mind that much. But I want to talk about today something that's just kind of that I've noticed myself. It's not very easy to quantify. I'm not really claiming that there's like a provable statistic increase in what I'm seeing is happening. I'm only claiming that I'm seeing this from my end, and I'm curious if you guys are seeing it too. Because if so, then I do feel like it supports a bit of something that I've been feeling for a while now. So, I want to start off by asking you guys if you are familiar with the concept of a rantsona. Y'all know what the rantsonas are, right? Come on, you guys know. You guys have seen them. These things. What a perfect image. What a perfect... For some reason, they tend to be furry avatars. They do oftentimes end up being furry avatars. There is a worrying amount of time that it ends up being furry avatars, and the person behind said furry avatar is like the type of person who thinks society is being destroyed by leftist degeneracy, which is... something. Anyway, rantsonas generally, though, aren't necessarily known as being like the furry thing. Usually it's like some guy looking angry with crossed arms or something. Sometimes they'll be doing like they love doing ones where it's like, you know, something that makes them look really smart, or like a, you know, like just something that makes them look very smart to have on the side of the screen throughout the entirety of the video. And they were just... The rantsonas themselves weren't necessarily bad. It's just that as time went by, the channels, the commentary channels that use these rantsonas most notably, just kind of gave them a really bad name. You see, it went from being channels with rantsonas talking about, like, this YouTuber needs to be stopped for doing this and that's bad, to rantsona channels dunking on kids on Musical.ly and Vine for being cringe, to eventually being what it is now, which is rantsona channels, basically 80% of them, it feels like at this point, being conservative propaganda channels, where the person in question is, generally speaking, not keen on showing themselves, and so they like to have a soda, a little cartoon version of themselves to represent them, right? And oftentimes said cartoonish version of themselves is drawn in a way that evokes the DreamWorks smile meme. You guys know the one, right? The really smug DreamWorks smile. DreamWorks is what I spelled there. You guys know the DreamWorks smile. The one that every conservative does as they dog whistle their racism to your face, knowing damn well that everybody else is too fucking stupid to recognize what they're saying. This face, some variation of it thereof. Yeah. So today we're talking about an example of those channels. An example that, if I'm being honest with you, I legitimately thought this channel was long dead. I really, really did. I hadn't heard about it in a while, but apparently he is still chugging along stronger than ever, arguably. Though I do have a few things I want to point out about the performance of his videos, and I'm not going to do it in like a... I'm not trying to jab at him for anything. Like, I'm not trying to attack him because this video didn't get live views or anything. I want to point out the disparity between what content of his gets views and what doesn't. The channel in question is the Dave Cullen Show. He used to go by Dave Cullen, and I believe before Dave Cullen, he went by something before that. This guy has been making pretentious rant-sona political, like, right-wing propaganda for... I watched him back during Gamergate. Yeah, Computing Forever was his old name. Yeah, he rebranded, didn't he? He used to go by Computing Forever. Yeah. Yeah. This guy rebranded because, you know, how far did he go? How far down the rabbit hole did he go? Because this guy's buddies with, like, all of the, like, claim to be centrist, like, grift tubers that complain about wokeness in media. How far did he end up going, do you guys know? Because I really haven't heard about this guy for years. I kind of assumed he fell off the face of the earth. He recently took the God pill, so he's a Christian. Ah, interesting. That's always a good sign for a rational skeptic. Anyway, as you can tell, he's got the, you know, the milking the fuck out of Rings of Power stuff because women are bad and everything. You've got him complaining about woke products. He complaining about... I might just watch this movie. The thing that made me want to watch this movie most was this video I saw on Twitter of, I guess, an actress in the movie doing, like, some training for the movie, like the choreography training, with a bow staff and with, like, pretty damn good. Like, I was watching the video and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't come at her. I wouldn't come at her. So that's the only thing I've really seen of this movie, but I know the chuds are really mad about it, and frankly, I could not care less. Clearly, anybody who is putting this much time and energy into caring about this, both the viewers and the creator of this video are fucking losers for caring this much about this movie. Regardless, though, this guy, Computing Forever, was really big back during Gamergate. I remember that he kind of, you know, ended up obviously rebranding and, you know, obviously changing his whole gimmick from hardcore right-wing political propaganda more so to this sort of culture war grift tube content. Because you have to remember, this guy is a veteran of Gamergate, a Gamergate veteran. This guy was part of that age of YouTube, and he knows exactly what will get by nowadays. And you can tell exactly what type of content he's being motivated to produce just by the viewer count, right? Wolverine returns. Can he save the MCU? Deadpool 3, a positive video discussing a new popular thing that just got announced. 35,000 views. Granted, it's been 2 days, but I mean, he's gotten 500,000 views in 8 days before, so I don't think it's a time thing. The Backrooms, a popular and very interesting subject of online intrigue. Art and the Answer to Hollywood, possibly a very good, dissection of the Backrooms and why people are so obsessed with it. 44,000 views. The Woman King and the Vandalization of History, 500,000 views in 8 days. And if you kind of look at his uploads, you can see that, like, anytime he covers something that isn't overt politics, like here he did an unironic... I know this looks like political content. Could you take the blue pill again? This is literally, from what I can tell, a Matrix lore video about whether or not you could take the blue pill and go back into the Matrix again. That's, from what I can tell, that's what this video is about. So when he does it here, Tavix, did Janeway murder an innocent man? The answer to that question is almost certainly yes. I find it very hard to believe Janeway hasn't murdered an innocent man. Listen, I'm gonna be real, guys. Janeway is too fucking girl boss for me, okay? She is my mom's favorite Star Trek character, and I think that should speak a lot to my mom's personality. Anyway, with that said, Star Trek memes aside, I'm sure this guy makes some pretty good videos reviewing and, like, talking about media. Maybe he does good media analysis. I haven't seen the content, I can't say. But, I have seen a lot of this guy's grift content about whatever culture war issue he decides to monetize. And I know that it is always stupid and very obnoxious. And I figured that we might as well cover this one in particular, because it really does encapsulate my point about it feeling like we're back in 2016 again. It really does embody it. So, yeah, let's start this one. Will Get Woke, Go Broke finally come true? So for those of you guys that don't know, for a very, very long time now, the right has incessantly pushed this idea, I guess you could say, that corporations are pushing political propaganda, left-wing woke political propaganda, in the form of everything from, like, overt political messaging in media to, like, oh, race swapping a character, or even including a character of, like, that's non-white, or insert group that we're not okay with being in this setting because it's unrealistic to us, is a problem, right? They will literally nitpick anything if it involves minorities and they can monetize it and make it into a culture war issue. They will demonize it and they will milk the fuck out of it. We've seen the pattern, right? And so the phrase that has always been brought up about this has always been "go woke, go broke." And their claim is that, in reality, the vast majority of society agrees with them. The vast majority of society, in fact, totally agrees that, any form of representation in media is actually woke and cringe propaganda, or at least most forms of representation in media are woke, cringe forms of propaganda, and that people are just too scared to speak out about it, so that conservative demagogues such as this pretentious dumbfuck right here. Let me just expand his face here. This is a 100% unironic. We are in 2022, and this smug DreamWorks face Rantsona avatar talking about going woke and going broke is relevant and is not seen as cringe. If I wasn't right about us going back to Gamergate, then I don't know what better evidence there could be. I really don't. Let's hear it. Oh yeah, of course, as I was saying, go woke, go broke rarely ends up becoming true. From my understanding, what ended up happening was, this is my view of it at least, for a very long time, it felt like media review YouTubers talking about upcoming projects, for the sake of their own credibility, would maintain optimism, like a hopeful optimism, for new projects, right? And if it ended up being bad, then you reported it as such, and that was that, right? But ever since Ghostbusters 2016, the all-female Ghostbusters remake, the internet decided that was going to be bad without having seen the movie. Granted, the trailers were a pretty good demonstration of how bad the movie would be. The internet decided that movie was going to be bad without having actually seen it, which I would argue is pretty unfair, and then ended up being right. And I feel like since then, it's been, like, totally cool and fine for media review people to just doomsay any piece of media that's popular that's set to come out before it even comes out, to basically all but establish their opinion on the piece before it's even released and they've had an opportunity to see it, and to jump on board of whatever culture war side they've decided they're going to be a part of, whether they love the thing and they're going to shill for it, or whether they hate it and they're going to endlessly complain about it, right? Like, it feels like there's no winning. And the funny thing is, at the end of the day, these people will try to claim that they're fighting against corporations and fighting against massive, powerful institutions, but none of what they do actually harms these powerful corporations or institutions. Like, let's be real. I'm sorry. None of this actually really hurts Disney at the end of the day. It doesn't. If anything, if Disney Plus subscriptions go down, or like the MCU movies take any level of a notable hit to their like funding, it's just going to mean more crunch time and less pay for the CGI artists and the actors and the writers and all the other people that make the fucking blockbuster Marvel movies and Disney Plus Marvel shows perform well, right? Like, it's not going to mean, oh, we should learn from our mistakes. They're just going to push their teams harder to produce content that's what they think will be better faster. And they know that. People like this know that. None of these people, when they appropriate pro-worker talking points, or should I say, they never really appropriate pro-worker talking points. It's almost always anti-the elite talking points. That's what this is. Like, they're not actually advocating for anybody, and they're not hurting the, powerful elites in charge. They're just propagandizing to idiots that are making them shit tons of money and want to hear what they feel. They want to hear the vibes that they think are gospel regurgitated to them in a way that isn't just vibes and feelings. But unfortunately, at least in the case of this guy, still isn't very prescient political commentary.
In this video, let's take a quick look to see how the new MCU TV series She-Hulk is doing.
Can I just say that never before have I seen such a large group of straight men rally together against having to see two women shake their asses on camera. Can you imagine that? A legion of straight men fighting against having to see She-Hulk shake her big fat green ass. Like, I'm sorry, but as cringe as this is, like, I'm not suffering through it. It's cringe. It is a little bit cringe. I'll admit. I don't know what that says about me, but I'll admit it's a little bit cringe. It doesn't really feel like the kind of thing that fits in the MCU, though granted, the MCU has always been about extremely diverse themes and extremely diverse tone, so fine. This can have its own tone. It's its own thing in the MCU. That's fine. I don't care enough about it to do anything more than cringe, but like the idea that you would be revolted or that this would make your skin crawl with cringe is just so wild to me. Like, how in the closet are you, my dude? How fucking in the closet are you? Please, come out. You're looking for your Christmas presents in there. All right, Cherry, I gotta go pee. Cut this out. Sup, gamers? What's up, guys? All right, Cherry, I'm back. So, in all seriousness, I do think there's a very large grain of truth to the idea that anybody who spends such a ridiculous amount of their time focusing their hatred and their attention on, like, random groups of people that are just living their lives trying to do their thing and aren't hurting anybody, usually they're projecting. Like, that doesn't come from nowhere. I think there are 3 types of homophobes. And 3 types of, like, bigots in general. There are the people who are ignorant, simple as, that are literally just some discussion and education away from being in the correct positions, more or less. There are the people who are, you know, like the pastors that constantly rail against homosexuality. Rail. But then are found, you know, getting deep-dicked behind the scenes. Like, caught on footage, you know, like that kind of thing. Like the really pray the gay away anti-gay preachers, and then, oh, look at that, oh. Like, how can you be so obsessed with advocating against people who are just trying to live their lives and love who they want to love and just do their own thing? There's got to be something more there. There's something more, usually. That's not just... No one wakes up one day and decides, I gotta do something about these gays, I guess. I don't like them. You know, it's either from being, like, fed propaganda, being brought up and left to be ignorant, or, in many cases, I do feel internalized hatred. Projecting. I think it is a thing. I think it is common. Or at least more common than people think. Anyway, back to it.
Oh, okay. So this is where the MCU is at now, huh? Yeah, I know what you're thinking.
Have these people ever liked the MCU? I don't know why, but it really does feel strange to me that, like, I feel like these people have been shit-talking the MCU since 2018 at the earliest, but now all of a sudden it's popular to say the MCU has fallen off because She-Hulk is so objectively cringe, at least in my opinion. It is objectively, in my subjective opinion, cringe. That, like, it's actually, like, popular to say the MCU fell off. So now they're appropriating that narrative, despite the fact they've been saying the MCU sucks and that it fell off and it's bad and it's woke and it's garbage for literally years now. Like, Ant-Man and the Wasp, it's woke garbage. Endgame, woke garbage. Infinity War, woke garbage. Fucking go down the list. Go down the list of popular, beloved MCU movies. They all got shit from these people for being woke garbage. I can't speak to this guy for all of them, obviously, but I know that this group that he inhabits, because I cover their videos, they about every single Marvel movie that has any promotional material featuring a minority in any way that they interpret as being... as, like, having the spotlight put on them, quote-unquote. It's really hard to define that, but, yeah. Like, these people are completely playing up this idea that, like, oh, the MCU is just all this... I was such a big fan of the MCU, but now it's so bad all of a sudden. Am I right, guys? Am I right? My opinion is so popular right now. Like the video and give me money.
If only Thanos had continued snapping his finger. Anyway, let's get into the topic of today's video. For many years now, the phrase "get woke, go broke" has been thrown at Hollywood films and television shows that push the message. Now, most everyone despises the way in which...
So, I'm gonna go ahead and take a wild guess at what this guy means by the message. So something you guys have to know is that content creators like this that want to appeal to a broad audience of people on these culture war stuff, they generally can't go all in. They can't just go all in and say they believe the Jews are trying to push in, like, anti-white propaganda or anti-straight propaganda through Hollywood, because that's kind of what led to the downfall of these types of channels initially. And believe me, this guy knows that. This guy knows that better than most. So he's definitely good at dog whistling the message. I bet he'll never, like, emphasize what that means, and that's just, that's just supposed to be vibes, right? That's all that is. He didn't actually describe anything or refer to anything. It's just vibes. Like, oh, you guys know, like the message that the left tries to send their media, like, like the message, like the woke message. Yeah, you guys know the one. The vibes are bad. The vibes are bad. Yeah. No arguments, just vibes. Love to see it.
Popular franchises have been hijacked and vandalized, and transformed into vehicles for preachy political statements and lefty identity politics. But despite how unpopular the nauseating and polarizing messages...
Whoa, okay, so we've got some really big claims here. Right after I turn in this quest. We got some really big claims here. So first we have... Let me rewind him a bit.
Preachy political statements and...
So... Fuck, God, the videos... For some reason, I'm really bad at eyeballing how far back I need to rewind.
...have been hijacked and vandalized.
Hijacked and vandalized. That is some pretty absurd wording, to say the least, in my opinion, at least. I think that's a little bit... Don't you think that's a little dramatic? Don't you feel like you might be being a little bit of a drama queen? They've hijacked and vandalized all of your favorite products. That is what's happening here, by the way. That is what he's trying to say. He's trying to tell all of these, like, if I were to ballpark what this guy's demographic is, I would say he's probably about 40% of his audience. Actually, up that to about I'd say 40% of his audience is probably like 12 to 14 or 12 to 16. And I'd say the rest of his audience, the vast majority of it from there, is probably like 16 to 20, like 18 or like 20. Probably not much older than that. So we're talking about a demographic this guy is shilling his content to that's mostly like young white boys who love video games. They love nerd culture stuff. And they feel like it's getting worse. And I think there's actually a good argument to make that nerd culture media is getting worse and that it just doesn't feel the same and it doesn't have the same impact and it doesn't like make us feel the same. And I wonder often if it's the media that's changed, and it has, or if it's more so that we've changed. And I genuinely think it's that we've changed, or more so that our mindsets and the lenses through which we view media has changed. I want you to think about it like this. I talked to somebody who like basically told a story, or no, it was a tweet thread where somebody told a story about a conversation that they had with a conservative friend of theirs that really like opened their eyes to how a lot of these people think about this like woke narrative shit in media. So oftentimes these people will say, back in the day they knew how to write a good, strong female character. Where are the Sarah Connors? Where are the Ellen Ripleys? Where are the I don't know, insert other example. Where's the bride from Kill Bill, right? Like, where are these characters that are supposedly strong female characters that aren't political? And when you actually go over these pieces of media, you can point out so many instances of things that would absolutely, if released today, would make them shit themselves. And that's what this person did. They pointed out examples of like what would be considered today as woke propaganda. And the conservative friend concedes that yes, if that piece of media was released today in its exact same form, media that they love and tout as being not woke, that came out back in, say, the 80s, today, if it came out, they would call it woke. Because they believe the political climate was different back then. That the people who made content back then did it simply for the sake of making art that they liked. There were no cash grabs. There were no greedy corporate virtue signaling. It was all just edgy, gritty, dark, RoboCop, Die Hard, fucking like The Predator, like, Alien, like that's what movies were back in the day. And now they're woke, like She-Hulk now. It really is all based on vibes. They admit that if these movies came out today, they'd call it woke. Because back when they watched these movies, they weren't looking. When they watched these movies as a kid, back when they came out, there wasn't this culture war. At least not as it exists today. They certainly weren't likely to be exposed to it, at least where it was. Because to be exposed to culture war issues like this before the internet, you'd have to be really fucking... You gotta be a mega virgin to be into this shit before the internet was a thing. God. Yeah, like, even back then, people were probably complaining about it, but today, people's lens to view things through, even my lens that I view things through, is different. When I was a kid, I never once thought for a second more about the "I am no man" from Eowyn before she and Merry slay the Lich King. or the Witch King, sorry. The Lich King. I'm literally playing Wrath right now. What do you want from me? The Witch King. Like, I did not even think for a second. No cringe, no, like, nothing, no negative or bad or anything emotions other than, cool, she killed the Witch King. That was so cool. Oh, look how cool it was when he, like, crunkled up and died. That was all I was thinking as a kid when I watched that. Because I wasn't prone to think and look at media looking for things that these types of people would get mad about, or in their case, looking for things they would get mad about. Like, when I watch, I literally can't stop myself when I watch the Rings of Power show, which I really enjoy, from pointing out things that I know are going to make the chuds mad. Like, I'll see Galadriel do a cool fight, like, do a cool move, like, oh, she cut off an orc's head there. And I'm like, chuds are going to get mad about that. I'm going to see that on Twitter and Reddit after that, like, later tonight. And sure enough, I see people reeing about it on Twitter and Reddit that night. Like, even I have had my ability to watch content without considering how these degenerate, like, weirdos are going to react to it, because it's my job. Like, even I can't, like, get past it. Like, when I see that scene, I'm like, fuck, no way. Like, when I see that I am no man scene, all I can think is, you couldn't get away with that today. These people wouldn't let them get away with that today. Not in a million years. Not in a million years.
And transformed into vehicles for preachy political statements.
So, media has been hijacked and transformed into vehicles for preachy political statements. So this is a person that is claiming that media before, I guess, had no message, no worldview to push, no, like, ideology or anything that it was pushing. How much do you want to bet that this guy thinks RoboCop? Or, like, fucking, oh god, or, like, Blade Runner. Oh my god. How much do you guys want to bet this guy likes Blade Runner? These people do not have the ability to look past the fact that there is obvious political messaging in the subtext of their media. It's one of the things that they constantly bring up about Rings of Power. They love saying that Tolkien hated subtext, which is partly true, but not about what they're referring to. Like, they're usually misquoting the context of why Tolkien mentions usually why he hates subtext. Basically, when he makes those quotes, from my understanding, the interviews I've watched from him, it's him dispelling rumors that, like, his Christian theology has very on-the-nose elements borne out in his writing. And he's like, no, I'm not a very big fan of allegory. No, I'm not there. Yeah, no, just take it as it is. Just take it as it is. That's more or less how I viewed those interviews where he talks about not liking allegory. But conservatives love to take Tolkien and say that he was this perfect artist because he hated the idea of media or of art having any message. You see, conservatives in a perfect world would eliminate all meaning from media. Media would be nothing but entertainment, like eye candy. They don't want there to be a message, a worldview, a lesson to learn. That is, to them, preachy propaganda these days, despite the fact that media that these people have loved going back, like, decades has also had what they would consider nowadays preachy propaganda in it. The lens through which they view this content now and the motivations they have to hate it and make content hating on it changes the way they're going to react, naturally.
And lefty identity politics. But despite how unpopular the nauseating and polarizing messages have been,
You've got to do better, Senator.
So now he's claiming that this is not, like, this stuff isn't popular. So, for one, the MCU is literally the biggest franchise on Earth right now, I think. Like, it's pretty hard to meet someone who doesn't know what the MCU is. Everyone knows what the MCU is. Not to mention, like, media is only getting more woke. Like, popular media is only getting more and more woke. The Boys, like, the most popular other superhero TV thing right now, is, like, so on the nose left-wing that it's wild to me that these people somehow think that Homelander is the good guy. My favorite thing, too, is, as, like, a fan of Supernatural, I know that Eric Kripke is, like, a massive, like, super lib. Like, Eric Kripke, the guy who makes The Boys, like, the show, is a massive fucking super lib. And he literally went on Twitter and went on like a very profanity-filled rant about the dumb fucks, quote-unquote, who don't understand that Homelander is very obviously the villain. Like, my favorite thing is when the creators of the media themselves come out to dunk on these people and explain how the media they make is not just the art they make is not just escapism for them to have power fantasy in. There is more to their art than just that. Obviously, art is in the eye of the beholder, but, you know, the intent that went into said art was certainly more than, let's entertain some people for a minute, usually. Most art has a message to it, and the right is very opposed to that, because art having a message in it, or at least art having more complex and challenging messages in it, is a huge factor of postmodernism. More notably, postmodern art. And if you guys have watched any of these channels before, you've probably heard them complain about postmodernist art, but not really understood what it meant. What they mean is media that is like meta, media that pushes a narrative or challenges like stereotypes and already established like precedents in media and whatnot, breaking the third wall. Basically, like all modern media is postmodernist. But these people will just use that as a buzzword because it sounds scary without even knowing what it means. Because these people are pseudo-intellectuals. And I'm saying that as someone who isn't even comfortable calling myself an intellectual, okay? I am not an intellectual, all right? But these people are most certainly pseudo-intellectuals because they claim to be, and they are not.
In these various Hollywood productions, generally speaking, it's been the audiences that have been told that the problem lies with them and not the product. In a recent video by the Critical Drinker called
Oh, I love we're getting so deep into people who are just objectively like pieces of shit, and I love it because Critical Drinker is on like an embarrassing arc right now. I feel like I really don't want people to forget about the Critical Drinker's embarrassing ass attempt to milk money off of the Hate Brigade for House of the Dragon, but then the instant House of the Dragon was revealed to be beloved and popular, he had to switch his narrative, change the titles of his old videos, and delete his old tweets. That was hilarious as fuck. Okay, so little background here. We got stuff to break down. A lot of stuff to break down here.
the problem lies with them and not the product.
So what he's referring to here is that a piece of media will get announced and it'll have some like minority in it. And these people will get mad and they'll send like death threats and like hate messages and like rants, like racist rants and whatnot to the actors and to the like official accounts of everything running said show, which is happening with Rings of Power right now and all that. And then the people behind said property will respond to the racist attacks. And then these people respond, "Oh, so now you're saying everyone who doesn't like your game is a racist?" When in reality, all they're doing is calling out the obvious, like, racist harassment that the actors have gotten. But these people will literally not admit that any of it is real. These people legitimately sit there with a straight face and tell their audience, these companies are lying to you about these actors getting any racist harassment. It's not happening. Racism isn't real anymore. It's not a thing to worry about. Anybody who claims it's real is lying to you for clout. Huh. Reminds me a whole lot of Gamergate. God. Feels good to be New Game Plus in this shit. Let's go.
In a recent video by the Critical Drinker called Batgirl Can't...
Okay, let me explain the Critical Drinker's lore, because it's really funny. So I became aware of the Critical Drinker, like, more fondly, following his coverage of the trailers for Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. Now, for those of you guys that don't know, one of the Valyrian families that is, like, friends of the throne, like an acquaintance, an advisor to the throne, advisory to the throne, I guess. I don't know what the exact terminology is. They're black. They're black Valyrians, and as far as most Game of Thrones fans would be led to believe, Valyrians are generally described as being very pale and having like white hair, and so Chuds got really mad about it. They claimed it was woke. Obviously, Rhaenyra Targaryen, being the main character, got them really mad as well because female main character gets them really pissed. Feminism, yada yada. So right away, it was popular to hate on the show. Problem is, Game of Thrones House of the Dragon was pretty damn anticipated. Not only that, but some creators in the Game of Thrones space that were like very well respected, like lore creators, made videos talking about how Black Valyrians are actually lore-wise a really good idea, actually. It was very funny to like watch and see videos of people saying, actually, it's a really good idea to have Black Valyrians, you see, and then like really bizarre lore explanation instead of like, hey, yeah, it's okay for like a black person to play a character in a show. It's not a bad thing. Like, I don't know. I did think that was pretty funny. But regardless, the Game of Thrones community broadly pretty quickly got off of the hate bandwagon on that. The Critical Drinker and the Grifters, though, did not. They milked this shit up to the point of the show's launch. In fact, the Critical Drinker released a video about the trailer, when he responded, watching the trailer for the show initially, and he titled the video, "Who Cares About House of the Dragon?" And on the night of the release, he was tweeting, "Crazy to see nobody watching House of the Dragon. Kinda sad too. I heard it's good. Guess it's not getting any numbers." And then the very next morning, the news came out that it had pulled like 15 million viewers or something on the first night of release. Critical Drinker went back and in secret and quietly retitled his video that was called Who Cares About House of the Dragon to House of the Dragon Trailer Review. So he changed the title of that, nice and sneaky, and then he deleted his tweets talking about how nobody cares or is watching House of the Dragon on release night. So if you ever need like an insight, and now of course he's on board with the House of the Dragon is a masterpiece, it's blowing Rings of Power out of the fucking water, Rings of Power is woke, House of the Dragon is based, and like how quickly the narrative has completely flipped from people who decided their opinions months before the property they're complaining about even came out. That should give you an insight into how honest these people are being about their media analysis here. Like, come on. If you actually value, like, honest media analysis, and by honest media analysis, I mean media analysis from someone who isn't financially motivated to serve you nonstop hate fuel, then this should really be a red flag to you.
Cancelled, a sign of things to come. He talked about how the cancellation of the Batgirl movie and the possible cancellation of the new Supergirl production could be part of a larger course correction for Warner Brothers, and a sign that they acknowledge that what they've been doing isn't working. Specifically, that the audiences are not responding favorably to wokeness, and that it simply won't generate.
So, these people will say go woke, go broke about everything. They said it about Captain Marvel. That was a really big one. And that movie like broke 1 billion, didn't it? And then when that happened, they had to recede to the idea that Disney lied about ticket sales. And that's their current stance. Every time they say a thing's going to go woke, go broke, and then it doesn't go broke by any stretch of the means, they claim that whoever released the piece of property is lying about sales of tickets or whatever, or lying about viewership. Because when reality doesn't fit your narrative, you just make a new reality, I guess, you know? There are a lot of people out there who very badly want to be told the real world is not in fact the real world, and the fantasy world that they have made up for themselves that makes them feel important and like they matter. And because that is what it is to a lot of these people. A lot of the people who watch this guy's videos feel like when they're leaving a like or subscribing, like they're fighting the culture war. They feel like they've just lobbed another battery of artillery, another volley of arrows from the left or from the right wing side of the culture war or whatever. And it really is embarrassing. You're being used for money because you'll nonstop watch content about how everything you like is bad because the left is ruining it. And in 5 years, you're going to realize how stupid it is, and you're going to probably be embarrassed. I am so fucking excited, guys, to see in like 2 to 3 years all of the videos popping up in my recommended on YouTube called like how I escaped the... What do you think it'll be called this time around? I don't think it would be called the alt-right rabbit hole. I don't think that terminology will still be hip and cool by then. Do you think it will be? It just doesn't really... I don't know. I feel like there'll be another word they're using for it. I feel like it'll be like how I escaped the top G... like hive or something. I don't know. Something along those lines. It's gonna have something to do with Andrew Tate or Top G or like TERFs or something. I don't know. How I got laid. Listen, to be fair, a fair amount of the videos I've watched of people talking about how they escaped the alt-right rabbit hole do involve them getting laid. A lot of these guys have yet to have the heads of their penises feel the moist warmth of a woman, or I guess a man too, yeah, it's led them to a lot of self-hatred, and self-hatred usually manifests itself as hatred for others, because no one wants to be honest about hating themselves to the world.
Great box office success. So it appears that both Batgirl and Supergirl may have been cancelled in order to prevent further losses while the studio focuses on conducting damage control.
Wait, are they actually gonna try to claim that Warner Bros. And their fucking tax bullshit is because of going woke? Dude, you know what's hilarious to me? Is that like all of the animation community online right now is rallying against Warner Bros. For like their treatment of all of the animation studios and all of the animators and like cartoon makers that were like working for them, that have now not only had their shows canceled with no warning and just lost their like jobs, but have also had the entire series that they had licensed under the Warner Bros. Licensing completely blacklisted from existing anymore. Like, you can't watch it anymore without pirating it. Yeah, like, this shit is fucking crazy. And no, it is not just fucking Batgirl or Supergirl or whatever it was. Like, by the way, I want to point out, all that is known about these properties is that they're going to be, like, women in it. Actually, to be fair, I will say, if the Batgirl in question is the one that I'm thinking of, the one that got canceled, wasn't there a trailer where it was like, the suit won't be perfect until it fits a woman or something? That line was pretty... That line was a little on the... That line made my teeth grit a little bit. You know, like in an anime, when like a male character gets pissed off, like they do the tooth grit, like the teeth grit thing. I did that in real life when I heard that, like, ugh. You know, I legitimately, like, was grinding my teeth after hearing that line in the trailer. But it really doesn't seem like the canceling of these projects was because, well, guys, you know what? The people have spoken. They don't like black women. We're going to cancel all these projects with women and minorities in them. I'm going to guess that's not what they did, considering the fact that they literally got acquired by another company because of their very clear poor financial situation, and that a shit ton of other properties, popular and unpopular, woke and literally as apolitical as you could possibly imagine. By woke, I mean like Infinity Train, I think is like a little bit woke looking in that it's like, it's got like the new gay cartoon art style. You guys know the one. Don't even try to argue it's not real. Yeah, I don't know. It's got the vibe, you know? Like, if that's all that had gotten canceled, I'd get what this guy is saying. I'd be like, that is strange. Maybe Warner Bros. Is axing all of this, like, stuff that people are saying is woke, but there's just no evidence for that. This guy's taking a story that is unironically really tragic. Like, a lot of people who've worked their asses off and made some amazing art at Warner Bros. Or in their different like subsidiaries are not only losing their jobs, but having their hard-earned work buried by the company that has fucked them over. And this guy is going to use that for political propaganda. And instead of blaming the corporations that and like the greedy, money-hungry motives, the capitalistic motives that drive them, instead it's they are the ones at fault. Because these people don't care about workers. These people don't care about anybody that could be negatively harmed by they don't care about like the CGI artist thing either. Do you think we'll hear anything in this about the CGI artists getting like overworked and underpaid and having to do like crunch time? I bet he'll shit on the CGI quality, but not on like the crunch time. No? If he does, it will be a virtue signal. If he does, it'll be to be like, oh yeah, and then the left is defending this company because they love Disney, and meanwhile they're doing this to their workers. So much for the worker-loving left. And it's like, bro, none of us give a shit about defending Disney. What we care about is making fun of people that get mad every time a new piece of media comes out that has non-white people in it, because it's cringe.
To the second Aquaman film because the actress Amber Heard is in the movie, and the new Flash film, the latter of which is a concern for the studio given the behind-the-scenes controversies surrounding the primary star, Ezra Miller. Furthermore, as Black Pigeon Speaks pointed out recently in his...
Wait. Isn't Black Pigeon Speaks a full-on neo-Nazi? Didn't he do a full-on JQ video? This guy did... Black Pigeon Speaks did a full-on, like, here's why the JQ is real video, right? Yeah? Huh. Well... God, we really are back in Gamergate, aren't we? Jesus Christ. They really are milking the Lord of the Rings show. Do you guys remember back during the, like, skeptic community back in the day when, like, BuzzFeed would release a video about manspreading, and then, like, 500 skeptic channels would all cover that same video, the same clips, and have the exact same commentary? But they would kind of add a small twist to the exact same joke. Listen, I'm dunking on some people I'm friends with now, but there's only so much you can say and work with when you're making that type of content. Like, there's going to be a lot of repetition across these content creators. Like, it really just ended up being, like, just listening to content creators repeating the exact same shit over and over again. And you know, I'm a YouTuber. I know how YouTube works. Milking the topics that are most popular over and over again for as much as they're worth while they are still, you know, relevant enough to, you know, continuously benefit from.
His video, Has Top Gun Doomed Amazon's Lord of the Rings? The success of Top Gun Maverick is also worth consideration. No agendas, no pandering.
So their definition... So, okay, there's so much to break down here. For one, the Lord of the Rings show is literally, I think in most countries, the #1 watch show. I think in most of the world, the #1 watch show, period. Now, obviously, these people will try to cope and say, oh, it's hate watchers. None of them actually like the show. It's all people watching just to see how bad it is. So, actually, it's not good, and you can't say that it's doing well viewership-wise because they just hate the show. And obviously, there's no evidence for that, but, you know, I mean... you know, that's what they have to do. You know, they can't admit that people liked a thing that like the narrative is that everybody hates and only the loud minority is pushing as some sort of agenda, right? Though I do think it's funny. Their example of, like, here's an agenda-free thing that's blowing up right now is Top Gun Maverick, which is just like, I literally know nothing about Top Gun. I literally mix up Top Gun and Top Gear. And Top Drive, all three of those things nonstop. I don't know what any of the three of those things are, and yet I think they are all the same thing when I hear them referred to individually. So I guess there's a little bit of Xander Hall lore for those that are that are interested. Yeah, Top G. Wait, fuck. Top Gun does stand for Top G. No, like, listen. It is possible for super masculine power fantasy media, which this guy just says has no agendas. What he means by that is it's like masculine power fantasy media. That's what this type of content is. They don't want there to be much more than, like, you know what these guys like? Michael Bay films. These guys' ideal world of content is like every film would be a Michael Bay film. Does that make sense? Any time that is spent, like, you know, sort of talking about, like, morality or, like, the character's internal struggles, to them is wasted time and boring in media like this. They want to see action and explosions and big, strong men fucking women and doing big, strong, hyper-masculine things. Because, let's be honest, a lot of these guys are closet gay, and this is about as close to gay porn as they can get away with watching in front of people. So, you know, exhibitionism and all that, you know, they're hiding the chub while they're watching Top Gun Maverick, you know, they're doing like you ever get like a hard on and you just kind of use your leg to just kind of give it a nice little rub, a dub. That's basically what they're doing while they're watching Top Gun Maverick. Zan, you're being mean. Basic media literacy is hard. Listen, media illiteracy is actually pretty difficult, but I think acknowledging the fact that there is more to media than fucking explosions, like thinking there's more to media than that, I don't think is like hardcore media literacy. I think it's just like, oh, this artist clearly had a message when they wrote this. They wanted me to come away feeling like I learned something from their story, or like I was taught something, or like it's left an impact on me more than just, oh, well, I guess that was a few hours down. Like, maybe I'm too much of a soy libcuck, but I feel like, you know, I think of media that I enjoy as art, and I feel like art has meaning, you know? Usually.
No moral lecturing, just high-octane,
By the way, by moral lecturing, what they mean is like, maybe he's referring to the She-Hulk line that I cringed at, but usually when these people say moral lecturing, they're talking about like, there'll be a racist character in a show, and the racist character will get BTFO'd, and they're like, ugh, so woke, so, they're lecturing me about how racism is bad. No one wants to hear that. Okay, I guess.
uncompromising action and character-driven quality cinema. It's also grossed over $1.4 billion at the box office. According to Box Office Mojo, it has beaten everything in theaters for 2022 by a solid margin. Jurassic World Dominion is a distant second, followed by Doctor Strange in...
So, do you guys remember how I mentioned earlier that when not the Rings of Power, when Game of Thrones House of the Dragon first announced, they hated it. They were just shitting on it nonstop. They were saying it was woke, it was garbage, yada, 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 so on and so on, right? But then once Rings of Power came along, and they realized that there was no way they could win the culture war on the idea of House of the Dragon being bad, even as the show was coming out, they were pushing the idea that it was a woke failure. The instant they realized that was a no longer profitable narrative, and the more profitable narrative would be to pit Rings of Power against House of the Dragon, they immediately jumped on board with that. And House of the Dragon, out of nowhere, went from being a woke garbage show, a perversion of Game of Thrones that no one cares about, to, House of the Dragon does it again! Shows Rings of Power is total garbage! And that's like the title of all their videos, and they make literally 4 videos like this per week. It's the right-wing tactic. You literally try to claim whatever the most popular thing is right now for yourself, because if you like that thing... Basically, it means that you can say to anybody who likes that thing that you've claimed that the left hates it, and that if you like this thing, you have to be on the right to defend it against the left. That's what they're saying to these people. And these people live such privileged lives, like they're so sheltered, that the concept of like their video games having brown people in them is such a huge worry, such a massive political and cultural issue to them, that they feel like they're fighting a valiant war.
In the Multiverse of Madness. Then Minions: The Rise of Gru, The Batman, and...
That is to say, I don't give a shit about this movie, Top Gun or whatever, and its performance has nothing to do with Go Woke, Go Broke.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Imagine that. No big superhero movie at the top spot this year. Just a grounded, real-world, old-school Tom Cruise summer action blockbuster with no cringe and divisive political messaging. How refreshing.
Wait, did I not literally earlier go on a rant about how, yeah, old movies were so good. They were like Terminator and fucking, and Die Hard and Alien and Predator and shit. Like, these people literally just need roided up, like, to be clear, the movies that I listed, like Alien and whatnot, would be considered woke nowadays. But like, they literally can't handle anything that isn't like roided up dudes just doing dude shit. And listen, I love roided up dudes doing dude shit, okay? I'm a guy, alright? Sometimes I like watching roided up dudes doing dude shit. It's fun, okay? It's like, it's fucking, you imprint, it's like power fantasy or whatever, okay? I get that. Everyone loves power fantasy. I'm not saying that power fantasy is bad, okay? Escapism and power fantasy are completely fine. My issue is with people that, like, can't stand the idea of art being anything than that. The Terminator was extremely political, holy shit. Obviously it was. All the these people literally touted Metal Gear Solid as an example of a series that didn't fall into politics back in the day. And now David Hayter himself is on Twitter calling the quartering a dumb piece of shit. The voice actor who voices Solid Snake. Like, come on. At this point, when you have the artists themselves reaching out to talk about how dumb these grifters are and how they're literally just milking their art for money, like, maybe you ought to think about what's motivating these guys.
Refreshing. Now, it seems like wokeness isn't going anywhere in film and television anytime soon, at least when it comes to the big studios like Disney, because, as the drinker suggested in his video, they seem to be able to afford to make unpopular and ideologically vandalized productions. Warner.
Ideologically vandalized? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Have you ever noticed that, like, these words don't mean anything? Like that doesn't actually mean anything. It's just meant to sound like, yeah, oh, woke, oh, yeah, cringe and woke. How am I supposed to fucking stun these trolls? Oh, okay. I should read quests more. All right.
Warner, on the other hand, may be deciding to step away from making these kinds of films because they simply cannot afford how unprofitable they are. This could.
So we're just doing the emphasize theys when referring to the Hollywood elites now. We're doing the triple parentheses they. Okay, I feel like because a lot of this guy's fans that might end up watching this aren't very old, like they're pretty young, I feel like I need to give them a little bit of background on internet memes, okay? So if you're not familiar with conservative political, like, memes, here's an ADL article, which I guess you think might be Jewish or something, but here you go. What the fuck? Alternate names. Parentheses or parenthesis. Multiple parentheses, or the echo, as it is sometimes referred to as a typographical practice used by some anti-Semites online. It typically consists of 3 pairs of parentheses or brackets used around someone's name or around a term or phrase. When used around someone's name, such as Natalie Weiss, wait, is Natalie Weiss an example of somebody who, I guess maybe, it is intended to be by the user to indicate to others in the know that the person being referred to is Jewish. When others around use the term or phrase such as banker, the intent is generally that the word Jewish is placed in front of the term or phrase, or simply that the term or phrase is actually synonymous with Jews. Where's the, well, they don't list it here, but generally the most common form of this that you'll see is just they. Simply they surrounded by parentheses, which is essentially what he's phonetically doing there. Like the they. Who is they? Who's they? Who's pushing this? Who is they? And why are they pushing this supposed narrative, this woke agenda? What's their goal? What motivates them? I'm really curious. Computing forever.
Could be true, and Warner's decision might eventually lead to a paradigm shift across Hollywood, but I would sound a note of caution. Wokeness has been unpopular, but it's been something that studios have clearly accepted as a loss leader.
Oh my god, we're doing the thing again. So, okay. These people genuinely think that politics is a popularity contest. Now, obviously, when it comes to elections, politics is about as on the nose as it could get to, like, a comparison of a popularity contest. It really is that, as far as elections go. But politics itself, like, who is right, who is wrong, they see it as a popularity contest. Have you seen the comments that the fans of these YouTubers will leave on videos of mine? Very rarely are they able to dig up even a semblance of an argument. The most I usually ever get is, well, the YouTuber you called out has more subscribers and gets more views than you, so who's in the right then? If you're so correct, then why does he get more views than you? Explain that, liberal. It's like, I mean, I guess if you think the correct political views are determined by what's most popular, I mean, sure. But to be clear, Biden won the election. The election was not stolen, contrary to what these people tell you. Wokeness is in fact getting more and more popular. Going onto TikTok and seeing the popularity of that app alone should demonstrate to you how woke Gen Z is. In fact, I would argue that Gen Z is at times too woke for my liking. I don't see, like, we're already basing this statement off of a false premise to lead to a twisted narrative. It does remind me a lot of when Paul Joseph Watson would say conservatism is the new punk rock, and Generation Z is the most conservative generation since World War II. That was back in 2016. Those claims got massively debunked by a shit ton of studies. It just wasn't true. And that played a large part in kind of dissolving the narrative these people made back then, that this like conservative culture was somehow like the silent majority that was just too afraid to speak up. But very quickly people realized it's just a bunch of immature babies whining on the internet, and it died out. But now there's a bunch of actual immature babies, like literal children, coming to age and getting their mommy's first iPad hand me down, right? And they're going through the YouTube Shorts algorithm and they end up finding this shit. So that's the new rabbit hole.
I think the priority with woke films and TV shows has been the message rather than the money.
Okay. So he is actually arguing right now that there is a propagandistic motive that is not a goal of making money, that these companies are being motivated by to push this narrative. So he actually thinks that there is a conspiracy here. Not like a reasonable thing like, oh, these corporations would probably like pander to certain groups in order to maximize their profits, a pretty reasonable and standard thing to expect any company to do, like advertising 101. No. There's an ideological bend here. I'm curious how close to I'm curious to see how willing he is to JQ here. Is he just going to go all out on the JQ here? This video has hundreds of thousands of views, by the way. YouTube does not care about people JQing. I'm curious how overt it's going to be.
The culturally and ideologically subversive agenda has taken precedence, while profits have taken a back seat. But for how much longer? How much longer will Hollywood continue this trend? How much longer?
Rings of Power is absolute garbage, not because it's woke, but because it's boring and stupid. Your opinion doesn't matter, you're a sensei. I don't know if you know this, but nobody cares about your opinion. Absolutely no one. Not a single person. I know you think your opinion matters, and that's why you stated it, but I feel like I'm just going to be nice and let you know that absolutely no one gives a shit. No one cares that you didn't like Rings of Power. Absolutely nobody gives a shit. No one's impressed. And no one cares. Okay? You're not cool or different for hating the popular thing, my friend.
Or can they afford to do this? Even Disney, with all of their financial might, will eventually begin to feel the pinch. Like I say, the MCU...
They've been saying this since technically 2014. They have been saying this since 2014. Let's see if it finally ends up being anything more than a slogan for them to drive up engagement.
Their biggest cash cow franchise is no longer number one at the box office. Although, to be fair...
How am I being forced to defend the MCU here? This might be the dumbest argument against the MCU I've heard in my fucking life. Oh yeah, the MCU had 1 year where one of their movies wasn't the top of the fucking charts. Man, MCU in shambles, am I right, fellas? Disney falling apart. What are they gonna do, guys? Oh, fuck it. Oh, the woke agenda caught up to them, am I right, guys? Like, what are you talking about? Do these people actually think they're doing something, or that this is like? I get that the bar is very high for the MCU, but it feels very bizarre to me to use, for the first time in years, an MCU property hasn't been the top of the box office at a given time. So that means the MCU is falling off, everyone hates it, and no one's watching it anymore. Empirical evidence and reality don't matter for this video. They don't. This video is based on vibes. He is appeasing the vibes of his fans.
That's not all down to wokeness, because not all recent MCU films have been woke. The fact that the MCU films are not utterly dominating the box office right now, like they used to, could also simply be down.
I think what's causing the MCU to have a little bit of a downturn right now, and to be clear, the MCU is still dominating the box office. Don't let this guy lie to you. Everything MCU is still trending on Twitter #1 whenever it like goes up. Everything MCU is still like hitting like the top of the fucking charts. Like, don't pretend. Let's not pretend like the MCU is like B-list tiers, or like even A tier or A-list in regards to its success right now. I think the problem that they have right now is, one, lately the humor for me has been a little cringe, though not always. Moon Knight was really, really good. I liked Moon Knight. And I don't like that. That was like that's been a standout of Phase 4. Obviously, No Way Home was very good, and those are my two favorites so far from this particular season. Of oh god, he's British. He's lying to you. He's a Brit. Wait, this guy's British? Does he claim he's not? Well, okay. Anyway, yeah, like, I think the big problem is that, like, the humor hasn't felt as good. I do think Moon Knight's humor was pretty good when it did happen, though it was pretty sparse. Moon Knight was a bit darker, and I do like that the MCU has been dipping a little bit into darker topics lately. I hope that Werewolf by Night, keeps up its promises for a gory and fucked up, horror, campy, like, horror experience. That's what I want from it, for a nice Halloween kind of thing. And I think a big problem it has right now is that there's not enough hype for the next villain. I don't think they've hyped up Kang the Conqueror enough yet. I think once we start seeing, like, after credits scenes of, like, Kang the Conqueror doing crazy shit that's threatening the characters we care about, I think that's when you're going to start to see more of, like, an Endgame Avengers Infinity War level of hype coming back to the MCU again. Because, frankly, You're asking for the MCU to catch lightning in a bottle twice. I'm not saying they can't do it, but fuck. I don't know. I genuinely think it might be downhill for the MCU from here. Not like downhill in the same way as it like, dead, right? I think it'll be a long and slow burn of like, it's going to plateau and like slowly, like just not really grow anymore and just kind of maintain itself just barely. As like a very popular franchise, but not really like dominating culture to the same tier. So then again, I am hearing more about the MCU nowadays than I even did back in 2018. So maybe this is just me kind of being like fazed by Twitter reactionaries freaking out about everything MCU being bad now. I don't know, hard to say.
To the fact that there's been a lot of superhero movie fatigue lately, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe films, in particular, have saturated the market in recent years. And I think it has to be said that since Endgame in 2019, it just feels like the MCU's best days are behind it, and the stories are starting to become a bit tired, and just generally...
Nothing's really changed that much. Not much has changed, if I'm being honest. As somebody who got into the MCU very late, caught up on all of the movies to watch Infinity War, and then kept up from there on out, I can say as someone who doesn't have the bias of seeing these movies in theaters and knowing of them and watching them for years or even a decade before Phase 5, I think we're in, I can say pretty confidently, not much content-wise as far as like the writing and the character writing and stuff like that goes, has really changed. Not since like Avengers and onward, like between Avengers and Endgame, not much has like changed as far as like the way they're written. Like the jokes are just as cringe outside of like Thor Ragnarok, which is uniquely cringe, and obviously She-Hulk is just something else.
Uninteresting. Nevertheless, for roughly 6 years now or so, some of us have been talking.
Dude, what a pretentious rant Sona. We really are back in 2016. Triggered? Are you triggered right now, liberal? Look at me raising my eyebrow with my giant forehead. Aren't you triggered right now, liberal? I remember this guy's old avatar used to have him putting his fingers to his temples, like he was frustrated with whatever he was talking about. It's always really funny. Hey, Tipster, what's up, homie?
Talking about how if you get woke, you'll eventually go broke. But so far, it just hasn't really happened to the degree that some of us had anticipated. Yes, some movies like Ghostbusters 2016 have...
I swear to God, I didn't pre-watch this video. I remember when he did tech videos. I remember when he did JQ videos. This guy rebranded Dave Cullen after getting like really JQ-y on his old content. He apparently took the God pill too, and so now he's like a fundamentalist Christian too. Anyway, I swear to God, I have not pre-watched this video. I mentioned before that I feel like the internet and content creators like this started feeling really brave, announcing, "This thing will suck shit," before it ever comes out, because of the Ghostbusters 2016 movie. This movie, like everyone said it's gonna suck shit before it came out, and they were right, and the internet was like, ah, okay, we know how to tell if something will be bad before it drops now. There we go. Have you seen my Twitter war with BX Bullet? She's gone mental. I've seen a bit of it, but if I'm being honest, I don't really even know who BX Bullet is. Like, I heard very briefly about drama with her that people have had, and that's about it. I know I couldn't describe anything about BX Bullet. I couldn't put more. I couldn't expand enough of that I know about BX Bullet into more than like a paragraph, you know? But I heard she's been being cringe, so hopefully she stops.
Bombed at the box office, and 2019's Terminator Dark Fate was a similar failure. Some TV shows like...
Wait, this is the thing that I really like about this. These people will simultaneously say Linda Hamilton's Sarah Connor is an example of like a strong female protagonist that they like, but then they had her doing the exact same shit in this movie as she did in Terminator 2. And now it's a problem. Now it's shit. Also, this movie didn't really bomb, if I remember correctly. It just kind of didn't really do as well as you'd hope a Terminator movie would do. I didn't particularly like it very much. I did think they did some interesting stuff. I liked the Terminator that was chasing them felt like creepier. Like it kind of felt a little bit scarier than any of the Terminators I've seen recently, and that was nice, but I don't know. I do think sometimes it's good to just let a franchise die. Not like die, but to put a franchise to rest. I think Terminator probably would have been good with a trilogy. I think... Actually, no. Sarah Connor Chronicles was good. And there are even some people that like Terminator, what was the one that takes place during the war against Skynet? Like after the apocalypse, after Judgment Day. Not a lot of people liked it at the time, but in hindsight, it's, yeah, Salvation. Terminator Salvation has a good amount of, like, a cult following, but I don't know. I think this movie, unironically, was better than Terminator 3 Judgment Day. Or, sorry, not Terminator 2. Terminator 2 is Judgment Day, sorry. This movie was better than Terminator 3. And this movie was definitely better than Salvation. Wasn't as good as 2 or 1, though. I'm sorry. Terminators 1 and 2 are just... Can't beat that. Can't beat that, I'm sorry. You would literally have to, like, send society back to the 90s to achieve the same level. Like, there's something about the 90s and it being set in the 90s, for Terminator 2 specifically, that made it perfect. Terminator 2 being set in the 90s was perfect. I feel like the vibe of Terminator doesn't work in modern day as well. I feel like setting all Terminators, like, if you're gonna make a future Terminator movie, set it in the 80s. Because it's back when that kind of shit was at its most popular, and just, you play into all of the 80s, like, RoboCop fucking, like, just play into all of it, right? Not in, like, the way this guy wants people to, but, like, play into, like, the classic memes like that. I do like that type of content. That would be cool. Like, just set it in the 90s? I mean, Turning Red was set in the 90s. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was set in the early 2000s. Fuck. Right after 9/11. Oh, how could they not acknowledge it?
Some TV shows like Batwoman, for example, were cancelled, and it would also appear that the new female-centric Batgirl and Supergirl projects were cancelled, probably because they were going to be very unsuccessful. But overall,
I don't doubt they were probably going to be unsuccessful. I'm going to be real. No interest in watching those, and I'd be surprised if anyone, like... Let me tell you guys something, guys. I keep saying guys. How high am I? The best thing that's come out of the DCEU has been Peacemaker. The best thing to come out of the DCEU easily has been Peacemaker. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was literally on the edge of my seat waiting for each new episode of Peacemaker. The music was great, the acting was funny, like, the characters were funny and, like, likable. Like, I stopped seeing John Cena as John Cena and started seeing him as Peacemaker. Like, I legitimately was able to stop seeing him as John Cena while watching the show and see him as the character he was playing. I forgot he was John Cena. That's wild. He's improved at acting significantly. I want to see more Peacemaker style stuff from Warner Bros. For their, like, DC stuff. Stuff that's just meant to be funny, gory, R-rated, playing into the grittiness of DC that's inherent to the comics for the most part, without taking itself so seriously it comes off as cringe edgelord shit. But if you're going to do cringe, or not cringe, if you're gonna do super gritty serious stuff, do Joker and do the Batman. That stuff did well. Everyone liked it. It did, like, that's the kind of shit that people clearly want to see. I'm sorry, but for reasons that do involve, unironically, I think, being turned away by some weird, like, political, like, I will admit, that line in the trailer for Batgirl, correct me if I'm wrong, like, it'll be perfect when it fits a woman, that line would turn tons of people away that aren't even that conservative. Because that line is unironically very cringe and on the nose. So I do think these shows probably wouldn't have performed super well, but I think it's interesting that this guy is celebrating, and he is celebrating, the cancellation of these shows and people losing their jobs and their ability to make art because it is art that he does not like. Because that's what this is. These are people calling for the downfall and the ability for content they do not like to exist anymore. They don't like that left-wing people are enjoying it from their perspective. Let's assume the world is as they see it. Left-wing people like this woke media, and that is bad. Woke people are bad and should not be allowed to have media they like. They are ruining our media, and this needs to be taken from them. Our media needs to be taken back. They need to. We need to make it non-political again, I guess. That's the view that I get from how they talk.
wokeness has lingered way longer than I thought it would. The question is, will Get Woke, Go Broke finally start to happen to such a degree that wokeness will become so unprofitable that it will eventually just stop being a thing?
If that happens, these people lose their careers. People like this make their entire bag off of these companies continuously making new movies with brown people in them, okay? This guy, the quartering, and every single other grifter that they throw in with would not have a career and would not be able to keep the lights on if these companies were not making movies and shows with black people and stuff. That is all that is keeping their lights on at night, is people mad about that shit and watching them complain about it.
In cinema and television. Will it finally actually happen for real? Well, perhaps not broke. Maybe broke is too strong a word. Perhaps after a few commercial failures and lackluster box office.
Move the goalpost. Move the goalpost. So, what he's opening up here, but I'm just going to get out right in front of him here. He is opening himself up to wiggle out of being proven wrong. These people are constantly proven wrong, so I guess this guy in particular, he knows how Gamergate, you know, he knows how, like, the community that he was a part of before fell. He rebranded, he's gone by a new name now. He clearly wants to put the past that would very clearly not reflect very positively for him in modern day behind him, and take advantage of what he learned about dog whistling and hiding your true intentions and your true beliefs behind they and agendas and ulterior motives that don't involve money, like hiding what you actually mean behind that kind of stuff and those dog whistles and euphemisms instead of actually saying it like those content creators back in the day did. Got themselves yoinked for. Gotta be careful, guys. Can't admit you think the Jews are pushing some kind of narrative to make I don't know, white men cucks or something? What do they believe?
Office returns, and a few more disappointing TV series like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, and She-Hulk, there will be a real...
Wait, I like how much we're stretching, like, disappointments here. Loki performed so well and was so well liked. Every single episode was trending for like 2 days straight on Twitter. I like how much these people are trying to gaslight everyone and thinking that WandaVision and Loki and Falcon and the Winter Soldier didn't do well because it doesn't fit the narrative. Twitter was aflame every night or every week over WandaVision. Twitter was aflame every night over Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Twitter was aflame every night over Moon Knight. How are you going to claim these properties did poorly? I'm pretty sure the ratings as well reflect very, very well. Like, top TV shows. Like, literally their seasons premiering and being the top shows premiering at the time. Like, man, these people are desperate. Just like, I guess you gotta grift. You gotta grift.
That it's time to ditch the political stuff and just focus on telling great stories again. I think that's the way.
We really have reverted back to a simpler time. We've reverted back to the time when these people's arguments are just, can't we just have apolitical everything again? Don't you miss when all the media you liked was completely apolitical?
Way things were with Columbia and Sony Pictures when it comes to the Ghostbusters franchise. The unpopular all-female Ghostbusters 2016 was such a flop that the decision was made to drop the...
You know what's actually funny? This movie didn't actually... So, when the movie came out, the internet review bombed it. These people will not acknowledge the existence of review bombing, but the vast majority of people who watch a movie and just don't like it don't actually leave a negative review. Like, most people who watch something and feel anything about it don't really leave a review. Like, you have to feel pretty strongly about a thing or have other motives, such as, like, it's your job, or, like, maybe you're part of a review bomb or something like that, to actually go out of your way to review something. I don't think I've ever gone to, like, IMDb or, like, Rotten Tomatoes and reviewed something, like, or gave it, like, a rating. I've never done that in my life. I've never gone to Yelp. I've never done that. I don't know anyone who does. Do any of you guys do that? I don't know. These people literally would point at, like, how poorly the ratings were for this movie when it first came out, which was very obviously due to, like, the internet memes about it. Like, everyone wanted to take part in, like, the mass hate brigading of this shitty movie, right? And it was a shitty movie. But funnily enough, I saw a screenshot recently that showed on streaming services this movie is actually, like, rated a 4.8 or something out of 5. Like, people who've gone and watched this movie on streaming services after the fact have actually rated it pretty highly. Now, these people will say something like, oh, well, they're faking the ratings to make it look better. But, I mean, unless you have any better evidence than I bet, then it does seem like, as much as I did not like this movie and thought it was cringe, the hate for it was massively overblown. It really was. No piece of media warrants the amount of attention and the amount of cultural hysteria that this movie started.
Feminist angle and revert to making a film without any political bias. A film that would introduce a new cast while also reuniting the original. Ghostbusters Afterlife was the result, which generally pleased fans by paying a wonderful tribute to the original cast and of course the late Harold Ramis, who played Egon originally.
I love how this is like a very mundane, not disagreeable take, but he is attributing the fact that this movie did well, it seems, to the idea that it wasn't woke. Now, I'll admit, there's no doubt in my mind that the idea of the Ghostbusters 2016 movie being woke probably harmed it, but, like, I don't think the idea of the new Ghostbusters movie being not woke helped it. You know what I mean? I think one can apply without the other being true.
This is proof that when Hollywood feels the financial pinch, unpopular and divisive political messaging quickly gets jettisoned in favor.
It is not unpopular or divisive political messaging. The only people it's divisive to are people like this. The vast majority of people who've reached adulthood are not concerned with this type of stuff and consume the media without even a second thought. There are people who get triggered about it, I'm sure, and cringe out at certain scenes like, ugh, the fucking... There were definitely people who, for example, like me, cringed at the, in Endgame. You know that one scene with all the female heroes and they get the gauntlet to, like, Captain Marvel, they fucking help her and whatnot. She doesn't even need the help because she's, like, the most powerful one there, so it's fucking stupid. I don't know. It's so fucking stupid. I don't even know. We don't need the mini-map. Move yourself down, or the video over so we can see. Okay. Boom. There you go. Wait, I have to see the mini-map. Fuck you. I gotta see it. I'll move my camera up here. Now you guys can't see it, but I can. Heh.
Of a more crowd-pleasing mass appeal approach. So, are we beginning to see...
By the way, if you're looking for an example of, like, left-wing humor that makes fun of, like, corporate wokeness, the pandering that's done by these corporations to appeal to, like, progressive people so that they can feel like they did a good thing by using their, like, fucking product. Like, this is something universally made fun of in left-wing spaces and in left-wing media. Like, even the fucking Boys made fun of it. And as much as this guy probably thinks the Boys agrees with him, the creator of the show himself has talked about how he feels about Trump supporters and how they're all racist pieces of shit, in his own words. Anyway, I do think it's interesting how willing these people are to completely just appropriate stuff for their narrative, like pieces of media. It's interesting.
Get woke, go less profitable finally come to pass? Are we witnessing the end of wokeness in Hollywood? Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I won't be holding my breath. Let me know your thoughts.
I cannot wait to title this video Pretentious British Rantsona YouTuber foretells the end of wokeness. Sounds like a good title for this video. That sounds perfect. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, this lovely response to this large four-headed ginger, then please consider dropping a like on the video. It helps the channel, the stream, the VOD, however you're watching. If you're watching on YouTube, liking it helps the channel out more than you even realize. And of course, if you want to see more from me on this hell site of a platform, you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications and, you know, all that. So YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. He's Irish. They're all the same. Anyway, you can also follow my social media, link down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, and I will remind you once again, I'll bring it back up a second time, my Twitter is where all the spiciest memes happen. So follow that, especially. Links in the description. And finally, I guess if you want to support me financially, you got the money for it, and you don't even need it for anything else, then I guess you can always support me over on my website, xanderhall.com/live, in the form of a donation, a gifted sub, or a subscription for yourself. And you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and through Patreon. But as always, no matter how you support me, I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Pog Pog. Pog Pog, we got another video down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. How's chat doing? Brief little update. Got a little brief. We got a brief update to go over. Any updates in chat? How are you guys doing? I'm curious.
So
you guys doing good? Level 76 and still grinding. Jesus Christ, Cold Sun. Level 76? Wait, have I gotten any DMs? Oh, wait, I have. Invite to the raid group again. This is the character I'll be on for tonight, so no more hopping around for me. Den Rogue, I've disbanded the raid group. I don't know if you... Obviously, I meant this is from a while ago, I'd bet, so... Yeah. Feel free to message me in-game, though, in order to get an invite, or get, like, added. Like, I'll add you as a... I'll, like, invite you to a group, so I can add you as a friend in-game, and that'll tell you when I come online. You'll be able to message me. It'll make things easier. I'll be able to invite you to the guild and everything. So, yeah. I'd be 80 if work didn't get in the way. That's true. That's true. There's also a level boost if you feel like being a fake WoW player. Personally, as much as it is exciting to get into Northrend, I would advise leveling naturally, if you can. It's up to you and how much patience you have and whether or not you've leveled before, but generally speaking, I think it's best to just enjoy the leveling experience, especially if it's your first time. Don't level boost if this is your first time playing, like legit, like classic, or maybe do, because maybe then it might be too much work for you to level on your own. Yeah, I've been taking it slow. I'll probably spend a lot of time chilling out in VC, in my Discord, the World of Warcraft VC, so that you guys can kind of like chill out and talk to me while you grind in World of Warcraft. I think that's a good way of helping to grow the guild. I think that would be quite poggers. Quite pogger, as they say. What server? Pagel US, and I'm playing Alliance. And yes, I am building a guild. I'm trying to get enough fans together that we can actually make a fan guild. I'm worried, though, because I think I need to have, like... I think I'll feel safe making the fan guild and splitting off from Nox and Kuro at 60 members. At 60 total members, I think I'll feel like enough people are likely to actually stick it out for the long run that it's worth investing my time and effort into building my own whole-ass guild. Because managing and owning a guild is like, you know, a whole-ass fucking job. Horde killed in Venture Bay. Okay, I guess there's Horde out here for me to kill. Discord link where? In the description of all of my videos and streams on YouTube. There should be a link to the Discord. How many of you guys are watching my stream or listening to my stream from work right now? I'm curious. Oh my god, you're not Horde, you're just Venture Co, guys. Fuck you. How many of you are watching my stream from work or something like that? I'm really curious. I love when people tell me they're on the night shift and like they're all alone at work, like Five Nights at Freddy's style in the middle of the night, and they're just listening to my stream, and that's all they've got to listen to is my stream. It's like, yeah, I'll keep you entertained. I'll keep you company. I'm right here. We good. You're safe. No demons of the night are gonna get you while you're working the night shift. Don't you worry. My voice will protect you. If you're gonna do some hardcore raiding, might have to get in on that. I do actually want to dip my toes into it. I actually really like World of Warcraft, especially Wrath. especially Classic in general. Like, I really, really do feel like going hard on WoW. At the very least, very least, until, where are the Horde at? The Horde guys. At the very least, until Hightail drops. Like, at the very least that long, I'd like to go hard as fuck on World of Warcraft, because I love this game. I will say, though, I am going to go back to streaming Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed in the next few days. Right now, I'm grinding WoW because it's just a good game to grind while I'm doing, like, my normal political content. It doesn't distract too much from, you know, like, responding to the videos. And not only that, but I'm really trying to get a lot of progress made in WoW before, you know, before the raids open up. I actually want to be able to get all my heroic gear and all that, and not be left out or feel left out, so to say. So basically, I'm grinding like crazy. And if I can grind and get XP and level up in WoW on stream, and it doesn't take away from the experience of the stream or the experience of the political segments, in fact, it even improves them, then I figured, you know what? Why not kill two birds with one stone? Get mad progress made in WoW, and spend the rest of the time doing politics. Just from a vibes perspective, Wrath just feels right. I don't know what it is. I just feel there's just something about this place, Northrend, that makes me want to explore it, you know? Like, I'm just 100% down to literally explore every reach and every crevice of this fucking continent and do all of the quests. I literally have never felt more motivated to do every quest in an entire continent that I can do on a character. Because not only is it good for rep, but it's also good for gold when you reach max level. And the quests are actually, like, kind of satisfying and rewarding to do in your off time, especially the dailies. Like, oh my god, Waddle K dailies are actually fun and good. I'm literally doing them right now. Like, it's crazy. It's wild. Unbelievable, even. Oh my god, these guys just, whew, okay. Oh, I clicked that ability. Cringe. How could I do such a thing? How could I be such a noob? Such a noob at the game. Alright, well that was unholy. As a fucking arms warrior. If I wasn't an arms warrior, I would have fucking died there. I want you all to know, this is classic, like, it's not vanilla classic, so it's not as hardcore. This is still classic WoW. I would have fucking died if I wasn't an arms warrior there. If I was leveling Fury, I would have fucking died. Easy. Without a question. Without a shadow of a doubt. And we're gonna move on to the next political segments in just a moment. I just want to I want to update you guys on my plans for both this stream later on as well as future streams. So as I said, I don't plan to stream an insane amount of WoW. I might stream our raid nights, but for the most part, I think WoW is going to be like a background thing for while I do political segments and debates. It really is a great game to play in the background while you're talking to chat. It's like I can literally not look at the screen and just generally kind of muscle memory the general amounts of times it takes between each of my abilities on my rotation, right? Like I think I'm decent enough at the game's basic mechanics that I don't need to actively harp over what's happening and like focus on what's happening to cover it, you know? What is this? Element 115. Where the fuck is it obtained? On God, I can't find it. Prot doesn't have lower damage and you have a lot of utility. So you're telling me I should really respect the Prot. Is Fury not best for, like, endgame, though? How are there so many of you? Stop hyper spawning. This is unnecessary. I don't need more XP. This is probably like a good XP farm, right? And I'm only getting 900 for these guys. Wait, these guys are hyper spawning. Wait, I've triggered a hyper spawn. And this is actually giving me mad rep too. I really need to get off this fucking boat soon before I run out of consumables and die, because these things are not going to stop spawning anytime soon, I think. Please let me loot. I'm so scared right now, chat. This is the first time I've felt tense in WoW. Please. Oh my god, they just I need to loot as fast as possible and just run. Looting as fast as possible, run. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. There's no way. That was some insane hyper spawning. I don't know how that's supposed to be pulled off. We could probably group up if there's anybody who's level 70 something around that wants to try to run that, but I'm cool running solo still. I think I actually think I want to run solo. I'll be down later maybe to do some group content, just for right now, responding to because I've got more political topics, like more chud segments I want to respond to while playing WoW. I want to focus on like solo leveling right now. Never played WoW, but this is making me want to get into it. You very much should, and you should join my server and join my guild and play with me. It's great. It's a fantastic game. I'll admit, I felt like a mini Asmongold for a moment, sitting in the middle of Stormwind with so many, like, when 3 fucking people came out of the woodwork to kneel to me in World of Warcraft. It just doesn't feel real to have, like, enough fans to actually, like, go into a video game and have them join in. I've been recognized in World of Warcraft before, but only in retail. I literally got recognized like once or twice in random Dungeon Finder in retail Shadowlands, and I tweeted I just got recognized in World of Warcraft, and then sent the person my Twitter, and they were like, "Holy shit, it is the real Xander Hall." That is how Duke Transmog competitions. What if we did gear competitions in Classic? Because there's not transmog in this, right? At least not. There's not supposed to be until later. What if instead of transmog comps, we did gear comp, where it was basically a transmog competition, but you had to have the gear and equip it and wear it for the competition. So it was about wearing different sets of gear that kind of worked well with Classic. I'd watch the fuck out of that. It's literally a fashion show where I'd be judging people's armor sets in WoW. I feel like that would appeal to some of you, and to most of you, not at all. Where are these, like, supposed horde? Defeat 10 horde units or players in Venture Bay and return to Lieutenant Stewart. Well, there are no horde players on this server, really, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. High tea fashion show, true. Okay. I think it is time to start the next segment, guys. All right, everyone. Hello. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? Three, 2, 1, action. Well. We are back once again, dunking on Benny Boy Shapiro. I did a recent video in which I agreed with him and said, wait, he's actually based here, about the Lord of the Rings Rings of Power show, because believe it or not, he has not jumped on the hate bandwagon of the show and called it woke or whatever. At least from what I've seen, he's actually been very charitable to it. And even when I watched his review of episode 4, even brought up very, very compelling evidence that Halbrand is Sauron. And now I can't stop thinking it. And now every scene that I see Halbrand in, I keep on interpreting things as being better evidence that he's Sauron. So Ben Shapiro actually got me on that one. And I even posted a video, a whole segment, where I said, it was titled, "I Can't Believe I Agree with Ben Shapiro on This." But unfortunately, our boy, it looks like, is probably going to end up going back on his basedness, as he's talking about a drama that I'm surprised he would even talk about. Like, he is pretty shameless and whatnot, but it just feels so harmless to the extent that it feels like you're just kind of giving the game away by even expressing anger about it, you know? And that is Lizzo playing the which fucking president was it? Madison, whatever Madison, the crystal flute that's in like the Library of Congress or whatever. Lizzo played it. For those of you guys that don't know, Lizzo is a singer who's pretty famous and well known. She's got like 2 million followers on Twitter. James Madison, thank you. I don't really know a shit ton about Lizzo or her music. All I know is that the first time I ever heard about Lizzo was random like chud gamer bro dudes talking about how it's bullshit that she's popular and she's only popular because she's a fat black woman that like woke liberals want to support or they'll seem racist. So that was how I learned about Lizzo and her existence initially. From like a very popular, like, not even right-wing channel, actually. It was actually a very, like, popular apolitical, like, centrist channel, but, yeah, even they, like, were not big fans of Lizzo. Like, it seems like in a lot of, kind of edgy spaces, there's this idea that Lizzo is sort of, like, Amy Schumer tier. And if you know anything about these people, comparing someone to Amy Schumer should make it very clear how bad, like, that's very bad. If these people think you're something like Amy Schumer, then you're very bad. And they think Amy Schumer is a woman with no talent who is using her her gender to get ahead. Very much like the general, like, conservative narrative, right? And I'll admit, I don't think Amy Schumer's funny. She very clearly steals jokes. But I don't think it's some fucking political shit. I don't think it's like men versus women. Women can't be funny. Men are the only ones that can be funny. Here's evidence of it. But they'll try to push it that way. It's really bizarre. But like that's what they've tried to do with Lizzo. Now, besides that, I literally had no idea what she was famous for because like that's how I learned of her. Like I just learned of her because of that, and I was like, oh, okay. It seems like these racists are mad about a famous black woman existing. And I was able to pick up on like why they hated this one pretty easily and pretty quick. I'm not stupid. I know why these people think the way they do. And so once I figured that out, I just didn't really look into it much more until this drama came up. Lizzo had a video come out of her just beautifully playing this crystal. Is it a clarinet or a flute? I think it was a flute. Just the most immaculate flute solo I think I've ever seen. Like, it's actually, unironically, crazy good. Just so you guys know I'm not saying that, I'll go ahead and I'll bring up the video. Because Ben Shapiro is probably going to try to bring up the talentless person who's only famous for... If Ben Shapiro's statements are going to be anything... If previous statements from people that like Ben Shapiro or anything to go off of, Ben Shapiro is going to say that Lizzo is talentless and is only famous because she is an overweight black woman. That is what he's going to say in some way, shape, or form in this video. I guarantee it. Here, let me see if I can find the video of her playing the flute. Here it is. So, you tell me if this seems like disrespectful or if this was like them just bringing a celebrity in to like tarnish some famous artifact for no other reason than, oh, a celebrity is in the White House and woke points, and not like, oh, this person clearly knows how to fucking play the flute. Because this person knows how to play the flute. It's glass, not actual, like, crystals. Crystal glass. It was probably blown. So, considering her fingers were moving faster than my WoW rotation, it's pretty clear, and just based on what you heard, it's very clear that she's talented as fuck. Like, that was... Guys, can I tell you something? In elementary school, I attempted to learn two instruments in the music class, because we had like an option of learning one instrument by the end of the year to some competent level for our grade. And so at first, I chose violin because my uncle played the violin, and I felt like he could teach me. My uncle was not much help, and I sucked at violin, and my mom would scream at me for playing it in the house, because when I'd practice, you'd have to hear... I want you to imagine what it would sound like if there was a hell for cats. If cats died and went to hell to be tortured for all eternity for their sins, I want you to imagine what that would sound like. That is what it sounded like when I would practice my violin. So I can understand why she was a little upset, but very quickly I had to find a little bit less of a loud instrument, so I ended up resolving myself to flute, and I never got very good at it. I remember I got, like... I was able to go do-do-do, do-do-do. I'm very bad at tone, hold on. Do-do-do, do-do-do. I think anyone who's done, like, flute probably learned that basic one. Isn't that, like, one of the first things you learn? Yeah, like, we did that one, like, hot cross buns. That basic thing is what they taught us, is, like, our basic, like, notes. Because we were literally, like, in elementary school, right? Like, none of us knew how to read music. I don't know how to read music still. And I knew how to back then. I learned how to read music because they made me, like, they made us for that class, and I totally forgot. I could not tell you, like, what an I couldn't tell you what a B sharp looks like, or if that's even a thing. That's probably not a thing. I probably made that up without realizing it. Anyway... Yeah, I have absolutely no musical talent whatsoever, so I'll get that out of the way right away. However, Lizzo clearly does. Now, here's the thing. James Madison owned slaves, all right? The president, James Madison, he just straight up owned slaves. And not only that, but apparently he, like, raped them too, which is... I guess I would have kind of assumed that, like, if it weren't otherwise stated, but I guess having, like, knowing that it's, like, a thing that is either suspected or known, I guess that adds an extra layer of, like, wildness to it for me, you know? Anyway. I don't want to over-distract you guys with, with lead up for this stuff. Lizzo, very clearly, very talented, right? The right, however, they can't concede that. Like, the right can't just let this fly. They can't let the left invite a prominent... Holy shit, am I good? I ran out of potions. They can't let somebody on the left, who is like a prominent political figure, invite such a prominent POC celebrity. You know? It still counts. Bitch is dead, ain't he? Captain Zorna's dead, ain't he? My Rend got him. Still counts. 1 out of 1. So, that right there is what leveling as a warrior is in one clip. That right there is leveling as a warrior in a single clip. Holy fucking shit. Also, I'm completely out of potions and didn't realize it until I went to fucking check. Alright. Anyway, conservatives can't, like, they can't just concede the fact that Lizzo's a talented figure who was invited to the White House to, like, yes, in part for a political statement about the fact that, yes, a very prominent black woman is now playing a fucking instrument that that belonged to someone who was very influential in American history, but also we need to acknowledge had a very problematic history. I think that like having like a musically talented POC woman play the like artifact that belonged to the notoriously racist president, I think that's a really cool way to sort of like make a statement, you know? It'd be almost like if they tore down the literally, it's like how they tore down concentration camps and built museums and like memorials in their place after World War II and the Holocaust. Like turning a spot that was once a place of like, or something that represented or belonged to, or was a faculty, I guess you could say, of something evil or bad, is now sort of being used, or at least in some way, morphed into something good. I don't know. I think there's something. I think there's something there. Ben, please shave. It isn't working. Yeah, I feel like I need to point out right away. Our boy is rocking that stubble. Honestly, I think it looks okay. I think you should keep it for a little while. I want to see full bearded Shapiro. I feel like he'll look like he might actually just turn into Matt Walsh. He might actually just turn into Matt Walsh, though, to be fair.
So there was some video that came out from the Library of Congress of her playing the flute. She was trained at University of Houston to play the flute. So she knows how to play the flute.
Okay.
Doesn't mean she's like one of the world's great flautists, in the same way that I'm not one of the world's great violinists, right? Being trained from a young age to play, you can be pretty good, and that doesn't make you one of the world's, but she's a celebrity. Understood. Okay, so here's the video.
Ben's being reasonable so far.
Playing at the Library of Congress. This is better than what she usually does by like a long stretch.
What?
It's very nice.
I don't know. I've never heard her play this before. Apparently, this is better than she usually does.
See, this is very nice. I'm enjoying this. She's a pretty good flautist. Like, great. Okay, so that's non-controversial. Okay, then there's the clip that everybody's making a big deal out of. As the New York Times suggests, right? The big thing that happened with Lizzo is that she brought this flute to a concert, James Madison's flute, to a concert, and she proceeded to twerk with it. So this is the thing that the entire world saw, was Lizzo.
What's the problem, though? What is the actual problem? Did it break? Chat, did the flute break or something? Like, if the flute is fine, what's the problem with that? No, legitimately. Tell me, what's wrong with twerking with a flute at a concert? There is nothing wrong with it. The reality is there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. In reality, we are talking about one of the most famous POC women musicians in America who has had the opportunity of being invited by, I'm assuming, being invited by the White House in order to play what is basically an American ancient artifact, and then also got to use it for a concert, or play it at said concert. There's nothing wrong with this. What's actually wrong with it, in these people's minds, is that twerking is a degenerate black people dance that evokes some sort of sexual urge in men. Okay, so there's a lot of really racist ideas that intersect here that I have to point out in order for us to, like, perfectly acknowledge this. So first, we have to talk about the way that racists view black women, okay? So black women, to these people, they like to say things like, God, I'm scared to even paraphrase or even quote because I worry about getting taken out of context. You have to be careful as a content creator. No matter what you're doing, people are always trying to get you for dishonest reasons. They will say things that are, let's just say, very overtly bigoted, right? And that's obviously racist, right? That's one thing, right? But then you've got this sort of like more vibey kind of racism, you know what I'm saying? Where right now it feels as though a lot of racists want to push this idea that there's this inherence to black women that makes them more sexual, and that twerking is a representation of that. It is twisting and like corrupting society and like yada yada yada. So what Ben Shapiro sees this as is as like a mockery, basically. Ben Shapiro sees twerking as almost like a black woman like doing a victory dance over the failure of racism. That's how he and his fans see it. And that hurts them very, very badly on an emotional level. That, like, she would be able to Fortnite dance on him like that. In all seriousness, like, most dudes who are super duper racist about black people, specifically black women, like in this case, typically have some like weird like sex shit going on, and it's extremely fucking common. It's usually born out of weird like sexual frustration and like weird like usually has something to do with like sexualization and dehumanization and objectification. All of these things become easier to do to women if you are a racist and you are doing it to POC women. I just feel like there's a lot of crossover in these things. It's why it's why I believe in intersectionality, is because there's so much crossover in all of this. You can't fight fat phobia without fighting racism. You can't fight racism without fighting fat phobia in this instance. You can't fight misogyny without fighting racism in this instance. You can't fight racism without fighting misogyny in this instance. Like, this is literally like so many things crossing over here that people are like attacking her for, and that this is like, that's pushing this narrative. And it can be very hard to hone it down to one thing. There's so many different like angles to go at it from. And, one of them is just simply the fact that these people like to push the idea that, like, twerking is this degenerate, like, black people dance that's corrupting our culture because these bodacious black women are trying to corrupt men into destroying the white race by not having white babies anymore or something. I don't know. I'm literally trying to, like, piece together every bit of propaganda about this shit I've heard over the years to be as like broad. I'm trying to refer as broadly to what these people believe as possible, because if I'm too specific, then people can just be like, oh wait, I don't believe that. I don't believe that or that. So I'm being as broad as I can, and I'm referencing examples of literal Nazi and racist rants I've heard. BBC is literally their favorite porn category. Wait, what evidence, like, what solid evidence was ever, like, brought out to prove that definitively? What am I doing? Why did I start fighting this thing at half health? Was there any, like, solid evidence ever brought out to prove that, or was it just, like, memes? I'm gonna die here. I need to jump in the water. Like, was it memes, or was there actual, like, breakdowns of, like, the racist South being, like, really into BBC porn or something? I love that meme when it's a gif of Ben Shapiro with his beard rambling in high speed, and it's just explaining to my mom how I didn't eat the entire chocolate cake in the middle of the night. Jesus Christ.
Wearing essentially a skimpy outfit, twerking with James Madison's flute. Not the first one, which is a very respectful treatment of a historic instrument, but instead Lizzo bringing forth a
So, already, Ben's lost me, okay? When you presuppose that I am supposed to think that twerking is a degenerate, disrespectful, horrible thing to do in the presence of a beautiful, pure white man's relic, I guess, like, if you can't convince me of that to begin with, then how am I supposed to agree with any of your statements that follow that? My man's building his entire premise on a foundation of quicksand.
Historic instrument to twerk with it, which of course is the point. And this is here is the clip of Lizzo.
You can do it! It's crystal. It's like playing out of a wine glass. We love you!
Okay, and then she said something about how she twerked and played James Madison's crystal flute from the 1800s. We just made history
Wait.
tonight. We'll get to more on this in just one moment.
Wait. Wait, is there no video of her twerking? Wait, he didn't show a video of her twerking. That was just her playing it. Does he show the video after this ad? Gotta make his money. Hey, chat, if you want to make the right mad, donate to me, okay? When lefties make money, it makes conservatives mad. Why do you think these people fucking shill to constantly make as much money as possible? They literally rely on being rich, okay? If they weren't so fucking rich, donate to me instead. All right, with that said, though, here, we'll resume in just a second. Hold on. Every time one of these guys in the venture company barge and the clock there, I think they call it, stuff makes for a great solvent. Okay, so it's apparently in a canister I need to find. All right. Let's find that shit.
Person played very nicely. It was when she played one note and twerked with James Madison's flute. Okay, so this is what I'm going to call
Wait, she twerked?
the face tattoo syndrome. Okay, because what has happened in the media is the face tattoo syndrome.
What? Wait. But there was no... I didn't see any twerking happen. Like, I swear, am I blind? Did I miss it? Let's fucking enhance.
Which, of
Enhance.
course, is the point. And this is here is the clip of Lizzo.
Enhance.
You can do it! It's crystal. It's like playing out of a wine glass. So you picture. We love you!
I do think she could probably play the Shire theme. If I walked up to Lizzo and I handed her a flute and I was like, "Do you know the Shire theme?" I bet she'd be like, "Yeah, I know it. Everybody who plays the flute knows how to do the Shire theme." And she'd be like, "Oh, you guys can't hear me whistle with this shit on. No, no, I can't take my filters off. I'm sorry. I so badly wish you could have heard me whistle there. I'm so sorry you guys can't hear it. I can't take the filters off though. It takes way too long. All right, back to it. Does she actually twerk though? I didn't see her twerk. I'll pay attention to her. Oh, let's pay attention to her. She's kind of small on stage here because it's so far away, so it's kind of hard to tell. But let's see if she actually twerks.
Okay, and then she said something about how she...
Wait, that was literally just a bow. Did she twerk earlier? All right, let's watch her the whole time.
Which, of course, is...
This is the only twerking video with the flute that I've found.
It won't let me do it. Sorry, James Madison. And his wife, Miss Madison.
This is the only one of her twerking you could find.
Alright, I'm gonna just get it.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, wait, why didn't you just show this? Wait, this is literally a clip of her in that same hall where she does actually twerk a little bit. But it was literally like a meme. Also, to be very clear, she literally could have been wearing like those 80s style tear-off pants. And like a tear-off shirt, and could have been wearing like a thong underneath all of this and started twerking with the flute for all I care. I would not be angry about it. How the fuck are you mad about this? Okay, I want to be very clear, by the way. These are men obsessing with the sanctity of a gay little glass phallic flute that belonged to a slave owner that lived like over 100 years ago. Let's be real. These people aren't being honest about what they actually take issue with here. Well, there we go. We finally saw her twerk, and it wasn't even shown by Ben. It wasn't even featured by our boy Ben. Shameless. Shameless.
Is the point. Okay, here is the clip of Lizzo.
So this is apparently where she twerks but doesn't. You should have showed the other clip where she actually does. Okay, right here, I guess she shakes her butt a little bit. Okay, there we go. God, can you imagine seeing that and thinking, yeah, this right here, that's what I need to be worrying about right now. That's the biggest thing I'd be worrying about right now. Can you imagine how good your life has to be? How sheltered, privileged, and, like, innocent you must be to, like, feel like this is the worst thing that you could imagine in your life. Like, this is what you're talking about right now. This is what you're reeing about and getting upset over. I don't know. It just, it speaks to their privilege, you know? It does. Like, the left, the left will, like, bring up studies, academics, you know, stats and data to back up their claims about things such as, you know, systemic racism and what have you existing. And in response, they're just like, ha! Dumb fuck, lefty. Did you not realize, you fool, that I'm not racist? I'm simply asking questions.
Okay, and then she said something about how she twerked and played James Madison's
What
Crystal
is
Flute
the
from 1800s.
problem?
We just made history tonight.
I don't get how it's an issue. You can only care about this if twerking offends you because you think it's like the degenerate black people dance or something, and that's how you see it. Like, there's no... I can see a very prude, like, perspective, like, that belonged to a very loved historical man in history, and you can't put such disrespect on it. It's like, okay, what if she'd flipped someone off while holding it? What if she'd, like, changed her clothes with it in the same room? Like, I don't know. It just feels like so cringe to say that this item is like some... Like, we're not talking about the fucking light... The goddamn Ashbringer. They're talking about it like it's the Ashbringer from World of Warcraft. And that Lizzo twerking with it has turned it into the corrupted Ashbringer. That's how they're talking about it. Am I the only one that sees that? How does her twerking in the presence of this flute in any way disrespect or, like, desanctify it in whatever weird American exceptionalist fucking deifying of the founding fathers and all of our presidents that weren't, like, recent Democrats that these people like to do? You're such a fucking nerd. Yeah.
We'll get to more on this in just one moment. First, the government is addicted to spending. The price on everything is going up, but there is no reason you should be paying too much for your cell phone service. Here's the thing.
We're back at the beginning of the ad. Take me back. All right.
Tattoo? You're like, well, I mean, you did get a face tattoo to draw attention to yourself, so if you're asking my opinion of the face tattoo, I think it was a bad idea and it looks terrible.
Okay. So Ben Shapiro is now comparing twerking, which is a dance move that a professional musician did on stage at a concert, to somebody getting a face tattoo. So, I want to be clear here, it is no accident that Ben Shapiro is very obviously trying to draw a connection between the quote-unquote trashiness of a face tattoo, and I will admit I do think a face tattoo is trashy, and what he believes is trashiness of twerking. And I'm going to be clear, by the way, twerking is just, like, a hot dance. Like, there's literally nothing about it that is different in any way to, like, I don't know, like a belly dance or something. Like any other dance that a girl would do to be sexy and give you a boner, you know? Like, I don't see how it really makes any difference. The big issue is that to these people, they see twerking as being like this uniquely like POC thing. So they don't like it. Yeah.
How dare you notice? You cannot notice. If you notice, it's bad. The face tattoo phenomenon. That's what's happening here with Lizzo. The first clip, totally uncontroversial. The one that actually made the rounds, however, was her twerking, because it is the contrast. That's the whole point that they are making. And commentators were saying this. It is the contrast between Lizzo, a significantly overweight African-American musician, right? Because the idea is that it's groundbreaking for an African-American musician to play James Madison, one of the founders of the Constitution, to play his...
Well, the idea is that he was one of the founders of the Constitution who owned slaves and raped his slaves. And that item is literally like held as like an American relic. So there is absolutely a bit of symbolism. Yeah. A little bit. Is it some like lib shit? Sure. I don't care. Everyone seemed happy to see her play the flute. She seemed happy to play the flute. She had permission. Who gives a shit?
His flute. That's the groundbreaking aspect. But really, it isn't even her race, right? They tried to make it about a race. It isn't really her race, because I'm sure that if they had wanted to find a better...
So, remember earlier, I was covering the Dave Cullen video, and I brought up how these people will basically do that thing where like a child tries to hold out their hands in a futile attempt to cover up something that they're trying to hide from their parents that they did wrong. Like, conservatives will do that with like blatant examples of the actors or like people in question getting hate threats or death threats because of their identity or because of like the propaganda these people shill. And then when that happens and when it's acknowledged, they're like, huh, so everyone who disagrees with you is a racist now, huh? You called it? Listen, I know how these people think. As I said, I can run an emulation of their brains in my brain, okay? It is not hard. It's not hard to outsmart them. These aren't intelligent people. Well, actually, no. I misuse intelligence. They're intelligent, but they're not honest people. And dishonesty is really good propaganda, but if you're well practiced at debunking dishonesty enough, it starts to get easy. And at this point, like, when I'm predicting what these people are going to say before they say it without watching the video, I mean, like, almost word for word even, then I think that goes to show that maybe I've been running emulations of these people's minds inside of my own for way too long.
Better flautist who is black than Lizzo. I'm sure that there are many black flautists who are significantly better than Lizzo, right? They play in orchestras around the world. I'm sure they are wonderful. Okay, so if the idea was just going to be, we are going to take a historic instrument that belonged to a white Southerner who was in charge of founding the...
What else, Ben? What else, Ben? White Southerner? Come on, come on. White Southerner in charge of founding America. He's not going to bring up the slaves thing, is he? He's not going to mention that he was a slave owner. He's not going to do it. And if he does, he's going to say, and actually, he was known to have treated his slaves quite well.
The Constitution, and we are going to have a very talented African-American black person play that. That would have been really uncontroversial. Like, seriously. It would be the equivalent of if let's say that George Washington had had a harpsichord, and we had Condoleezza Rice go and play the harpsichord. Like, everyone would be like, okay, all right, fine. Okay, but it is the twerking that does it. Understand it's the twerk. It is about the twerking. The story is solely and completely about the twerking, which is why you didn't see the first video. The first video has a few views. The one of her playing very nicely in the Library of Congress while dressed somewhat decently. It is the second video where she is twerking and wearing skimpy outfits with the flute that is because the...
So this makes her a bad person, I guess. So she twerked with the flute, and so that makes her a bad person somehow, right? Because why else are people calling this out unless they think this is some sort of demonstration of, like, lack of moral character from Lizzo? Clearly they think she's done something morally reprehensible here. So this makes her a bad person? She's done something wrong here? Something worth calling out? No. the through line in everything they complain about is very clear. It's always whenever there are minorities doing things, and it gets attention, and the attention is too positive for them to be okay with.
The idea is to degrade the culture. That is what people, that is why the clip is viral. The reason the clip is viral is the contrast between a person twerking and the idea of an extraordinarily classy instrument, a historic instrument that speaks to sort of the gentility of America's founders.
This is the most virgin thing I've ever heard.
It's the vulgarization of...
Okay. Considering the fact that just listening to this makes it feel like all the cum I've ever busted onto any girl is like being rewound back inside of my balls, and thus my virginity is coming back to me just by hearing Ben talk like this. Holy shit, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? If you were like a fan of Ben Shapiro and you watch this, or like you're seeing this and you think, yeah, Ben Shapiro is really laying down the facts here, can you please like maybe get a shower and put in a little effort into getting a girlfriend, please? Or like a boyfriend, or a femboy, or an NB friend or something? Like, seriously, you need to get... You need to let off some steam, okay? Like, this is what happens when virginity is left to fester, okay? Virginity is like cheese, okay? It's good for a few hours... wait, hold on, wait, what? No, virginity is like wine. It's good for like 25 to 30 years, but then after that it starts to go bad, right? Wine goes bad after like 30 to 40 years, right? Most wine does, right? If it's not high enough alcohol content? I don't know enough about wine. Okay, let's assume wine does go bad. Just assume it's a good fucking analogy, okay? My point is that much like food sitting on a counter for too long, virginity will mold, alright? And it turns you into this. Please get laid. Take a shower. Brush your hair. Brush your teeth. Get some new clothes. Or just, I don't know, borrow some. Or steal some. Or something. I don't know. I swear to God, when the pussy starts coming... this stuff's gonna start going. I swear it will, alright? That is I give you my word, Ben Shapiro fans. If I'm wrong about this, you have... well, honestly, I was gonna say you have all permission to call me out, but frankly, I have a feeling I'm gonna get called out regardless for this video, so, yeah.
American history. Again, Lizzo did both, and only one of those clips went viral. And so if you notice that, then you're very, very bad. If you notice that, then this means that you're some sort of racist, or it means that you don't want black people playing the flute or something. No, I just don't want people twerking with historic instruments. By the way, I'd be similarly offended as a violinist if there is a Stradivarius.
All right, to be clear, I don't actually think Ben is mad about this because it was a black person playing the flute. I think what makes him mad is that this was, in many ways, a demonstration of, like, a anti-racist political value being expressed by the United States government itself by like having her there to do that. Like there's a very overt like tone in why that was done, and he doesn't like that. He doesn't want America to have like even a veneer of an anti-racist government, you know, because if you start to normalize so racism and anti-racism have one thing in common. The more either of them is normalized, the more prevalent they get. The more that anti-racism is normalized, the less that people think it's cringe SJW freakout shit. And the more that racism is normalized, the less people think it's racism, and the more people think it's just memes and jokes and yada yada. Who cares what people say? Free speech, yada yada. You ever notice that?
Somebody had a Strad, and that Strad was lent out to a musician who then proceeded to twerk on the Strad. I would also be insulted, because it turns out that great art should not be degraded.
Who cares?
Great art, American history, they should not be degraded by juxtaposition
degraded?
with vulgarity.
What?
That should not be a controversial...
Wait, he's actually arguing that this is a morally bad thing that having... oh, God, there's so much to take apart here. the concept of art and vulgarity not getting along, like the idea of what is vulgarity, the idea that like where like vulgarity and art begins, like the fact that they can't coexist, the fact they can't mesh, like, oh my fucking god. Especially since I just watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners earlier today, binge watched all 10 episodes with my friends, and I will say that was certainly a mix of art and vulgarity. Okay, most certainly. You can do it. It exists. Art and vulgarity can simultaneously coexist. This is very clearly a demonstration of, you know what's crazy? I just keep on fucking calling it. Earlier in my Dave Cullen reaction, I talked about how these people are against postmodernist art, how they believe that, like, modern art is degenerative to society. Sounds like we're hearing that all again. I swear, I do not pre-watch these videos. I don't pre-watch them. I swear, I legitimately do not pre-watch these videos. I'm very, very good at seeing what these people are going to argue. They are not very smart. They really, really aren't. They get very predictable.
Position, but we've now reached the point in American life where nearly everything is a controversial position. Literally
I swear
everything.
I pre-watch.
Every day on this show, there's some clip that is taken that is utterly uncontroversial and then made into a thing on Twitter. Because we now live in a world where we do not have a shared reality. This was a point.
You know what? I've never heard it put better than by Ben himself. We do live in a shared reality. We live in the reality where we've got somebody like Ben Shapiro who can say he cares about facts and logic and data and studies, but then when somebody goes on stage and asks Ben, hey, how do you reconcile your transphobia with the fact that the overwhelming amount of scientific studies and the academic consensus is that trans people are valid, sex and gender aren't the same thing, and everything that you say is true of being trans and of just the entire concept of gender and sexuality is completely false, he responds by saying, I don't agree with any of the consensus with these academic institutions. He just shoulder waves it. He admits that these institutions, all the scientists, sociologists, all the overwhelming evidence disagrees with what he stands for, and he doesn't care. The facts don't care about your feelings. Facts and logic, whatever the fuck, like facts and logic, data, whatever. It's all a front. The people who feel the need to constantly talk about how much they're fucking logic, bro, epic facts, logic lords, like Ben Shapiro has been known to, so much so that he's been memed into being known for that. I think it becomes pretty clear. I think it becomes pretty clear that, like, homeboy just likes to hear himself talk and seem smart.
That was made by an account on Twitter called Wocal Distance. And he was saying that we don't have a shared reality because half the people saw this clip and they were offended by it, and half the people were like, woohoo, it's amazing. Okay, that shared reality has gone away on literally everything. And you have to understand that without that shared reality, we can't have political conversations. We can't have shared values. It's very difficult to see how you have a future as a country if you don't have some sort of shared value. The part that's kind of astonishing to me on a personal level is I don't understand why Lizzo would do that. Right? Lizzo is enough of a musician to understand the nature of historic musical pieces of art.
What?
And so the degradation of that, like, why doesn't she personally have the respect for the instrument and a respect for the history?
I'm sorry, but are we just going to listen to Ben complain and be a virgin for the next... Okay. All right, Ben. Let your virginity, express your virginity to me. Okay, let the world see it.
Enough not to twerk with it. I mean,
Does
and
Ben
by the way,
have
the left would
kids?
have the same exact reaction if somebody took
If Ben has no kids, there's absolutely zero evidence Ben has ever had sex in his entire life.
the Mona Lisa off the wall at the Louvre and then went and twerked with it at some sort of rock event. They'd have exactly the same reaction because degradation of the past, degradation of great art is part and parcel of something that the deconstructionist left loves. They love the idea that...
Actually, wait, hold on. There's an explanation as to how he could have kids, but never have had sex. And he is religious, so maybe he believes in immaculate conception.
That great art doesn't exist, that all art is equivalent, that Robert Mapplethorpe's Piss Christ is actually a form of art. Right? Everything is art in the eye of the beholder.
Wait! He's literally reaming against the concept of postmodernist art. The idea that art is literally in the eye of the beholder, or art is like sort of a subjective thing. That's literally the concept that he's arguing against. He's reaming about postmodernism. Listen, if you think that postmodernism is this evil boogeyman that you ought to be afraid of, then like, you're probably gonna have to purge about 95 to even more percent of the media that you consume, because I guarantee the vast majority of it qualifies as postmodernist, okay? Just because media feels like it sucks now doesn't mean that there is some political bent that has made it bad. I know it's very tempting to believe that because you've got millionaires on the internet that are paid by billionaires telling you that's the case, but for God's sakes, use your brain. Use your brain!
Holder. And that's what's really going on here. And if you notice it, then they're like, how dare you notice this? Well, if
how
you
dare
hadn't made a
you
big deal
notice
out of it,
this?
I wouldn't have noticed it. If you didn't.
So, let me go ahead and point out one of the most overt red flags in any conservative, like, propaganda, like, dog whistle ever, is when they say they're mad at you for insert thing that is very unspecific and objectively good. They'll get mad at you for saying it how it is. They'll get mad at you for noticing this fact. They'll get mad at you for stating this reality. They'll get mad at you if you talk about this fact. They like to sort of like add this element of not only academic, strength to everything they have to say, make themselves seem smarter, but they also have to add this level of like what was it called again? What was it called? Dark academia? What was the term? There was this term that like blew up with like the Jordan Peterson fandom. It was like, or fandom, like dark academics or dark. It was some cringe shit like that. That Dark Brandon is like playing on, literally, I believe. Does anyone remember that? Intellectual dark web. Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, the intellectual dark web, the IDW thing. Yeah, like these people have this really strong desire to make themselves feel like they're this oppressed minority that's being trapped from speaking the truth because they need to feel like they're like a bunch of fucking heroes fighting against the LGBT, BLM, BLT brigade, I guess. But they're fucking LARPers, just like any tanky.
Didn't think it was historic. If you didn't think it was important, you wouldn't have done it. It also demonstrates, by the way, just how much the sort of institutions of American government have been taken over by members of the woke left. When you have members of the Library of Congress who are reaching out to Lizzo to have her twerk with a flute, that says something. Like, the Library of Congress is supposed to be a place where you preserve historic instruments and respect them, not a place.
Did it get broken? I asked this earlier. Did it get broken or damaged? Because if it got broken or damaged, I will absolutely call out Lizzo and be like, damn, that was pretty irresponsible. You started dancing on stream or on stage with the crystal flute and you dropped it and it broke or something. Like, obviously I'd like be like, oh wow, that was pretty irresponsible. That's cringe. But like, as far as I'm aware, it's fine. So as far as I can tell, you seem to believe that she's added some sort of curse or a debuff to the flute by engaging in her, like, bodacious black butt dancing in its presence. I guarantee that in private, those words would come out of Ben's mouth, with not a hint of irony to be seen.
Place where you give it to people who are then going to twerk with those instruments on stage to the cheers of a gaggle of morons. Alrighty, guys, the rest of my show is continuing now. You're not going to want to miss.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Ben Shapiro with the desire to jump on the bandwagon. I have to admit, guys, I am I'm torn when it comes to Ben. I feel like Ben sometimes breaks the mold in ways that are so risky, it doesn't feel like he could possibly be just in it for the money. But then again, he also does shit like that that's like, I know he's smart enough to know that's bullshit. He has to be lying right now. So it's hard to tell whether or not he's a grifter or if he's being genuine sometimes. Like, is he genuinely this brainwashed into this stuff and he believes it? Or is he through and through a lying grifter who's just trying to maximize his profits? Or is he the more likely option of just somebody who is... He does believe most of the things he's saying, but he's over-exaggerating, hamming it all up, and you know, milking everything to make as much money as possible, which I think is probably the most common case. Probably what's most likely. This was a common Lizzo W. I don't even really know much about Lizzo outside of this. Like, still. Like, what does she generally do? Is she a comedian? Because the context I heard her discussed in was about whether or not she was funny. Does she do, like, sort of like comedy and music like Bo Burnham, in a way? I have literally no clue what kind of music she makes. I have no idea. I literally had no idea who she was until 4 weeks ago. She is mainly a pop star. I see. Yeah, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't really listen to much new music. I mean, I do. I'm not like one of those people that's like, ew, new music. I'm just not super duper on top of new music releases. But when I hear a song that I like, regardless of when it came out, I'm like, all right, well, yeah, add that to the playlist. I just don't really listen to new music releases all that much. I usually discover songs and stuff through media. It's one of my favorite ways to discover a new song, is hearing it used very tastefully and well in like a movie or a TV show. And it just fits really well, and you're just like, damn, this goes hard. I need to look this up. That's always like the best. I can't believe she put the flute up her backside and farted into it. Can you, dude, the way they're talking about it, it almost feels like that's what she did. You know? If I didn't know any better, I'd think that's what she did with the way they speak about it. They really are so fucking mad about it. It's hard for me to fully explain why I think so many viewers of Ben Shapiro, even the ones that aren't like full on like white supremacists, would be so prone to take issue with this. But I don't know if it's all entirely overt, like, I don't like that there's a black person playing the flute. I think it's a reduction of I think it's like a massive reduction of what Ben actually believes and what like these people actually believe. I think they see Lizzo as like a representation of woke, feminist, virtue signaling, what's the term for it? Affirmative action for celebrities. That's what I've heard overwhelmingly about Lizzo when I do hear about her, is like, oh, she's not talented. Oh, the left just likes her because if you don't, then you're racist or whatever, like, right? So it seems like there's this idea that she is a representation of this imaginary, ever-looming pressure to not be racist that they feel society is bombarding them with. And so to see her in such a position of, like, honor there, being in, like, the Capitol and getting to, like, play an instrument they have such a seemingly hard-on over, from what I can tell, like, that's what the problem is for them. Not necessarily the race alone, but who it is that is using the instrument and that they represent a left-wing anti-racist movement in these conservatives' minds. So it is racist, but not as simple and easy to explain as their mad black woman played the flute. I think it's just way too reductionist. You have to, like, understand these people can't even admit to themselves in many cases that they're racist. They've lied to everybody else, including the internet, so much that they've probably convinced themselves to a degree that they're not racist. Like, to accept and tell yourself and, like, acknowledge that you're just a fucking racist and you hate anyone who's not, or you hate people for their skin color, things they can't change or whatever. Like, that's more or less admitting to yourself that you're kind of fucking evil. Like if you acknowledge it and just come to terms with it and you're like, yeah, no, that's me. I'm a fucking racist. Yeah. Like, if that's you, then, I mean, that's a little bit fucking evil. So nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to acknowledge, like, to continue being racist and acknowledge what they're doing is racist. So obviously they're going to deny it. And there's tons of other reasons why they would as well. But they'll lie to themselves about what their motivations are. They will. Clipped? Would I say it's clippable? Good news is you can change. It's true. It's true. If you're watching and you're a conservative or you're like a, you know, little chuddy boy and you want to get out of the dog shit conservative whatever the fuck hole, whatever we're calling it now, I don't know. Listen, you don't have to watch my content. You don't need to watch left-wing content. All I ask is if you watch say, your next Ben Shapiro video, and he says this and this happened, I recommend you do your own research. Fact-check his statements, the ones he makes definitively. Fact-check them. Fact-check them broadly. And see what the overwhelming majority of well-substantiated and well-respected sources, particularly those that are scientific journals and scientific and medical institutions, if we're talking about something to do with like trans issues, see what they say about these issues and see if you can reconcile Ben's desire to monetize this rhetoric, his rhetoric being wrong, him saying his rhetoric is on the sides of fact and logic, while then later basically admitting that it's not. You tell me what you think is more likely. There we go. Anyway, if you like this video, please consider leaving a like. I really do appreciate it. It helps the channel out a lot more than you even realize. And obviously, every single like really just pushes the channel into more people's recommended, more people's little like feed there for them to click on new videos. And it just means more people seeing my content. So do it. Hit that like button. And of course, if you want to see more from me on YouTube, make sure to hit the subscribe and ring the bell icon so that you are told when I go live or upload a new video. Otherwise, YouTube will simply not tell you. And of course, if you want to see more from me and support my content financially directly, you can do so over on my website, xanderhall.com/live. In the form of a donation, a sub, or even a gifted sub. You can also support me over on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and even Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And have a good one. The Discord is lit. It is indeed lit. Join the Discord if you have not already, my friends. It is quite pog. It is quite pogalicious, if you will. I really wish I could turn up the gain a little bit more on this webcam without fucking it up. Let me see if I can. That's not changing anything. Oh, auto exposure will do it. Whoa, way too bright. A little too dark. Too bright. Too dark. Can I lighten myself a little bit from here? Gain does it a little bit. Maybe backlight comp? Can't turn that off. Brightness? Whoa! Ooh. Auto brightness? Okay, that's good. It's probably fine. Yeah, I think this is probably good enough, right? This is about as high as I can get the gain. I think it looks decent enough, right? There's a little bit of fuzziness, I think, but for a stream that is in this much darkness, I think that's probably good, right? Type 1 in chat if you like it. Type 1 in chat if it's good. Show of hands. Pog. Okay, just checking. Want to make sure I don't look like crap. Don't want to look like crap. Here, let me, gotta put on some Oragel. I bit my lip last night, and I gotta numb it. If you talk for a living, at all, get a tube of Oragel in case of emergencies. Alright, if you bite your tongue or your lip, and it's like bad, and it makes it hard to speak, Oragel will literally numb your entire mouth. And you'll be able to talk, eat, basically just do your normal, like, day routine, and all the things you would normally do without anywhere near as much pain. And it's specifically for oral use, like on your toothaches and stuff like that. So yeah, if you bite your lip open in your sleep, take care of it with that. Helps like crazy. I love drugs. Who do I need to kill here? Thane Torvald Eriksson is who I need to kill here. Well, where is he? Oh, he's all the way up there. How? Oh, I have to get on that dragon to do it. Okay. Hold on, chat. I have to get that guy up there, and I have to beat him while riding that dragon thing. Zan, you have enough boost to make a custom link on Discord? I do? I thought that was, like, exclusive to partners. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I will definitely make a custom link shortly. But first, we gotta grind. We gotta do a little more grinding. I think I'm gonna cover a few more political videos before I wrap things up, but I'm gonna do a little bit more time where we're just, just vibing around WoW. Exploring Grizzly Hills. What many consider to be the greatest zone in WoW history. Ah, yes. Oh, they gave me a flying mount temporarily. My first taste of flying in Northrend. Oh. Oh, damn, I have to wait here. How far can I take this thing? Well, I imagine when I dismount, I lose it, so it's not very useful. It's mostly just for getting places. I imagine it would, like, disappear if I got far enough away from this village, though, so. But this is, for a brief moment, what flying in Northrend will feel like. Though significantly slower, I must admit. Significantly slower. You say Grizzly Hills, I say Storm Peaks. No, I didn't say Grizzly Hills. I said the community, and most people seem to say Grizzly Hills. The current zone I'm in is the most beautiful zone in WoW. A lot of people say that. Oh, wow. Okay, he's here. Die. Hello. How do I... This is working, right? I'm assuming this is working. I'm guessing I'm just shooting... Oh, I gotta back up a little bit. Maybe I'll hit him more directly. Oh, okay, that stuns him. This guy's fucking tough. Okay, no wonder you need the dragon to beat him. Okay. Not only do you need it to get up to him, but you need it just to lay it, like, any hits on him. He's so... This is a pretty tough fight if I didn't have this dragon. Sometimes I wish WoW would actually let you kind of be experimental with stuff, though. Like, imagine if I was allowed to try to take on this boss without the dragon, and if I succeeded, I got an extra reward. That would be really cool. Technically, that's hardly even a boss, but yeah. Well, I got ignored? No, I don't mean to ignore anybody. What's going on? No. I'm literally just looking at the goddamn game for a second. Give me a second, chat. One moment. We really just do be vibing out here. My Blade Storm ability is what I enable when I need to take a second to, like, drink some water or hit my vape or, like, do anything that involves me not pressing any buttons. I just proc Blade Storm, and for the next 6 seconds or so, I just kill everything around me. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's nice. Helps you speed up the speed of the game when you're playing as a warrior, because it's slow leveling. Xandral, have you ever played... You almost got me there. You're not getting me with a Ligma joke. I'm smart. You got a donation? I know, but I'm trying to get somewhere safe before I read it because I do not want to get fucked up. I will admit I'm pretty fucking sleepy and I kind of want to go to bed. What shall I do? Chat, what other content do you guys want me to respond to tonight? I am a little bit sleepy, as in, like, my eyes are heavy. But I could stay up longer if you guys send me some real primo content. If you guys send me some good shit, some stuff that I can really, like, even if it's react, like, even if it's Zan, can you react to this, like, political video, or Zan, react to this video, it's really popular right now. Even that's good content. That could be fun. Please do the Keffel's Manifesto by Destiny. No Vosh Orbiter wants to cover it. Did you just call me a Vosh Orbiter? Vosh Orbit's me. Look at our fucking channel dates, goddammit. listen. Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna say this, but I got distracted earlier whenever I was talking about wow. Okay, here's my position when it comes to Destiny and criticizing him. Destiny generally streams for so much time throughout the day that I just can't really keep up with his content. Like, even if I was like a hardcore DGGer, I feel like I'd have a fairly difficult time keeping up with everything that's going on in his community. So this means that if he does a thing that is bad and worth criticism, and like the internet does its thing where they do the internet game of telephone and make up like a bunch of shit and then people hear about it, then you end up spreading it, then you can basically fall back on, well, look at this person spreading 2 lies and a truth, but, you know, the truth doesn't really mean as much when it comes with 2 lies, even if those 2 lies kind of came through the internet game of telephone and an inability to really know enough about the lore of Destiny to be able to accurately criticize them. It's really just a matter of, like, to criticize Destiny accurately and not be going off of, like, things you heard, which could be very easily stretched or misrepresented. Even if what's stretched or misrepresented is still bad, you just have to be careful. Because a lot of people, like, their like, reputation kind of relies on whether or not they are truthful in this space. You know, if you're not truthful about other content creators, how can you be truthful about politics? So it becomes this issue of, like, were you lied to or are you lying? And so Destiny, in many cases, from what I saw of the manifesto, did call Keffels out on instances of lying or, like, spreading mistruths. And it was like, well, I guess this means none of the other stuff that he's been criticized for broadly really is going to stick, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not super interested in it. I watched about 10 minutes of the manifesto when it was live because I saw people on Twitter freaking out about it, and it just wasn't very very entertaining. I think, like I said before, you have to be pretty tapped into DGG and a pretty frequent viewer to know enough of the lore to accurately criticize him, because then you'll just be, like, criticizing for shit you heard someone else say he said or whatever, and then you look like an idiot if one of those things is wrong. So yeah, don't do that. Especially with a content creator who's got a fan base that's, like, very, very protective of their content creator. Rockwood's Jessica Clark insults kids with special needs, LGBTQIA community, full audio? The fuck? Who's Jessica Clark? Oh, God. Wait, this is actually vile. No. Wait, this is fucking vile.
Member now.
All right, hold on. Chat, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, go. All right. What is this? Community reacts after Lockwood school board member appears in video making hateful statements. Okay, people sent me the video itself, and I didn't know who it was talking about, or if they were like a celebrity or a relevant person. Apparently this story is about, like, a school board official who is under, like, heat right now because a month ago a video leaked of them going on, like, a really bigoted rant, which, like, when you're, you know, when you're the head of a school board, you probably don't want to be a bigot, you know, because your job is to make sure that children are getting a good education, regardless of who they are or what home they come from or what their skin color is or anything like that. It should be impartial. Your goal is to educate children. That's literally the job of anybody. I don't feel like I need to explain this very basic concept. Regardless, though, This news article came up when I Googled the name, so we're going to watch this for a little bit of background and then react to the video itself. We'll probably see a clip here, but I just want a little bit of background on who this is, where this is, and just a bit more of the details.
Board member now facing calls to resign. The fallout comes after she was caught on camera making offensive comments that now have the school district's attention.
They're gonna call you a racist. I got people that come to the school board meetings with their gay flags and their masks, and I'm transphobic, homophobic. I use the word libtard. They said I was an ableist.
This morning, Rockwood School
Watching someone complain about being called racist as they complain additionally about the gay flags and masks and Antifa trans shirts and whatnot. I don't know. I forget what she listed. Like, it's like they're calling us racist. How can they do that? Racism. You know, like, and then following that plead to stop being called racist with some more racism. The old wombo combo, the old 1-2.
Schools is distancing themselves from Jessica Clark's comments. News 4's David Emilati is hearing from parents and students who feel attacked.
As a school board member, it's scary. I mean, they're fighting hard to take control of our children.
Anger swirling through the Rockwood school.
Hey chat, if you're ever wondering how this stuff is going to end up, go watch videos of debates over whether or not evolution should be taught in schools. These are debates that happened at a time when it was pretty much well established through carbon dating, DNA, like fossil evidence, everything that evolution was real, and was a very, very solid explanation for how life not originated, but sort of proliferated on Earth historically. It is very clearly a thing that happens. It is a thing that is real. We witness it happening. We see evidence that it happened, and it had to have happened. Like, there's just so much evidence for it. It's just, this is already settled science. The right, of course, the exact same people, if they're still alive, rallying against, like, teaching of CRT and of the trans agenda. Hey, do you guys remember CRT? Remember when they were complaining about critical race theory? That really melted away when the new thing became shitting on trans people and calling, like, child abuse investigations on the parents of trans children. Crazy how fast they stopped talking about CRT when race issues stopped being at the forefront of American culture. Isn't that crazy? It was all about CRT and everything when everyone was talking about BLM and all the protests and all that, and Kyle Rittenhouse. And then now all the Republicans are going after LGBT laws, and all of a sudden they're going after the trans groomer teachers. When they on the legal level go after a group of people's rights, on the social level, they demonize that same group. Yeah. The conservative hits you as it cries out in pain.
School district after new video surfaced of board member Jessica Clark's controversial comments earlier this week.
I used the word libtard. They said I was an ableist. I mean, they come in with the kids in the wheelchairs and everything, like, oh, Jessica's an ableist. Whatever. I was talking to you. You are a libtard, and I mean that, and I stand on that.
Jane Smith tells News 4 it's her family the board member is mocking. The mother of 9 has several children who use wheelchairs and are autistic.
Any reference to that or the...
Yeah, that's lady's definitely ableist. Yeah. Yeah, pretty obvious. Yeah, this lady should be fired. Not her. The lady that's under heat right now should be fired, yeah.
Short bus is actually in Rockwood's hate speech and SSD's, items. Teachers are not allowed to say this. Students are not allowed to say this.
When we talk about this transgender crap, you're not going to do that to my kids.
Those words are hurtful for 7th grader Ez Donnelly. Ez says transgender people are real, and that shouldn't be a shocker.
I already get like harassed and bullied enough at school as it is. Adults being that example of, yeah, this is okay, does not help.
This is literally going to be remembered as that time in American history when a bunch of grody old adults led a bullying campaign against, like, marginalized kids who were already at risk of, like, depression, suicide, disownment, both from family and broader society in many ways. And yet all of the evidence at the end of the day still points to the undeniable truth. Trans people are valid. It doesn't seem like they're faking it. Seems legit. Seems legit to me. I've done the research. Trust me. I've done the science myself. I did all the studies, all the research, and all the experiments. Believe me. Believe me.
In a statement from the Rockwood School District, it reads in part, "Intolerance and disrespect have no place in our schools or on our campuses, as it goes against our core values and mission to provide outstanding opportunities for all students. Members of the board have expressed to Director Clark her remarks have a harmful impact on our students and families, and that her views reflect poorly on the district." News 4 tried contacting Clark. "Hi, Jessica. This is David Amilati with KMOV. We asked Clark if she would speak on camera. We also reached out to her on social media. So far, she's been radio silent. And this isn't the first time Clark is connected to controversy.
Nah. She's going on the conservative media circuit. This is an attempt to gain a new career as a political pundit. Okay? That's what she's doing here. This is a ploy. Like, it really isn't that hard. Like, if you just get on video, like, throwing your career away, screaming about, like, how you're not gonna let the left win or whatever, the right will be like, oh my god, what a fucking hero. Let's give you your own fucking show. Here's $10 million a year. Probably not that much. But they do hoover these people up that end up getting themselves in the public eye for some conservative shit and giving them entire AstroTurf media platforms. Guarantee you start seeing, clip me right now, in the next year, you start seeing YouTube ads featuring this lady. You will see YouTube political ads featuring this lady in the next year. Mark my words.
Aren't under the NEA's thumb.
This is Clark in a video calling the National Teachers Association a terrorist group.
It's me, Jessica Laurent, St. Louis's one and only sugar lifestyle coach.
In this video, Clark promotes her former sugar baby business, where she teaches young women how to appeal to old.
Bro, the straights aren't doing okay, and I'm one of them. We aren't alright. We straighties Can we just look at, like, what's on the whiteboard in the background? Let's look at the reminders. Okay? Reminders. Spending your own money is ghetto. Okay, so we've got some classism. And let's just say, judging by the political values of the person this is coming from, I'm going to guess that the use of that particular term connotates a little bit more to it than just a very classist perspective. You know, maybe it reveals something more than classism. You know, maybe. Broke and handsome is. It's really hard to read this. Is an oxymoron. Broke and handsome is an oxymoron. Wow. God, women are not... Oh, women are making themselves hard to defend in 2022. What can I say, chat? You're always the better in the room. Okay, well, this just feels like it's meant to be... You know, honestly, this is actually the perfect type of person to become a TERF. This is unironically the type of beliefs that lead to becoming a TERF. You know what's crazy to me too is this lady is now becoming like a right wing. I mean, she's maybe not a figurehead yet, but she's being defended by the right now, and yet she is literally one of those women that the right warns about. Like, she is unironically one of those evil women who thinks men are only valuable for their money, talks down and degrades them, who's a narcissist that would actively engage in probably physical and emotional abuse to any man she's in a relationship with. If these things are to go, if these reminders are anything to go off of, your identity be hidden, but your charm will be on full display. I'm assuming this is like her pyramid screen. Oh my god! She's a femme Andrew Tate! This is her Hustlers University. This is Sugar Baby University. That, like, you go to Hustlers University to be taught to be the kind of man that Andrew Tate thinks men should be, and you go to this to be the type of woman that Andrew Tate thinks women are. I guess if you just start, like, maybe if you make women actually believe this kind of stuff, maybe then they think that, like, then their incel talking points will, like, run better if they can popularize this kind of shit and make it more... Listen, okay? If a woman being a sugar baby and taking advantage of a dude to get his money makes you feel as though women are evil and you're, like, black-pilled on women now, please get a fucking life. Go outside. Do something productive. Meet a woman and talk to her. And meet a woman you have no intention of having sex with and become friends with her. I swear to God, I meme about, like, how sex will, like, solve the problem a lot, but genuinely, I think the only thing that'll really, really solve the problem is having a friendship with a woman that you have no interest in pursuing romantically, and being able to acknowledge that there is more than, like, a person you're attracted to behind that. I think that plays a really big part as well. For a lot of dudes that are, like, caught in this kind of shit and think that, like, women are these evil harpies that are just out to take everything from them.
Older, wealthier men. School community members we talked with say they want the district to take action immediately.
I would like a actual censure.
They will learn from you, and you shouldn't be learning from someone who isn't a good person.
Now, you saw Clark speaking in that video. She was at a town hall for an area conservative radio station. No comment from the district yet on what action it could or may not take against Clark for her words. You can read the district's full statement on my web story on the KMOV News app. In Eureka, David Amilati, News 4.
Christ. Okay, so that's the background. We got a few clips of the video itself, but that is the background. What I was sent, though, right here, is the entire 5-minute clip. I believe, yeah, this is the full audio. Ooh, it's in not portrait mode. What's this called? The TikTok mode. I just called it TikTok mode. Did this man just call it TikTok mode? Portrait. Okay, yeah, it was portrait. I had it right the first time. Listen, guys, I'm very, very high. I'm very high. I'm going to get higher. I'm gonna get more stoned. You can't stop me. Okay, let's watch the whole thing. What is this shit? How bad does it get?
Oh, God. Hi. My name is Jessica Laurent. If you do not know me, I am the host of the Jessica Laurent Show every Saturday night. And as of April, I am also a new school board member.
Chat, can I just say, please look into running for local politics if you have the means. If you legitimately have the time and means, you might be able to actually make a difference running for local politics. How many stories have you seen as of late of literal school officials, single people on school boards, making these massive decisions or doing these things that end up causing massive amounts of harm? You can do the other thing the other way around. I remember looking into it and being like, wow, it is surprising how theoretically easy it could be to win, like, a smaller race, or even win, like, a smaller position. Like, I could probably run for school board in my town and win. Like, if I got you guys out here canvassing and shit, I could probably run for school board or some other, like, lower tier government position and like actually win like significant votes. You know, maybe not win the election, but win significant votes. Like, could. I think it's plausible. Like, it really is not that hard if you're able to like get your name out there to do a grassroots small campaign for like a progressive change in your community. But it requires like on the ground action. Like, you need to meet people. You need to like, it needs to be a smaller community that's like small enough that you can actually feasibly pull it off. You know, you obviously can't give yourself too big of a stake to eat, you know? My mom almost ran for the school board. She decided not to, but she probably could have fucking done it and won. That would have been terrifying. When I was a kid. Ugh. She thought about it. It was like surprisingly easy looking to do. Regardless though, I'm not trying to trivialize it. My point is, if this lady could do it, I guarantee some sensible lefty who can get enough like on the ground grassroots support together to get it done could get themselves in a surprisingly influential position in government. Somewhere. Maybe not somewhere big, not somewhere with a lot of people, but you would be improving the lives of your community. And that's a damn good place to start, I think. Look into local politics. Hey, you don't even have to be the one that runs. You could just be the one that canvasses. You know, maybe there is a guy in your community running for the school board who's like a leftist who has nobody talking about him. Maybe if you find out about that guy, find out everybody who's running, what their positions are or whatever, you know, see like who you stand for with most and see if you can, you know, help them canvass or something, you know? These are very helpful things you can do. Recovering. They're always ex-liberals, aren't they? And they're always in their like earlier, like, or sorry, their later life. Like they claim that they're no longer like liberals. But then when you look at all of the things they've said or done in the past, there is not a hint of evidence that they were ever a liberal. Was there ever any evidence that Karlin Borisenko was ever left-wing? Or was she always like a conservative? Because I'm pretty sure it was more or less come to the conclusion that she was always a conservative, and the whole story about her being a lefty pretty much made up. How do I use the cage? Assembles a bounty hunter's cage around a stunned ice troll. How do I stun the ice troll? Do I have to kill it? Let's do it. This? I don't know. I can't. Fuck. Help, chat. What's happening? Why can't I've been trying with this quest for like a while. I've been coming back and forth. Kill? Killing is not stunning. Invalid target. Yeah, so it's definitely not that. There's a stun I have to do? Maybe my warrior stun? Oh, gotta wait for... Maybe Thunderclap will do it? No, come on. No, come on. Maybe there's an item that stuns them? Come on. Damn it. Yeah, the quest text tells me nothing, so I'm just gonna cancel this quest and skip it. It doesn't look like they actually tell you what you have to do for that quest in the quest text or in the questy. So we're just gonna go ahead and completely ignore that quest and move on. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and hit up the dragon, or not the dragon, the Flight Master, and head to Dragonblight and start doing quests there really fast. Yeah, wow moment. Holy shit. Alright, back to it.
From time to time, sometimes it gets a little sketchy. But I mean, I've really only been on this side for maybe 2.5 years. But, you know, they say the truth will set you free, and once my eyes were open, I just went crazy. I just went crazy. So I'm gonna keep it.
God, it sounds like evangelicism. Evangelicism? I don't know how it's pronounced.
My mother spent 17 years in prison. My father 10 years in and out of prison. It was kind of rough. It was rough growing up. My great-grandparents raised us. They did the best that they could, but you can only do so much when you're 67 and 77 raising 3 kids under 5. So there was some abuse happening within the house. There was abuse outside the house. I'm pregnant, 15, had an abortion, pregnant, 17. Now I have a beautiful young daughter over right now. I have 2.
Does she think she's a murderer? She said she got an abortion when she was a kid. Does she think she's a murderer? She's clearly conservative, like a Trump supporter and all that. Like, does she think that she is a murderer? These people typically do not hold themselves to the standards they hold others to. So I doubt it. She's a born-again, like, non-sinner. That's actually not how it works. Everyone's supposed to be born a sinner. Probably not, because it was different. Listen, these people will absolutely make excuses for how their extremely puritanical, far-right values that they hold everyone else to and will judge you if you don't meet them. They will break their values all the goddamn time. Listen, I know that nobody here is like a massive fan of Lauren Southern or anything, but she exposed PJW for being a massive fucking creep. And this is a guy who's constantly talking about how women sexualizing themselves is degenerate and evil and ruining society. And meanwhile, this man is like thirst posting, simping, and then like after getting rejected, negging Lauren Southern in DMs and being an absolute fucking creep. Like, this is what men like this in this space who talk up how, sex is so, they're either much like the male feminist stereotype that they like to point out all the time, doing the opposite of that, where they're just saying, oh, if I'm really obvious about how much I don't buy into any of this feminism stuff, no one will suspect that I'm actually a weirdo, I guess. But no, it ended up being the case.
Daughters here. They're proud conservatives. They They've been watching Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and just
I want you guys to know that YouTube is not only platforming Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, but is also incessantly pushing their content through the ad system. Daily Wire literally astroturfed Abby Shapiro's entire career. You guys know that, right? Like, I feel like people just sort of let that slip their minds sometimes. Abby Shapiro was no one. Nobody knew who she was other than like, haha, Ben Shapiro's sister has giant tits. That was like all anybody knew about Ben Shapiro's sister. And then all of a sudden they started getting advertisements for these cringy conservative propaganda videos from this woman named Abby Shapiro that looked frighteningly like her brother Ben. And very quickly, like, every video she would upload, massive dislike to like ratio, because everybody who was seeing the videos was having them fed to them through the ad system, and they didn't care about this content. They hated it. They were going out of their way to go to the video and dislike it. But over time, more and more and more, as they just kept on pushing her content's ads, she got to the point where she built an actual audience. And now she more or less grows on her own. I haven't seen an Abby Shapiro ad in a while. I'm sure they're still around. But she actually gets a decent amount of support on her videos now. But in the beginning, it was nothing but dislikes and whatnot, because Daily Wire was just paying out the wazoo to give her a career as a right-wing political demagogue, because that's just something you can do on the right. You can just get millions of dollars to live and like raise your kid and have your like happy life while also making right-wing political propaganda. That's just a thing that you can do. Fuck, the world is broken.
Going crazy, and it's great, and I love to see it. And so when I see all of the young generation actually being engaged, that gives me a lot of hope. As a school board member, it's scary. I mean, they're fighting hard.
We're so scared.
Take
Yeah, they're fighting for their fucking lives. Yes, you were trying to kill them, and they were fighting for their lives. Yes, that is what is happening. It's so scary that they're fighting to defend themselves against us. It's so scary. It's so scary.
All of our children. Like, the scary part right now is that a lot of us parents we've gotten a back seat. We don't show up anymore because
Okay, we're getting into anti-vax stuff now, alright?
now our kids aren't in masks and we can't see the physical tyranny, but that doesn't mean that it is gone. That was just one thing that they can no longer validate. The data was too obvious. There's no justification for having our kids in masks, but there's still things happening. We talk about critical race theory, it's there. It may not be a physical document. They may not be reading Richard Delgado, but trust and believe. Those teachers that come from those universities have been indoctrinated. It is a filter. When I say I am a...
I do love the idea that the right has always had to back down onto the idea that the institutions through which, like, I'm not saying everybody who comes out of college or university is, like, a bright one or anything, but, like, that they have to demonize academia, you know? It's so on the nose that I wonder sometimes, like, God, you really do have to be fucking stupid not to notice at this point how overtly anti-truth and anti-education, anti-academia they are. Like, when you find yourself constantly at odds with, like, very well-educated people whose fields are in these studies, and your Facebook memes are your source, then you should probably just shut the fuck up.
Christian, I see through a Christian lens. Everything I see is through the filter of Christ. When you have people that are indoctrinated with critical race theory, everything they see goes through that filter. So when they see black children, they see somebody that's oppressed. When they see white children,
oh God.
they see them oppressed.
So what she's trying to argue right now is that if you teach kids about racism, that instead of seeing, like if they're in class and, like, you have, like, a white kid, his black classmate, instead of just being his classmate who, you know, looks different or whatever, and who cares, because why would you put much thought into it? And I will admit that happens, I guess, in some cases, though not always. Like, she's trying to argue that making children aware educationally of the existence of racism, though she's not wording it this way, she's describing propaganda, quote-unquote, but what they call propaganda is literally, like, here's literally what happened historically here in America. Here's the protests. Here's what MLK actually believed. Here's the propaganda that was used by the right against what he stood for. Here's how slavery happened. Here's the black codes. Here's Jim Crow. Here's redlining. Here's, like, we could literally go on for hours, I'm sure, but, like, apparently teaching kids about this will then make them racist, because then they will see their black peers as oppressed, and that is, oh, conservatives love this. That is the bigotry of low expectations. And thus, the left are the real racists. Left wing destroyed.
They see that dichotomy, so it's going to be in everything that they do. So please believe it's still there. When we talk about this transgender crap, you're not going to do that to my kids. My kids don't get to leave their house as girls and go to school and be validated as boys.
Jesus. It's like watching seals at, like, a, you ever go to SeaWorld and they do the seal show where they feed the... Jesus, that is a big boy. You ever go to the, seal show at SeaWorld? And they, like, do, like, the trainer gets the seals to, like, stand in a line and clap. That's what this reminds me of. Right on cue. Soy! Soy!
We got to fight more than ever right now. So I'm working on this new thing called the confident conservative, because we lack confidence. We won't stand up and say what needs to be said because what they're going to call you a white supremacist. They call me a white supremacist. I ain't white. So you have to say,
you know, this is the same political group saying the left is obsessed with race and constantly like believes that. So one of my favorite things that's like just a very blatant contradiction about conservative ideology is that they unironically believe that it is impossible for a black person to be racist against like other black people, but one of their most common propaganda talking points is that white people have white guilt and they hate themselves and they hate other white people, but they're white. So they acknowledge that someone can be racist against a group they are a part of in one instance where arguably it's, I guess white guilt's a thing, but I don't think it's on the scale of what we're seeing right now. But like, I don't know. White people are the superior racists, I guess. Listen, guys, I'm gonna be real. White people are absolutely superior at being racist, okay? We've gotten that shit down pat, okay? Nobody is ever going to pull off being racist better than white people, okay? I would like to see someone try, okay? I would like to see you try. We've been doing this shit for generations, okay? Challenge accepted. God.
It has no value. They're gonna call you a racist. I got people that come to the school board meetings with their gay flags and their mask and I'm transphobic, homophobic. I used the word libtard. They said I was an ableist. I mean, they come in with the kids in the wheelchairs and everything. Like, oh, just because an ableist. Whatever. I was talking to you. You are a libtard and I mean that and I stand on that. But the fight has just started. So when we talk about the elements of being confident, that takes knowledge, faith, and grit. You need to know that you know what you know. The truth is the truth, regardless of whose mouth it comes out of. You don't have to be black to speak on black issues. The truth is the truth, regardless of whose mouth it comes out. If it's the truth, you're speaking.
She just said you don't have to be black to speak on black issues, but I would be willing to bet that if I were in a debate with her right now, the instant I got her backed into a corner on everything that she stands for being demonstrably false, she would resort to, kind of interesting how you're a white man telling me what racism is like in America. Guarantee it. I know it. You want to know why? Because nobody can resist the crutch of the race card. All right? It's like a healing potion right before you die in WoW. Nobody can resist it when you're at the last wire, all right? I've had that card pulled on me all the time, all right? I've had TERFs, or more usually True Scum, not TERFs, sorry, True Scum, argue against, like, run out of arguments against what I believe and fall back to, well, you're a cis man. How can you tell me that I'm wrong on this? I'm trans. And it's like, well, just fuck off then.
So you gotta have knowledge. Yeah. Then you gotta have faith. All right. Okay, because some of them doors gonna be closed in your face. You're gonna feel like you're losing the battle, but you have to have faith in something bigger than you, because it's doors that only God can open for you. Yeah. And you gotta have strong faith. But faith without works is dead, so you gotta have grit.
Conservatives love it,
Because
Paul.
when it gets hard, when they start coming at you, they start attacking you, they start attacking your kids, they start attacking your family, you gotta have grit. You gotta get knocked down, you gotta get back up. So trust and believe. We coming confidently. We coming strong, we coming bold. The fight has just begun.
We're coming.
We gotta stay in it. So listen,
I'm coming.
Jessica LeBron Show, Saturday night. I'm your girl. You need some encouragement? Call me. You need call me because we got it. This is not the time to play.
So, if she does end up getting fired, I'm going to take a wild prediction and double down once again on what I said before. Guarantee if she gets fired from her job, we end up seeing her in the conservative media circuits hardcore. This chick's going to be inescapable, my dudes. You are going to see her on fucking conservative media ads. She's going to be... Do you think she'll go Blaze TV or Daily Wire? What do you think? Blaze TV or Daily Wire? Those are the big ones right now for picking up, like, whatever person they think they can, like, build a career for in AstroTurf. Oh, I need to use this. By the way, chat, if any of you have an MMO mouse, one of those mice with, like, a lot of keys or a lot of buttons on the side, highly recommend you use that if you're playing WoW. It's what I'm using right now, and it's so handy. It actually makes keyboard turning not a problem, because I actually really like keyboard turning, just kind of mechanically it feels nice. So keyboard turning's not a problem because all of my abilities are on my mouse. So I can literally target an enemy, easy. Use my abilities with my thumb, easy. And just keyboard turn with no issue. Oh, I don't really keyboard turn. I mostly just keyboard walk forward. I just hold W, and I look around using the mouse. That's how I do it. Like, I hold right click and look around. For those that don't know, in WoW, keyboard turning's like a noob move. Anyway. Yeah, I guarantee we're going to see that lady, like, she's going to be inescapable in the media circuits if she actually gets fired and makes a big stink about it. I do think so. The right now has a massive audience for them to capitalize on. There's, like, right now, like, every single day, there's more and more, like, Andrew Tate fans that, like, miss his content because he got banned off TikTok, whatever, looking for more content creators that fill that gap. And Andrew Tate, for as horrible as he is still only, like, dipping your toe into the hardcore conservative propaganda fire, right? Like, Andrew Tate generally kept his shit close to, like, incel stuff, right? Like, incel propaganda, like, dude bro stuff. So I don't really see... Yeah, like he didn't really get super into politics. So I think his fans are now, like, ripe for the hardcore, really right-wing stuff. And the right is really just hungering for some more, like... They need some funnier, overtly Nazi creators, or like, meme, like, haha, hint, hint, nudge, nudge Nazi creators to, like, dog whistle in their videos. That was a really big thing back then. They don't have as much of that right now, I feel like. I feel like there's too much of them being, like, on the nose, which means they're literally days away from a ban, I feel like. Like, all these conservative figures are just so fucking close to losing their careers to a ban. Like, it happens not often enough, but, like, fairly often. Like, it could literally, we could wake up tomorrow and see Ben's been banned from YouTube, or Matt Walsh has been banned from YouTube. It could literally happen any day now. It just takes one fairly large, like, media organization making a big stink about it. That's the kind of thing that pushes companies like Google, you know, who runs YouTube, into taking action over things like that. Or if it gets to the point where the risk of having the channel existing on the platform exceeds the benefit. Like, remember how just out of nowhere YouTube banned Stefan Molyneux? After, like, a decade of making, like, Nazi propaganda content, just one day, out of nowhere, they banned him. But when you review his Social Blade, you can see that his views, subs, and income, like ad revenue, were all dropping pretty steadily for months and months, and, like, over a year up until that point. Like, the dude was really on the fast track out. And YouTube realized having this well-known white supremacist on the platform as his channel fucking dies and he no longer produces value for us is pointless. So they just yoinked him one day. There was no media, like, frenzy going on. No one had thought about Stefan Molyneux in years, and just boom, he was gone. 0 strikes, just out of nowhere, a coordinated banning. And he was banned from other platforms shortly after, too, so it was coordinated by multiple, like, large companies. So it's wild how... sorry. I like to sit on a nice pillow for a little bit of cushion on my ass. Nice little bit of cushion on my ass because I sit for a living, and God knows that sitting for a living and not having a nice cushion for your nice, voluptuous Xander ass can be dangerous. Anyway, I don't know. I hope that lady gets fired. That is cringe as fuck. The fact that people like that are successfully getting positions of tangible influence. Like, that lady has tangible influence. I hope that at the very least, the lesson we can learn from this is that lefties can, like, step up. You know, it is not that hard to actually get, like-minded politicians in power, even if their ideas seem really radical and crazy, even if they are radical and crazy on a local level. Like, it is on the local level that these people like Marjorie Taylor Greene these psychos who should never have gotten an intro into politics if we lived in a just country. Like, it is these places that these, you know, that they got their start, right? On the local level. But not on the board. No, well, on like a local level in oh yeah, you're talking about her, yeah. Like, I'm generally talking about like on a local level anyway. Yeah, MTG got divorced. Yeah, I know all the memes. Anyway, if you take nothing else from this, I hope you at least realize that if that lady, and her fucking crazy conspiracy theories are oh, I need to cleanse these corpses. It seems okay. If that lady was able to run and win a school board election on a local level, what do you think you could do? Think about that. Anyway, my friends, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon if you have not already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more content from me anywhere on the internet, make sure to follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description as always. And of course, if you want to support me financially directly and you've got the money for it, you can always feel free to donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and hell, even through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Nice. Pog, pog, pog. Pog dog. I looked it up, and apparently quail can't fertilize their own eggs. I feel like a little bit of magic has been snuffed out of the world. Yep, quail are completely infertile without the assistance of humans. Quail have been selectively bred for thousands, possibly, like, probably tens of thousands of years, actually. And it's gotten to the point where they lay unfertilized eggs, and you literally have to, well, it's not that they lay unfertilized eggs, it's they can't incubate their eggs. Humans have to incubate them, and, like, and like raise them up and brood them themselves. Like, quail don't know how to do it themselves. Craternix quail don't know how to do it themselves, I should say. The type that I'll be getting can't. It's just how they've been bred, and they haven't been able to do it for thousands and thousands of generations of their species, probably. Or of their subspecies, like the Craternix variety. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Based and Pog, thank you. Let me add that to the dono goal. Pog, pog, pog. Said, found a funny meme. Let me check this out. Let me update the dono goal really quick. And back to it. What is this?
Unhand him! Who do you think would learn?
Well, I guess that gets the job done. All right. Well, there you go. That was real. That was the thing that we just watched. That was a real video. It wasn't made up. We didn't imagine it. We witnessed that together. Nothing will ever be able to take that away from us. Though, arguably, you might want it to. Oh, I love cleansing the bodies of dead, undead animals. The cleansing has begun. The cleansing of Northrend. Some breeds are broodier than others. Yeah, I mean, like, it depends. I'm going to be raising Craternix quail. So they're, like, the least capable of, I think, procreating on their own. Like, I think they can mate, but I don't think they actually, like, I don't think they can incubate their eggs. They just forgot to. Like, they'll sit on one every once in a while on accident, but, like, that's about it. Something I know that, like, chicken farmers will do when they start raising quail, or if they also raise quail, is instead of having to deal with the incubator and all that nonsense, they will literally just stick their quail eggs underneath a mother chicken. Underneath a chicken hen. Because the chicken hen will literally just incubate the quail eggs and hatch them and brood them along with the rest of her chicks. And you can actually do that with a surprising amount of eggs. Just stick them underneath your hen with the rest of her eggs, and she'll just be like, okay, sure, my ass is fat enough. Yeah, like what is the chicken's psychological obsession with warming things up with their asses? Is there like a... I wonder if there's like a lore explanation to that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna start saying that on stream now. Like in reference to like real life political things. Like I wonder if there's a lore explanation to that. Oh god. I'm a nerd. You sound very high. I'm so stoned right now, but guys, there isn't anywhere I would rather be right now than playing World of Warcraft Classic, Wrath of the Lich King Classic, with my lovely viewers, many of whom I believe are still on the server, possibly. I actually got a DM earlier. What do you have more issues finding, tanks or DPS? So I'm probably going to run DPS. Tanks are probably going to be really handy. We could probably use some tanks. And healers are always handy. Tanks and healers are literally always in demand. So if we have a tank and a healer, we can get more DPS on our team to run anything. So tanks and healers are obviously high prio. But DPS we obviously need as well. Ugh. Wow, I really am tired. Holy shit. I might need to wrap up this quest and, damn, I think I'll fly to Dalaran. And then I think it's time that I check my sales in the auction house. Because I did a little bit of grinding these last few days, passively while I've been leveling. And I am eager to show you what I've achieved. So let's go fly to Dalaran really fast, the capital city of... Hey, Luna. The capital city of this expansion. I got Luna a little thing that has a scratching post on it, so she can scratch something that's not my furniture. She is a cat, and cats like to scratch. Hey Luna, what's up? What's the matter? What's the matter? I'm wrapping up stream soon. She is a very good cat, but also a demon, and a resurrected serial killer who's reincarnated as a cat. But I still love her. So, right now I'm flying to the capital city of this expansion, Dalaran. You cannot access it until level 74, where you do a quest line to go there, and a guy teleports you there from a city in... Oh, I have a cat in my lap. Oh, let me pick you up so the chat can see you. Oh no, you can't see her, damn. I can't tilt the camera any lower. It's on a fixed, like, tripod that literally can't bend or turn down or literally get any lower. It's, like, way too fucking high up. It's literally above my monitor. No bunny kicks? Not if I don't provoke her into playtime. Her playtime is as rough as she can possibly play. She just does not hold back when she plays. And I think that's what it is that she likes to play. And it's just violent playing. And it hurts. Yeah, it hurts when you play with me. It really hurts. Yeah, she goes 100%. She plays rough, and it hurts. That's just how cats are. I wish it wasn't. I'm gonna be honest. I wish it wasn't how cats were. If cats literally just slept all day, ate, and then slept more, and just laid down in your lap nonstop, that would be idyllic. God, nothing but cobalt. I've yet to find anything but cobalt. Oh my god. They stole this from Elden Ring. Blizzard copied Elden Ring all the way back in 2008. Shameless. Fucking shameless. Stop using Kek D. It's Kek W. Kek D is Destiny's, I would assume... Well, it might be Kek D... No, it would be Demon Mamas, because Destiny hates the Kek W emote. Right? What would Kek D be? Sorry I'm late. I was Well, I can't read the rest of what you said, aesthetically sorry. I don't know what you said. It cut out. But hopefully you're okay, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I will be wrapping up soon because I'm very tired and my eyes are very heavy. That's Demon Mama Pog Pog. That's what I thought. What a baby. Oh, my baby. I'm gonna pick her up a little bit just so you can see her. Oh, come on. Oh. Hi. She's trying to figure out how to sit down comfortably on the chair with me. She wants to sit down not on the armrest, not up here. She wants me to make room for her to lay back and sit in the chair with me. In the chair. As in, she wants me to scooch over and sit next to me in the chair. Between my butt and the armrest is where she wants to lay down. And she wants to lean back and, like, have her belly be pointing out, like, up into the air. That is how she likes to sleep. She likes to fall asleep like a drunk dude on his lazy boy. But between me and the armrest, it's really cute, though, I will say. It's very, very cute. So do it. It's hard to do when I'm streaming and I'm constantly having to do, like, keyboard inputs and whatnot, but I get that. Okay, so I have been grinding like crazy my mining and herbalism profession as I was questing these last couple days. And let's just say I sold quite a bit of stuff today. And it's now waiting in the mail for me to pick up. So let's see how much gold I made from selling all these materials I collected with my gathering professions. I'm starting at 2,872 gold. If anyone wants to write that down so we can start with the math. And then I'm going to press open all, and it's going to slowly fill up as we see how much gold I made. And you guys can subtract to find out how much I make. All right, here we go. Wow. 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 5,067. Not bad. Not bad. How much did I make? From a couple days of just grabbing nodes when I see them. You made 2,195? That's not bad. Herbalism, and it's not calligraphy, it's inscription. Yeah, inscription and herbalism are pretty good. I heard those are really, really valuable. I might go inscription on my druid alt. I'm leveling a druid as well, and I'm probably gonna move all my gathering professions to the druid for obvious reasons, flight form stuff, and then move my crafting professions of. I'll probably do blacksmithing and inscription on this character, level that to max, and start crafting like really valuable Dark Moon cards and stuff and all that to sell in the auction house for extra money with all the herbs I gather. I will not have to buy many herbs from milling when I'm able to harvest them myself. So yeah, tailoring and enchanting's still damn good. Tailoring's gonna let you make frostweave bags, which are 20 slots, and these are going for 89 gold on the auction house each right now. TSM Accounting says 119 gold each. So making those bags alone out of frostweave cloth, I'm pretty sure those are the basic frostweave cloth bags too. Those are going for like 118 gold each on the auction house. It is wild. With that said, though, I think I'm going to go ahead and take a port to Stormwind and see if any of my fans are still online, and see if we can meet up in Stormwind and see if anybody's leveled up. Head to Stormwind. We're going to meet at that same spot by the gate. Here, we should be able to go around the Horde quarter. I need to go back around to the Alliance quarter. God, I really hope that I get a lot of people, a lot of Xan fans on Classic WoW. It would be really cool to have a Xanderhal guild. That would be fucking awesome. Doesn't even need to be a Xander Hall guild either. We could probably make it like something pretty generic, but like I'd be like the owner of the guild or whatever. I might even appoint a fan who's like really good at WoW to be the like official raid leader and like the official manager of the guilds. They know how to do it. Who knows? We'll figure things out eventually. Ew, disgusting. League is gross. How long do you plan on playing Waddle K? I plan on going hard as fuck on Waddle K. I plan to go degenerate mode on Waddle K, alright? At least for my leveling experience. Then once I reach max level, I'm going to run the heroics, get all my best in slot BOP, and then I'm going to raid. I'm going to try to get all of the, I'm going to try to get Shadowmourne. Fuck it. I'm going to try to get Shadowmourne. I'm going to try to get 2 Shadowmourns. I'm going to get the Time Lost Proto Drake too. And Invincible. And Ashes of Alar. No one's going to stop me. I've got you guys on my side, all right? We're going to go hard as fuck. Sorry, I'm leveling in Night Elf Zone, but I made it to level 10. Pog. Keep working hard, my friend. I believe in you. I'm out there doing the same grind as you, just a lot further into it. A lot further into it. You might want a dungeon grind, though. If you can get into a dungeon grinding group and just run dungeons over and over again, that is the most efficient way to get XP. Alright, if anybody needs an invite to my lair, just DM me in the game. I'm Xanderhall. Just do /tell Xanderhall. Say me or something, or say hey, what's up, or hey, I'm a fan. And I will give you an invite to the team. And you can come meet me here. I want to see how many people are still online. How many people have leveled, and like if anyone's still online making progress. I'll wait here for a few more minutes, and if no one shows up, or even if people show up, I'm still going to wrap up in a few minutes. Out of curiosity, what made you choose Alliance over Horde? Because in a fantasy world where I can play as anything from all sorts of fantasy races with all sorts of cool abilities and powers, magic, lore, and you know, just a really rich, diverse culture of different or rich variety of cultures that I can use. I like to play as a straight white warrior that does not use magic and is a human and just the most basic you can get. Just a white guy, human, warrior, fucking straight. Canonically, my character is straight. That's true. That's my headcanon. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Yeah. That is why I like to play Alliance, because then I can play as a human. But I will say, if I could play as a Horde human, I might consider it. I do really like the aesthetics and the class, the faction fantasy of Horde. I like it. Always have the obligatory human in the group. True. Got to keep a human around for good measure, you know what I'm saying? All right, guys. I am going to log out right here, okay? I will be on. Actually, I'll probably be on maybe a little while later. I can't say for sure if I'll go to bed right away. I do usually log out with WoW open sometimes, so or I fall asleep with WoW open on my computer. So just because I'm online on Blizzard or whatever doesn't necessarily mean I'm in game. I will make an effort, though. If you end up getting the game or you're on the game and you message me, I will make an effort to reply to you, as I would prefer to, like, you know, I want to make sure you guys feel like you're getting your money's worth if you're paying for a WoW sub to play with me, like, especially. Oh, my lord, holy fuck! Oh, my god! Foxophonus, thank you for the $138 donation out of nowhere! Christ almighty, thank you! Just jettisoning us to the $300 dono goal right at the end, right when hope was seemingly lost. Fucking shit. Thank you, thank you. And you didn't even say anything, Foxophonus. Thank you so goddamn much. Do you have any words you'd like to say to the stream? You can still drop them in the chat and I'll read them out. I'm proud of how my character looks. Classic WoW makes you... Classic WoW is one of the few MMOs around these days that you can just stop and just zoom out or zoom in and just look at your character for a minute and be like, yeah, I earned this fucking gear. I earned this level, this weapon. I feel like a badass in this game. WoW is objectively the best MMO. Stay mad, mauled, seethe, cry and die in a video game, in WoW. Resurrected the spirit healer. Get 10 minutes of res sickness. Alright, listen up, guys. Thank you all so much for watching today. You have all been fucking amazing, especially you, Foxophonus, who said, I'll make sure I don't miss Foxophonus' message. Said, I do mean to that. Wait, I kinda just woke, but I do mean to that. Well, Foxophonus, hopefully you had a fantastic sleep. I'm about to go to bed soon and get myself a nice, beautiful, rejuvenating rest. And yeah, I could not be more thrilled. How do you guys like the idea of me doing more political streams where, like, while I'm responding to political segments, I'm playing WoW? Do you feel like it distracted too much from the politics? Do you think it was good, like, background stuff? Would you prefer it? Do you not like it? Like, would you prefer, like, a good balance, or is it, like, especially once, like, I got my sleep schedule more in order, I think that doing longer streams, just playing WoW in the background while responding to just nonstop Chud videos, man, we could get a lot of segments churned out that way. I'm down. Political streams with gameplay is Pog? Alright, yeah. Well, I'm going to here in the Discord for the WoW section of my fan Discord, so make sure you join that. And I'm going to have Balth set up the, I'm going to have Balth organize it and make the roles and everything, and the VCs and all that. And we should have everything set up and ready for any questing anyone wants to do together, because obviously I want you guys to be able to get together and quest if, say, you know, one of you's having an issue getting to max, like, it's going to be a problem for some of you to level on your own. So being able to group up is important. Running dungeons and being able to group up for that is important. Yeah, I just want people to be able to, like, talk to each other in the game when I'm not around, without the guild, like, currently existing in the game, because we currently don't have enough people for a guild yet. But we're building it. So if you want to join, consider getting WoW Classic. Reminder, by the way, all you need to play WoW Classic is the $15 a month subscription. It does not require you to pay anything additional. Literally, don't have to pay anything extra for new expansions, anything like that. All the Classic expansions are included. Vanilla Classic servers, TBC servers when they open up fresh ones, and Wrath Classic servers are all going to be and will continue to be, for as far as we can see, available to you if you have, you know, the $15 a month subscription that you need to play anyway. So it's genuinely the cheaper, and yet somehow, in my opinion, you know, still the more enjoyable experience. Paying less money to play it, and it's the more enjoyable experience. Classic really is the GOAT. I really do enjoy Classic a lot. Anyway, yeah. Hopefully I will see you guys in Azeroth. With all that said, if you enjoyed this stream, thank you so much for watching. And as always, have a good one. Doo-doo cum fart.